Hey, hey, hey. Let me take this out of my ear. Hey. Hey, T-Suburbs. Hey, T-Suburbs. Hey, hey, Ronnie. Hey, hey, hey. So, they say some of the names are coming out. Hey, Cynthia. I hope everybody got their notification. I didn't want to change the time because I didn't want to mess it up. I want to make sure, even if I'm late, that y'all get a notification. What time is it? 8:43. Sorry. I don't have time to wait because I need to catch up. So, hey, y'all, come on in. Please hit the like button as you enter. Let me start with this one, and then I got Obort over here.
Still going through the thousands and thousands of pages. In fact, it took the committee staff are still.
So, yeah, the oversight committee, I think, are leaking some of the people's names. I think we kind of already knew was on it, but it's gonna come out. This is like all of this other stuff that they trying to do to stall. I saw that in Chicago, another ICE situation. You know, and then I saw a lady who was being attacked, and one of the officers was let go, so they say. I ain't believing none of the propaganda. I'm gonna be honest with you. And then I also saw, oh my God, where they are trafficking immigrants to undisclosed locations, and they're cutting off like aviation to, you know, erase the paper trail of where the people were taken. So it's just a whole bunch of crazy stuff. You know, I just would not be surprised if some of the people that we think were unalive, hell, has been kidnapped and taken. Didn't we see that kind of like in Scandal with the presidency? You know, all that crazy stuff. People be in jail up under tunnels and stuff. I just would not be surprised, especially with that Netanyahu guy. Anyway, let's go ahead and start. Let's go.
The thousands and thousands of pages. In fact, it took.
Hey, Janet.
The committee staff are still going through the thousands and thousands of pages. In fact, it took a long time just to download the documents themselves. Our understanding is that the Republican chairman, of course, Comer, who is an ally of Trump's, is in negotiations regarding when, how, and if certain documents would be released. And so in terms of timeline, it's hard to say at this moment. But I can tell you that House Democrats are committed to transparency, to justice, and to pursuing justice against any individuals who are identified in those documents, including the president, who may have committed crimes.
And Congressman, that's the point I think is important to not lose sight of, because that's where this whole thing began. Because, look, you can take it back to a little tweet from a guy named Elon Musk who said, oh, by the way,
he in there too.
Donald Trump, you're in the Epstein files. And then the story just kind of rolled from there. So I don't think we should lose sight of that. Number two, we should not lose sight of the fact that this DOJ spent 2 days basically
Spencer,
you know, setting up a convicted pedophile so that she could get a nice little slide into a better prison situation and life. so that she could then also at the same time level up what we saw play out today. When you
And so they need to move her right on back, since she said he wasn't in there, right? Huh? Did she not say he was not in there? And now that they have the files, and then the lady in Arizona, I'm hearing that is his name Smith? He don't even want to swear her in. I said they just really play dirty. Misuse of position. Oh yes, she lied. She big time lied. Yeah.
Opposed against the documents. Admittedly, you have not had a chance to review the documents yet. Got that. But this set of Epstein documents that are going to come in that you're going to be reviewing, where do you go? How do you begin to connect dots for the American people? And how much of that, to Elisa's point, are Democrats willing to put out on the street? Because you do have the power. Both the Republicans and the Democrats can decide whether or not they want to release what they want to release.
Well, I'll just say this for the Democrats. We are committed to full transparency and disclosure. So, let the chips fall where they may.
Let them fall where they may.
Crimes, I don't care what letter is behind your name in terms of whether and how you've served as a public official. The whole point of releasing these files is that the public is demanding to know if there are individuals in powerful positions who've committed crimes, especially against young women and children. And so it's our responsibility to justice and to the victims to release whatever names are in there, including potentially the president's, which Pam Bondi herself told the president he appears in these files multiple times.
Congresswoman, there is a subpoena to have Ghislaine Maxwell come testify before your committee, and I wonder, given the transcript that you have had a chance to...
Now, T-Sippers, I know y'all know we're not going to miss that, right? I will be covering that when she has to come before the committee and testify. I will be up all night if I have to. Okay? Hi, everyone in the bushes. Please hit the like button as you enter in and chill quietly. Double tap your screen. Yeah, hit the no. No to pedos. Hit the no. Or double tap on your screen, and then or hit the three dots, the top right. Let's go.
Which Pam Bondi herself told the president he appears in these files multiple times.
Congresswoman, there is a subpoena to have Ghislaine Maxwell come testify before your committee, and I wonder, given the transcript that you have had a chance
and she's already lied.
Read today, I'm sure, the deputy AG interviewing Maxwell, do you think that's even worthwhile? Do you think that there is something you can gain from Maxwell that somehow changes the contours of this?
Let me ask her some questions.
Well, I think that obviously she's a completely uncredible witness.
Let me talk to her.
She is seeking a pardon right now from federal felony charges and sex trafficking that she has been convicted and sentenced to many, many years in prison for. And she's going to do whatever she thinks she has to do and tell whatever lies and stories and flattery, as we've seen in this transcript, that she thinks is going to get her a pardon with the president. So I think, as a witness, she's obviously not a credible witness. However, I do believe that there is a reason to pull any witness in front of the committee to have them testify.
Attorney Wolf has a lot of photos with Trump in them. And it's just blowing my mind, how deeply involved in foreign affairs that all of these people, that are traitors to the country, are. I mean, even Erica Kirk. I kind of felt last night once I saw all those, the research that came out yesterday. She used to be a Trump pageant, she won. Yeah, I mean, all these people are connected one way or another. None of these people are in there. Rich, don't come over here lying. Do not come over here lying. So, and it's just blowing my mind that they're all connected, either through CIA, intelligence, Israel, yeah, it's just blowing my mind. The parents of either the victim, the spouse, or the shooter, right? Even the alleged Dallas sniper. Yeah, it's crazy to me. But let's go.
Under oath to talk about all of these issues, the crimes.
The minute she lies, send her back.
From Maxwell that somehow changes the contours of this case.
Well, I think that obviously she's a completely uncredible witness. She is seeking pardon right now for
y'all hear static?
Federal felony charges and sex trafficking that she has been convicted.
Y'all hear static? 13-year-old Trump and Epstein paid her parents $10 million each. Wow. Do y'all hear static? Y'all hear humming. So y'all hear this fan. How about that? Is that better? No, I don't. Okay. It may be. You're good now. Okay, it was my fan. Let's go.
And sentenced to many, many years in prison for, and she's going to do whatever she thinks she has to do and tell whatever lies and stories and flattery, as we've seen in this transcript, that she thinks is going to get her a pardon with the president. So I think, as a witness, she's obviously not a credible witness. However, I do believe that there is a reason to pull any witness in front of the committee to have them testify under oath to talk about all of these issues, the crimes, but certainly not to grant any kind of clemency for the crimes that she has committed. But I think it's, our job as Congress is to represent the people and to create space for the people to lay their eyes on individuals who are in power and who
I think she's trying to get over to Israel
and to make up their own minds. And
to be with
Epstein and bringing her before the committee, just like the other individuals.
I do not think Epstein is unalive.
I think that's important for a number of reasons, but probably the most important of which, Congresswoman, is how we started the conversation this evening, and that is the big setup. That what we're seeing now is the production part of the big setup. We saw it during the Mueller era, and you had the Attorney General Bill Barr at that time coming out and sort of salting the earth, right? So nothing would grow that could possibly entwine President Trump in anything Robert Mueller would come up with after the fact. Same storyline here. I don't know how the
Hey Travis.
Sort of see this is the administration getting out in front, doing everything that it has done up to this point, so that when these documents, and there will be more because there are more documents, do get released as the MAGA Republicans want. I mean, let's not lose sight of this. They may be slightly quiet today. So MAGA, have you given up on really wanting to know the bottom line, or are you satisfied? I don't think you're satisfied.
Oh, you're not satisfied?
But this setup point to me is important. So what the Congress does next, and I was glad to hear you talk about Ms. Maxwell the way you did, is that everything has to be on the table here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think it's important to talk about the timeline we're living in. First of all, the public demanded the release of these files because there are powerful people potentially implicated, including the president. Donald Trump said multiple times publicly he would release the files. We know from reporting that the Department of Justice informed the president that he was mentioned in the files. We know that potentially hundreds of
He should have kept his mouth shut.
agents
I agree,
were
Janet.
assigned to go through these files and
We
to
were
identify whether or not the
perfectly
president
okay in thinking that it was resolved. We were perfectly okay thinking that Dirty Bud here was gone and forgotten. We were perfectly fine with her being sentenced, right? We were perfectly fine thinking all was said and done. So when people say, "Oh, Biden, they had it and did nothing with it," we were perfectly fine being told the smoke and mirrors that he took his own life, and we were perfectly fine with her being convicted. So because he wanted to dangle something over Clinton's head, because it came up and you knew that that was the only way to get you back in with your base. It wasn't about the other side. It was about how you were going to get back in after the stunt you pulled, all your stunts, not going out January 6th. Yeah. And they bid it. So your fake propaganda, your stunt, you opened your big mouth and you brought it back alive. But you thought that you was going to be able to move the car and everyone was going to move with you. You didn't think that somebody was going, or we the people was going to put the emergency brake up and say, we ain't going nowhere. Where we going? No. Because see, even with that being said, Clinton or whoever else was in it that you said was in it, okay, we didn't care. We the people did not care what side, who was in it. We just wanted justice for the victims. It didn't matter that you said Clinton. So it don't matter. And me, I'm already knowing you and Diddy and Epstein, all of y'all in over in Florida. I'm already saying they never brought up Florida in the Diddy. What about Florida? Everybody's saying, well, where are the celebrities? Where are the little kids? They in Florida. Yeah, they're a part of Florida. Yeah, so I knew more was supposed to come. Then they started talking about pardons and all of that type of stuff. And I'm like, okay, so here we go. Yeah. And then it started getting ugly. You should have kept your mouth closed. Thank you, Reflections with Kimberly. You should have kept your mouth closed. But no. So none of that mess that the other side or the middle or whatever, left, right, middle, liberal, all of that craziness. It don't matter. Yeah, but you forgot about your buddy who bailed you out. Cause BB, the nutty Yahoo boo, whatever, didn't buy you. Yeah, he in there too. That's who hiding, not him. That's who hiding him out. He has those long kissy curl things with that little black hat thing on and a whole big old beard and mustache covering it up. and you're still operating in Israel. And moving her, you moving her, the plan is for her to disappear. Either she's going to walk out, run away, get another stunt, and she's going to be disappearing on the plane. Yeah. Disappearing on the plane when they cut off all the aviation, so there's no way for you to track it. And then she's going to be over there with her lover boy, and they're going to start back the operation with the hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. Yeah. With the kids that they have, what do they call immigrants, that they don't move to these foreign places, and that y'all are trafficking. You are a trafficker. Yeah, let's call it what it is. Yeah. And it's ironic that the guy in Dallas, they say, called them human traffickers, because that's exactly what they're doing. And they're going to get the operation back going. That's why you've been making all these funny little shady deals, even with Venezuela. I mean, you act like you enemies in 1 minute, and then the next minute you giving them back their M6 or whatever the gang was that you had in New Jersey. Yeah. Oh, you thought I forgot? You thought I forgot? Oh, no, sir, I didn't. Hey, Tony. Hey, everybody coming in. Hey, Prime Minister. Human trafficking. Midterms coming. And they're being exposed right before. And if I'm trying to get to it, I believe that is why the Supreme Court blocked the planes from leaving. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I think that they are laughing at him today about that James Comey, because he got tape recorded conversations. They was waiting on you, partner. They was waiting on you. Yes, sir. It sounds like he took the bait. Yes. Not only do you have mashed potatoes on your head, you got egg in your face. Oh my God. Oh my God. He was Comey's friend first time. Yeah, they fell out. And then you fired his daughter. Yeah. Yeah, they set you up. You took the bait. And they're laughing in your face. But carry on. Oh, I just wanted to run it down. Why does it need to cool off? I haven't even been using the phone. Yeah, so this is why I had the fan that's telling me I need to cool it off. I ain't even been using it. I've been outside though. He threw Pence under the bus. Oh, did he? I can't wait till he throw his little fake and phony FBI director, who they saying he got stock with China. And his girlfriend may be from over there too. You know what I mean? It's a lot of foreigners, immigrants up in here now. This is a lot of immigration right here. Yeah, a whole big old freak party. Yes, you know a lot. And you know what? Grateful. When I was thinking today, and when he said, let's take it to court, let's take it to trial, let's take it, whatever he said, I was saying to myself, oh, baby, if Maureen running, because she already know the deal. You know, she was coming, I'm telling y'all, RICO was coming. It was coming for Florida. She got the dirt. You just jumped up when you heard it. Cause she know a lot. Let's take it to trial, baby. Sounded kind of sliming to me. He said, let's go. Let's go. We already been knowing that you was coming. When you pulled that stunt with my daughter, let's go. We've been waiting on you. And then we had former President Barack, the one with the most sense, the one that you can't get him out you can't get him out your head. You saying, how can one black man have so much goddamn sense? You can't be from here. You ain't from here. Yeah, is that all you got? Is that all you got? That's like yesterday, this chick tried to come for me. She was talking about you old. Yeah, is that all you got? you have a I'm back. Y'all still here? Oh my God, feet. I wish you were here. Absolutely not. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now? Am I back? Give me a 1 if you can hear me. Yeah, is that all you got? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Yeah. Is that all you got? I ain't going nowhere till I know y'all back. We ain't going nowhere. Oh, okay, Tony, I see you. You can hear. Yeah, I backed it up a little bit. I don't quite know when it started. Yeah, when I was laughing at old mashed potato head, thinking he was hitting below the belt, and I was telling y'all about old girl thought she was saying something that was gonna hurt my feelings. Is that all you got?
That could possibly entwine President Trump in anything Robert Mueller would come up with after.
Let's go.
Same storyline here. I don't know how otherwise you can sort of see this, is the administration getting out in front, doing everything that it has done up to this point, so that when these documents, and there will be more because there are more documents, do get released, as the MAGA Republicans want. I mean, let's not lose sight of this. You know, they may be
and then mad at us because we want it.
So, MAGA, have you given up on really wanting to know the bottom line, or are you satisfied? I don't think you're satisfied. But this setup point to me is important. So what the Congress does next, and I was glad to hear you talk about Ms. Maxwell the way you did, is that everything has to be on the table here, right?
Hi, Maggie.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think it's important to talk about the timeline we're living in. First of all,
I'm sure you're talking about Trump.
Because there are powerful people potentially implicated, including the president. Donald Trump said multiple times publicly he would release the files. We know from reporting that the Department of Justice informed the president that he was mentioned in the files. We know that potentially hundreds of FBI and DOJ agents were assigned to go through these files and to identify whether or not the president was in individual pages and implicated. And then Donald
They
Trump
even
said
saying that Epstein had
files didn't exist.
Melania
And as a result
in between
of
the
that,
sheets
his allies
before
in
Trump.
Congress, Mike Johnson, decided to shut down Congress
Shut it
rather
down.
than have transparency in front of the American people and continue to have
And
to
then he don't want to swear in the new lady, the Democrat from Arizona. Why would you not swear her in? Absolutely, Maggie. We were not falling for the mashed potatoes on the forehead. Forget the banana. The mashed potatoes. Yes, he more than a snake. He is woo-wee, a special type of serpent.
discuss this. They sent us home early for August recess. So now, because Democrats have
He lied to his supporters. Absolutely.
They are essentially creating a smokescreen, not only to control the narrative, but to try to appease their supporters who are going to
play in our face. Just go ahead and say it. They change the narrative. They create these narratives, change them up. Yeah, when one don't work, they come up with another. Right, and then they play in our face with smoke and mirrors. Yeah, it's a big old acting with crisis actors. You know, what is the likelihood that that old guy, Ken, whatever his name is, was a part of 9/11 as well as Charlie Kirk? He's a crisis actor.
continue to demand transparency. So we're not letting this go. There's clearly crimes implicated. There's
Tyler Robinson.
cover-up.
So they say.
The Department of Justice is
Prime Minister Chris, you missed it last night. You missed it, and I had to put it on members only. Oh, you missed it last night. Where were you? We uncovered the sniper and the 911. The witness who saw the guy who saw the sniper on the roof. Yeah, he was all black with a ski mask on. Possible tactical helmet. Yeah, this guy. Hold on. This guy. Let me get to it. Yeah, I'm having system issues. This guy right here, though. Him. Yeah, the 911 call. Yeah. All black. Yeah. He left cigarette butts up on the roof. We never heard that, did we? Did you hear that? Did you hear anything about cigarette butts? We saw 5. I should stop buffing. Yeah. I must be having a system problems in my area. Let's go.
in this cover-up, and I have zero confidence that my Republican colleagues across the aisle are engaging in good faith timeline we're living in. First of all,
documents do get released as the MAGA Republicans want. I mean, let's not lose sight of this. You know, they may be slightly quiet today. So MAGA, have you given up on really wanting to know the bottom line, or are you satisfied? I don't think you're satisfied. But this setup point to me is important. So what the Congress does next, and I was glad to hear you talk about
agree with others.
Ms. Maxwell.
What do you mean, put my opinion?
Everything has to be on the table here, right?
What I missed?
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think it's important to talk about the timeline we're living in. First of all, the public demanded the release of these files because there are powerful people potentially implicated, including the president. Donald Trump said multiple times publicly he would release the files. We know from reporting that the Department of Justice informed the president that he was mentioned in the files. We know that potentially hundreds of FBI and DOJ agents were assigned to go through these files and to identify whether or not the president was in individual pages and implicated. And then Donald Trump spent weeks telling the public that the files didn't exist. And as a result of that, his allies in Congress, Mike Johnson, decided to shut down Congress rather than have transparency in front of the American people and continue to have to discuss this. They sent us home early for August recess. So now, because Democrats have subpoenaed the files and we put them on notice, they are essentially creating a smokescreen, not only to control the narrative, but to try to appease their supporters who are going to continue to demand transparency. So we're not letting this go. There's clearly crimes implicated.
What's your perspective, Kimberly?
It's very clear the Department of Justice is implicated in this cover-up, and I have zero confidence that my Republican colleagues across the aisle are engaging in good faith to actually provide transparency to the American people. They are also implicated in the cover-up through the congressional process itself, and we're going to continue to hold them accountable.
I hope you get the FBI, that fake FBI.
Hi, I'm you with more gusto.
What is good, nuts and bolts, fam?
well,
Let's
hold on.
get this shot rolling.
Hold on. Gusto. Let's switch sides over here. Let's go.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Don Lemon Show, Lemon Live at 5.
Shout out to Don Lemon.
Joining us, a very big show, a big show from the road. As you know, I've been traveling. I'm on my way back from Washington, D.C. Decided to drive instead of taking the Amtrak, and because I just wanted to get a pulse of what's happening in our country, and the best way to do it is to be out amongst the people. So that's what I'm doing. Make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Because
Yeah,
it is
for me
very
too.
important for the algorithm. And people get to become aware of our conversation, especially this next conversation that we're going to have. And a lot of you are going to be happy about this conversation because you've been asking for it. Not the backstory, not because of what this may mean for the people who were exploited by these, some of these people, but because you've been asking me for Epstein. He's
back.
The Epstein is back. The Epstein files, they're back. And the people who are in them are big names amongst the mega crowd, okay? So Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have released a tranche of partial records from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which include flight logs, it includes diary appointments, and a financial ledger. In the partially redacted documents, there are several emails, schedules over the years, which include, this is 2019, okay? With the former White House advisor, Steve Bannon. Lunch in 2017 with billionaire and Trump ally, Peter.
That's possible, because what I'm saying, who they said it was, he didn't fit the description.
To Epstein Island in 2020.
He did not fit the
2014.
description.
Again, that is according to the and people get to become aware of our conversation, especially this.
Kimberly, he didn't fit the description with the all black and all of that type of stuff. But I do believe in the summertime, if he'd had gloves on, he would have, been easily identified. He had on gloves, just like the young guy in the neighborhood who said that he was suspicious that the guy had on all black. Including, on his face mask, the Pusheisty mask. So, I don't put, like I said, all of it is smoke and mirrors at this point now. I wouldn't be surprised if they done snatched him when they ran him into the car and drove him off, that they didn't drive him off someplace to one of them locations. I don't know. I mentioned crisis actors. It's a lot of deception going on because they didn't want the Epstein files to come out. But he was asking about Epstein, and he was questioning Israel. I do believe whatever happened, it was an inside job.
Not the backstory, not because of what this may mean for the people who were exploited by these, some of these people, but because you've been asking me for Epstein. He's back. Jeffrey Epstein is back. The Epstein files, they're back. And the people who are in them are big names amongst the mega crowd, okay? So Democrats on the House Oversight Committee have released a tranche of partial records from Jeffrey Epstein's estate, which include flight logs, it includes diary appointments, and a financial ledger. In the partially redacted documents, there are several emails, schedules over the years, which include, this is 2019, okay? With the former White House advisor, Steve Bannon. Lunch in 2017 with billionaire and Trump ally, Peter Thiel. A potential visit from Elon Musk to Epstein Island in 2014. Again, that is according to the Congress, the Oversight Committee, who have released these records, have been given these records, and they're releasing this information. There's also a flight log from 2000, which lists Prince Andrew as a passenger on Epstein's private jet. So these new files are notable in that they suggest all three powerful men had relationships with Jeffrey Epstein years after his controversial plea deal that forced him to register as a sex offender. Now, many people have argued that the non-prosecution agreement, which was signed in 2007, allowed Epstein to continue to prey on young women and girls for years before his subsequent 2019 arrest. Okay? So, we have so much reporting. We have the best guest. I believe the person who's the most informed, at least the reporter or journalist who's the most informed on the Jeffrey Epstein story, and that is veteran journalist and author of The Red Letter on Substack and the host of the Tara Palmieri Show right here on YouTube, and that is Tara Palmieri. Tara.
Hi, Tara.
If you're thinking about getting a contour pillow, you need to hear this first. So I almost made.
Well, I know that his shot off of his ear was a hoax.
Thank you so much for joining us. We also have, by the way, our Lemon Legends will be up in just. They're going to take some. They're going to have questions for me. I don't know if Tara has. Maybe she can take some questions. I don't know. But anyways, we didn't ask before, so Tara, you're not obligated to do it. Tara, what is going on? It's because when we were doing this, we said, is this the Epstein files? Is it the estate logs? But I think this is what's commonly being referred to as the Epstein files. And now we have these three very wealthy, high-profile men. Some of them, even one of them in the administration, in these files.
Yeah, I mean, Don, they are the Epstein files. They are what would be in the discovery that the Epstein estate handed over as part of various defamation cases, like the one between Ghislaine Maxwell and Virginia Giuffre.
In my criminal justice class,
demanded
my professor was
FBI. Flight logs and various other items.
Law
Even
enforcement do not believe in coincidences. They are taught this.
This is what's in the
By the way,
Epstein files.
yeah, I don't believe in it either.
The Epstein estate has right now. They had to hand it over. And as you saw, I mean, you have at least three names. You have three very prominent people in President Trump's world. Steve Bannon, who just a year earlier was a senior White House official, meeting with Jeffrey Epstein after he was a sex offender. In 2008, he was charged with procuring a minor for prostitution. You have another very close person to President Trump, Elon Musk. We don't know if he went to the island. It says TBD on the schedule, but he was slated to go to Jeffrey Epstein's island where so much of this depravity happened, this little St. James. And then you have Peter Thiel, a major donor in Republican circles, not just to President Trump, to J.D. Vance, meeting with Jeffrey Epstein for lunch. Now, we should also note that Bill Gates was supposed to go to a party with Jeffrey Epstein in 2014.
I wonder did he spray the fruit on that island?
So I just think it really shows you how insidious these power circles are with Jeffrey Epstein and why so many people just don't want this all out there. He had connections with literally everyone.
Absolutely.
And you and I know that Peter Thiel is very powerful in Republican circles, and they just don't want this out there. And it's a drip, 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 Don, because the Epstein estate is going to have to handle
Ellen
the files,
DeGeneres.
and I'm sure the people who are leaking this out from the committee, they know this. If it continues to go like this, and there was also obviously the hack from earlier this week with Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York. She's apologizing to Jeffrey Epstein for calling him a pedophile and publicly distancing herself from him. She says, "You are a supreme friend." And this is a hack. Now, where did it come from? We don't really know. So I just think that every single day we're going to learn more and more about the web of people around Jeffrey Epstein and why he's being so protected at the highest levels.
Are those breasts
It's
from
really amazing because when these
he don't have breasts.
like this are coming out.
But we saw some yesterday on the man.
Anything wrong, but still they're in those files. And you remember
Before you knew.
Musk is that tweeted out, "You're in the files, PJT. Have a nice day." And I don't think Donald Trump responded.
He's a cute guy.
He could have responded, "You're in the files, Elon. Have a nice day." But when you hear just names of folks who are like this and the number of people who are in there, and that Donald Trump's name has been redacted according to the reports from the FBI, I mean, one wonders, like, they've got to be protecting something. Are they just protecting rich, powerful men? And that the fallout from this, the number of people who are going to be revealed will just be astounding? Is that what they're holding on to? Is that why they're hiding these files?
I think it also has to do with the level of corruption within the Justice Department as well. With this,
I think it has to do with
so long. But I don't think we can really say this enough.
Israel as well.
He was a sex offender, and if you spent any time with Jeffrey Epstein, and by the way, these men all spent time with Jeffrey Epstein after his time in 2008 in jail. Okay, after he was incarcerated for procuring a minor for prostitution, he was a pedophile sex offender, and these people still agreed to meet with him. They still wanted to spend time with him. I don't know. Where I'm from, people don't hang out with pedophiles, okay?
Right.
People who have spent time in prison for this. And yet, they were fine with it. And I just think that we really can't forget that is a huge part of the story. And there's a lot of social embarrassment that comes with having it known that you continue to speak with them. We don't even know what they were doing, by the way.
You talking about right here?
If you got on that,
I think he has a
should suggest what was going on. But like, if you got
pocket, is that a pocket?
You saw these flight attendants,
and then he has a light in the car right here.
There was no secret that Jeffrey Epstein liked to be around young girls, even in President Trump's own words. This was not something he was hiding. When the police, when they went to his home in Palm Beach and they did a raid, they found pictures of girls lining the walls. Just pictures of young girls all over the place.
Yeah.
So,
go on, sorry.
It's so obvious. So it was like
it must be the shirt.
There was no
Yes,
hiding, actually. It was just out there, and he had
Before
this
I knew.
reputation. So I don't know. I just
Same
don't.
thing for Anderson
I don't
Cooper.
buy this whole we didn't know who he was.
Anderson Cooper is not
Everybody knew who
fine.
Jeffrey Epstein was.
No.
Yeah, but Tara,
Fine, no.
Even beyond that, I mean,
A little cutie, maybe.
Look at, what
Fine,
you said and
no.
the pictures that were in there. It was like an open secret. Like it's not even a secret. They made fun of it. They thought it was. If you, I mean,
Hold on.
You saw the drawings and people were, made reference to him liking young girls.
Yeah, I don't know. It would be impossible to be friends with Jeffrey Epstein and not know that this was a crucial part of his life. The guy openly bragged about wanting 3 orgasms a day.
Oh.
Okay.
Who
This
is
was something
Gregory
he bragged about.
Riches?
He actually saw this as almost like a
Elon
godlike
Musk.
quality that he had, that he was almost.
Oh, I know Ellen DeGeneres is
He
sick.
commit one of the worst sins, going after children. And still, it's indefensible, and still have all of these people still wanting to be around him. I mean, he bragged about it, and in a lot of ways, they sort of groomed the elites into thinking that this was permissible, that this was normal behavior. And so,
It was normal.
There was any hiding.
To them.
There's no hiding who Jeffrey Epstein was. There are girls on the flight logs, including Virginia Giuffre, You know, and she was 16.
That he stole from
at the
Trump?
time, 17.
Per Trump?
I'm sorry, but like when you're sitting next to a 16-year-old, you have to be thinking to yourself, this is somebody else's kid. And if you're not, I don't know
Teenager.
what's wrong with you. Like this is just, this is depravity, and this is what's happening. This is who Jeffrey Epstein was. Like this is
And
what
Trump.
it's about. It's like
And Trump.
this was Jeffrey Epstein's MO. So
That's his thing, yeah.
Elaine.
That was his thing. I
Jelaine.
want to, because
All of them.
you know, are dropping in and tuning in because we're live. I want to play this so that folks will know what we're talking about and what just happened. The report, it is from Sky News, and it's a couple minutes long, and it's going to explain to you where we are right now, and then we're back with Tara for a reaction. Here it is.
Elon Musk's name has appeared in files relating to Jeffrey Epstein, with reference to him potentially visiting the island that Epstein owned. The files have just been released by Democrats in Washington, and they also show Prince Andrew was listed as a passenger on the pedophile's private plane. Let's bring in our U.S. correspondent, David Blevins. David, what else do we know about this mention of Elon Musk in these files?
Well, the Epstein estate has been gradually handing over documents to an oversight committee on Capitol
The estate.
Hill, and it is the latest batch of those documents that appear to suggest Elon Musk may have been a visitor to Epstein Island on December 6, 2014. An entry in what appears to be Epstein's daily schedule reads, "Reminder, Elon Musk to island, December 6. Is this still happening?" December 6, 2014.
Is this still happening?
After Jeffrey Epstein was listed as a sex offender. We've reached out to Elon Musk for comment. He's not just the world's most...
Jeffrey Epstein, with reference to him potentially visiting the island that Epstein owned. The files have just been released by Democrats in Washington, and they also show Prince Andrew was listed as a passenger on the pedophile's private plane. Let's bring in our U.S. correspondent, David Blevins. David, what else do we know about this mention of Elon Musk in these files?
Well, the Epstein estate has been gradually handing over documents to an oversight committee on Capitol Hill, and it is the latest batch of those documents that appear to suggest Elon Musk may have been a visitor to Epstein Island on December 6, 2014. An entry in what appears to be Epstein's daily schedule reads, "Reminder, Elon Musk to island, December 6. Is this still happening?" December 6, 2014, of course, is 6 years after Jeffrey Epstein was listed as a sex offender. We've
Wow.
reached out to Elon Musk for comment. He's not just
Birds of a feather.
man. He was, of course, a very prominent player in the early
Play
days
with little girls together.
leading the so-called Department of Government Efficiency, until the two men had a very public falling out in June, when you may recall Elon Musk alleged online that the administration was concealing the files and that Donald Trump was named in them. He later deleted that post, and after 3 months of estrangement, the two men were pictured together for the first time at the funeral.
They kissed and made up.
Kirk last weekend. The documents also show Prince Andrew listed as a passenger on Epstein's jet in May 2000. It's not the first time we've heard that. During the trial of Epstein's girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, one of her accusers, who was 14
Who is this?
at the time, recalled being a passenger on that jet with Andrew. The Duke of York strenuously denies any wrongdoing.
Wow.
Our brains are incredible, but memory
Wow.
is complicated. That's why we created new Nariva
That girl looked real young, didn't she not?
Being a passenger on that jet
Is that
with
her?
Andrew. The Duke of York strenuously denies any wrongdoing.
That was a pretty comprehensive report, and when it's laid out all like that, so concisely, it's bad. This is not good for any of them. Even it's just being associated, just having your name even in there as a possibility. And, you know,
Well, Musk,
Right.
Yeah, Musk had pictures with Ghislaine Maxwell. This wasn't the first time that Elon Musk has come up in connection with the Jeffrey Epstein story, but I think the fact that he was willing to spend time in the island where so much of the depravity happened, like that rings a lot of bells and alarm bells. And I think that, you know, we don't know if he went there, but the fact that it was TBD and he was considering going there, you know, this is this is alarming. And, and it just shows you, I think literally everybody has a connection to Jeffrey Epstein in these really high circles. I mean, I just did some reporting on the deciding vote to not release the files. Senator Lisa Murkowski, she's a Republican from Alaska. And I have this on my TaraPaulMary.com Substack. It's my latest investigation. And she was a deciding vote, and everyone was sort of like wondering, you know, why? Because Lisa Murkowski has been willing at times to buck President Trump, right, and to choose a more independent-leaning path. And so my team and I, you know, we looked into some tips by one of the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, who just so happens to be from Alaska and really took it personally. And what we found was like a web of connections between Lisa Murkowski, Ghislaine Maxwell's husband, and a wealthy Murkowski donor and the owner of the Alaska Dispatch. So basically, as you'll see if you look through the story, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell, after being so closely associated with Jeffrey Epstein, being known as his right-hand man, had to really launder her name, right? She needed to clean up her reputation. So she creates this ocean advocacy group called Terra Mar, and she gets on this ocean advocacy circuit. And that's where she meets her husband, at the time a married man of two, who happens to work in Arctic maritime work. He's like an Arctic maritime trader, and he has this shipping company, and he does it in Alaska, right? And so she meets Scott Borgeson there. That's her husband. They are still actually married. And
you don't hear about him that much.
No, you don't.
Your report and then have you talk about it.
Sure.
Did he know that she was
Mary's report?
A pedo?
These photos
peddler?
change everything we know about why the Epstein files were not released a few weeks ago when there was a vote in the Senate. It shows Senator Lisa Murkowski, a Republican from Alaska, at a forum with Ghislaine Maxwell and her husband, Scott Borgeson. You may have missed this because it was on the same day that Charlie Kirk died, but Senator Murkowski was the deciding vote not to release the Epstein files. So we wanted to understand why she would vote against this. And we spent weeks finding out exactly what her connections were to Jeffrey Epstein. And what we found was a tangled web of connections in Alaska, the senator's home state. In fact, it all comes down to power and a series of meetings and events where they talked about the Arctic Circle, and they lobbied and tried to expand it, which would obviously help Alaska and Ghislaine Maxwell's husband, who was doing a lot of business, maritime business.
Yeah, did we know she was married? Ghislaine Maxwell is married? And did he know that she was a pedo pusher, peddler, a madam? Did he know his wife was a madam? Is he in the files? Oh, wow. So, Madam Maxwell, a pedo peddler, she peddled kids to pedos, is married and still married to this day. Wow. Lord, help us, Lord.
Sure.
We have a report from you. Here's Tara Paul Mary's report.
These photos change everything we know about why the Epstein files were not released a few weeks ago when there was a vote in the Senate. It shows Senator Lisa Murkowski, a Republican from Alaska, at a forum with Ghislaine Maxwell and her husband, Scott Borgeson. You may have missed this because it was on the same day that Charlie Kirk died, but Senator Murkowski was the deciding vote not to release the Epstein files. So we wanted to understand why she would vote against this. And we spent weeks finding out exactly what her connections were to Jeffrey Epstein. And what we found was a tangled web of connections in Alaska, the senator's home state. In fact, it all comes down to power and a series of meetings and events
where they talked about the Arctic Circle and they lobbied and tried to expand it, which would obviously help Alaska and Ghislaine Maxwell's husband, who was doing a lot of business, maritime business in the Arctic Circle. There's also a connection to a wealthy Murkowski donor, Alice Rogoff, who just so happened to be Ghislaine Maxwell's friend and the owner of the Alaska Dispatch. So how Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein are connected to Murkowski just pretty much explains how Washington works and why these survivors have been waiting around for so many years for answers. And maybe this holds the key as to whether or not they'll finally get the answers. It certainly explains how insidious Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's connections were to power.
So what are you saying there, Tara?
Well,
Was she doing a favor, just a payback for doing business with her husband? Like, what are you saying?
Well, here's what we know. They were on the stage for these. Maxwell's husband and Lisa Murkowski have shared the stage multiple times together at various events promoting expanding the Arctic, right? Ghislaine Maxwell also shared the stage with Lisa Murkowski at one of these events. And this goes all the way to 2018. And so Ghislaine Maxwell is also very good friends with this Murkowski donor who, her name is Alice Rogoff. And Alice Rogoff is also obviously very influential because she owns the paper.
Looks like we lost Tara.
Oh, we did. Oh, I thought it was me.
Right, that was. I'm back.
She's back.
So
She's back.
yeah, so
Okay.
Alice Rogoff also just so happens to be the founder of these Arctic Circle forums that Lisa Murkowski and Ghislaine and Scott Borgeson had started attending almost every year together and speaking at. And so, I think, I can't say for certain why she wouldn't want this out there, but obviously it would be exposing to her friend, Alice Rogoff, if it was exposed how close she is to Ghislaine Maxwell, an influential donor, an influential person in Alaska. It may reveal, Ghislaine Maxwell's connections to Lisa Murkowski. And also, this man, Scott Borgeson, was doing a lot of business in her state. So, there may be a number of reasons why Ghislaine Maxwell would not want to, there'd be a number of reasons why Lisa Murkowski would want the Epstein files to be out there, for this to be highlighted, for the extent of Ghislaine Maxwell's crimes to be out there. I also think if you're going to take the deciding vote on a bill that would release the files, you should probably make it known to your constituents that you have this history with Ghislaine Maxwell's husband, going all the way back to 2008, and that you have this history of business, that this person is investing in the state, and that you've been on stage with Ghislaine Maxwell, you've been at these international forums, that you have these connections to her.
You have a couple minutes. If you don't, I can certainly understand. Don't feel obligated.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because I want to get a break in from our sponsors. It's only 2 minutes, and then I want to bring the legends in. They may have a question or two. I point with you. They may have a question or two, and if you don't mind answering it, you're better at this subject than I am. Okay. So first of all,
please double tap and hit the like button. Yeah, I need about 50 likes.
Now, we've all tried.
Oh, no.
Right? Yeah. Juice cleanses, cabbage soup, raw food.
Oh, hold on.
Lose a few pounds. 5G network.
For most businesses, hiring can take a long
Double
time.
tap.
Not for
Oh.
Susan, though. She uses ZipRecruiter.
What we know of, right?
Thing made us way cheaper. And yes, you keep your contact.
has a question for Tara Palmieri, for our guest.
Okay, now I just need 40.
Go ahead.
As far as Lisa Murkowski, has she said anything, made a statement about her connection with Maxwell?
Yeah, she sent it to me. I can read it to you. But basically, they sort of brushed it off as her only, attending one international conference, and I think that's that we know of, because there's another one in 2011 where we think that we see Ghislaine Maxwell there, but it's not, it's a back her head. But this is what we know of, right? So they said they met in passing at an international conference more than 10 years ago, never spent meaningful time together. There's no further connection between them, and to suggest others is simply false. Again, she continued to be on the speaking circuit with her husband up until 2018. And then she also said that the reason that she did not vote to release the Epstein files is because she wants to protect the victims' identities and personal information so that anyone involved in Epstein's legal operation is brought to justice, and most importantly, so the victims of his heinous crime receive the support they deserve. But as we know, these survivors have been very open about the fact that they want it out there.
Yeah, Tara, that's what I was going to say. I mean, you know, as a survivor of childhood abuse, I don't understand her logic. And you can redact information, right?
I think it's patronizing, honestly.
You do?
Yeah, because it's a talking point coming from Speaker Mike Johnson. He's like, don't worry, little girls, we're protecting you. It's like, they're like, we don't need to be protected. Why don't you just tell us the truth? What happened?
Right.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Sarah. My bad. How you doing, y'all? So, have the survivors indefinitely decided not to release their own list? Is that still a thing, or is it they're afraid of the lawsuits and threats and all of that?
Yeah, I think they're definitely afraid of the lawsuits and threats, for sure. I think they're trying
How could
to
they
get
be
that
sued by
to,
giving up the names of the people who
you know, the lawmakers say they're doing their own vetting before they release it. But, you know, this is some of the names are in the vaults, the FBI vaults. Like, you can see some of the names of the men who haven't been redacted from
they should have not taken the cookies.
Next month too. But yeah, I think that they feel like there's a target on their back. So
it was a target on the victim's back.
She's a survivor and she's on Capitol Hill.
It was a target on the victim's back.
The rest of the survivors I spoke to were terrified about that. And they're much more, you know, reluctant. They want to
God will work it out.
Them and their families. They do a lot.
I think everyone who was involved should be in prison, but they are hiding the names. Oh, the names are coming out.
It's a lot on the line, you know.
The names are coming out.
And it's a
Gentry.
It runs really deep, like it's insidious. There's a lot of reasons to want
to deeper than the. Our Gentry.
One of my questions, and hi Tara, hi Don. Per FAA, I would like to know who is keeping record of the flight logs, and is it just the Epstein aircraft that fly to that island, or were there several different airlines flying there?
It was private.
I want to know, can we get a concise record
private
of
jet.
The people that actually fly there instead of waiting for the government to release records?
Well, a lot of the records have been released. Two of the pilots released their records, and it was a part of the Ghislaine Maxwell case. It was really helpful, actually, in terms of indicting her and convicting her. So there are only two pilots that did that, but then there's a third pilot who really flew around most of the girls. His name was Larry Vasowski. I actually went to his house to try to see if he would give us the flight logs. I went there with Virginia Giuffre when she was still alive. And we knocked on his door and we called him and he hung up on her, unfortunately. But, you know, he claims that he gave the flight logs to the Epstein estate and that they have them. But for the most part, when you get to this island, you fly into St. Thomas, and then, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell liked to use her helicopter, her personal helicopter, to get the people over to the next island. And that was sort of their way of not having to keep track of things, keeping it super exclusive. And so I think, you know, and the hard thing is people are going to say, just because I was on the flight with them doesn't mean, you know, anything happened. But like, from what I've been told from these survivors, like some of the worst things that happened to them, the worst abuse happened up in the air.
And that's where, hold on, because that's where Trump knocked off Melania. for the first time in the air. And they also said that Epstein tapped her first. And then she was a pass along.
I think, and the hard thing is people are going to say, just because I was on the flight with them doesn't mean, anything happened. But like, from what I've been told from these survivors, like some of the worst things that happened to them, the worst abuse happened up in the air. And there were reasons for it too. It's hard to charge someone with a crime that happens up in the air, right? What jurisdiction is that? And I remember when Virginia Giuffre and I drove past the Palm Beach airport, and her body just like recoiled at the memories she had from being abused up in the air in this plane. It's really horrible, honestly. It just this. I wish that pilot would come forward. I wish that the chef, Adam Perry Lang, who is literally all over the flight logs, either APL or AL. He was the private chef. He's now a celebrity chef. He has a restaurant in West Hollywood, or at least he did for a while. I wish he would come forward and talk. He would be a very useful witness. He's been celebrated. I mean, celebrated.
Celebrated.
And he was like, oh, I worked for a famous, he was like, I had a wealthy client who owned a ranch, and that's where I learned how to barbecue. He didn't say Zorro Ranch, where, Jeffrey Epstein was talking about breeding people.
Oh my gosh.
That was a person that would be very useful as a witness.
Tara, it seems to me, thank you for doing this, Tara. It seems to me, though, that this place is a lot more remote than I had thought it would be. I thought it would be like, his private jet lands there on where he is, but you've got to take helicopters. So once you're there, you're stuck until they're ready for you to go.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like these are people that could also get a boat. These are really.
No, I meant the young ladies.
Oh wow, y'all listen, Fox is tripping. Oh my God. They have just posted an exclusive. Deranged leftist assaulted Trump official in a bathroom at the United Nations. Y'all listen, right as these names are coming out. Can y'all believe that? I'm not going. 42 minutes ago. All this mess is coming from Fox. Yeah. Right as these names are coming out, though, y'all. Stay woke. Let's go.
Swim away, Sarah Ransom, and almost died. I don't know if you can see from the water. It's pretty rough, and she tried to swim away and she almost died. Yeah, it's horrible. But then also
helicopters. So once you're there, you're stuck until they're ready for you.
I need 40 likes. Come on, everybody. Can I get 40 likes?
People that could also get a boat. These are really.
I meant the young ladies.
Oh yeah, one of them actually tried to swim away, Sarah Ransom, and
almost
died. I don't know if you can see from the water. It's pretty rough, and she tried to swim away and she almost died. Yeah, it's horrible. But then also the cycle of abuse that Jeffrey Epstein was extremely manipulative to these girls. A lot of them were foreign. They had no connections. He's holding on to their passports. It's just that's why they say there's
if y'all remember, some of these little stunts was brought up in Diddy's trial. He held somebody's passport. Remember the girl that was trying to get away? I'm not sure. These stories just sound so repeated. Are y'all still with me? Am I buffing? I'm not paying attention. Yeah, because one of the girls who was passed around that helped Cassie I think it was Mia who didn't want to give her name, but she didn't go off into those details. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna pause for a minute because I don't know if I'm buffing. Last week, Fox called for executing all mentally ill. Oh my God, these people are just crazy. Yeah, give me a 1 if y'all can still hear me. Let me put it online. Okay.
It's like that we know of.
Yeah. Well, Tara.
Hi, Clinton.
The
Hey, all
water
sucky
is pretty
sucky.
rough. And
So somebody tried to get away.
Yeah, she tried to swim away and she almost died. Yeah, it's horrible. But then, like, also the cycle of abuse that, you know, Jeffrey Epstein was extremely manipulative to these girls. A lot of them were foreign. They had no connections. He's holding on to their passports. It's just, you know, that's why they say there's 1,000 victims, like, that we know of.
Yeah. Well, Tara's, it's called The Red Letter. You can read about it. That's her Substack. And then there's a Tara Palmieri show here on YouTube. Make sure you follow her and subscribe. I told you, I think she's the journalist that knows the most about this. And look, everything that you ask Legends and, you know, what about the pilot? What about this? She's like, I went to the pilot's house. That's how you get reporting done, Tara. And then so check out her reporting on Lisa Murkowski and her ties to Ghislaine Maxwell and Lisa Murkowski's husband. Why Lisa Murkowski voted against releasing the full Epstein files. Tara has it in her reporting, at least her response. Tara, thank you. We appreciate you joining us. Every time you're here, you have great information. Keep going. I'm so proud of you. I love watching your show, and I love reading your newsletter.
Thank you so much, John, and safe travels back to DC. It's always great to see you on the road.
Back to New York.
And, back to New York from DC and being swarmed. Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate your appreciate you having me on. Bye.
Bye. Okay, that's Tara Palmieri, everyone. We also have some new information to tell you about.
Let's
I'm
listen.
going to talk to the Legends and see what they have to say about this story, and then we're going to get to the Jimmy Kimmel of it all, the First Amendment of it all, the trying to...
Yeah, Next Star got him back on.
Anybody else have any questions? Don't these guys being in there. Be careful that we don't want to incriminate anyone because just because their name's in there doesn't mean anything. However, it's not good just to be associated with it. What say you? Maureen, you want to weigh in? Unmute.
I ran for the Attorney General to uphold the law, to uphold our Constitution, and protect New Yorkers from harm. And that's exactly what I have done. I've taken on powerful corporations and powerful politicians, even the President of the United States himself. But here's the truth. I don't have billionaires behind me. Never have and probably never will. I have you, each and every one of you who believe in our fragile democracy and believe in fighting for it and protecting our values as a nation. So please, chip in whatever you can. I greatly appreciate it. And together, my friends, we will hold true to our values and we will continue to stand up for what is right. Tish.
Right now, when you download the Hardee's app and join My Rewards, say good morning to 20% off any breakfast order of $10 or more. Wake up to the fluffy omelet biscuit or a home-style loaded burrito and save. That's goodness in Hardee's country.
I want to weigh in, and I'm sorry, Don. What is about the Epstein?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Oh, so many things. I feel like it'd be wonderful to have it released, of course. I think Trump is right in the middle of it all.
What did you think, Maureen, when you saw that Bannon, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk's names are in there?
Oh, I'm not surprised.
You know?
No, not surprised. We don't know for sure, right, if they were involved, but it sounds pretty suspicious. And those poor young girls and Steve Bannon, that's all I could think about. The whole thing is yucky. I mean, it's just awful. And they're little girls. And they're the ones who need to get justice right now. Certainly we want more about the names, but I think about those young women. And I want justice for them, definitely.
Legends, I was thinking about it too when she was telling me about, Ghislaine Maxwell and her private helicopter. I mean, if you were there, you were stuck. If you didn't, couldn't get a boat if you weren't a wealthy person. Anybody else? Show of hands. If are surprised to see their names in these files.
You kind of broke up there, Don. Oh, we lost Don.
Nobody's surprised. I did have one question though while we get Don back. Is Lisa Murkowski the woman that was like, oh, I'm scared, like on stage at a town hall?
Yes, she's the same one.
That's the one.
That's her.
Yeah, so I don't getting anything out of her when she has been very clear that she's a punk ass bitch anyway. So
For me, it's a character thing.
Go for it. Okay.
No, I'm sorry, man. No, I was just gonna say it's a character thing. It's like whether you did anything or not, you were befriending this person or trying to negotiate our business dealings, knowing everything that happened. So yeah, you may not have been involved in victimizing anybody, but you're in your character. You would want to have dealings with someone like that.
Yeah.
And I say the same thing about Bill.
Hey, I'm gonna have to pause for a minute. I need 35 likes real quick, fast in a hurry. 35 likes. I'm having to set it up where I have to hold it. And if I have to hold it, I gotta get my likes up. Hi, Sandra. Likes in jail. What do you mean? What do you mean likes in jail? Nice VPNs. What are you saying? Are you, are you, do I need to report you as a stalker? Do I need to report you, Sandra, as a stalker? Are you a stalker? Yeah, I need to get the likes up so we can go forward. I need 35 likes. Double tap your screen. Oh, okay, so you ignorant. Okay. I figured as much. That's why I went on ahead and reported you. I figured as much. I was waiting. Yeah. I was waiting. Let me see. Y'all, come on. Get the likes up. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, I'm so glad they can still trace back these troll pages. Reporter, harassment and stalking, as well as bullying. Okay. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna, what else I had to talk about up here in the title. If I can't get these likes up, hey, Vicky, if I can't get the likes up, I'm gonna end it. I've already advised y'all of this. I
Are
can't.
surprised to see their names in these files.
Bueller.
You kind of broke up there, Don. Oh, we lost Don.
They're in there.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
You know.
No, not surprised. We don't know for sure, right, if they were involved, but it sounds pretty suspicious. And those poor young girls and Steve Bannon, that's all I could think about.
Steve Bannon. Oh, yeah, my God.
And they're little girls. And they're the ones who need to get justice right now. Certainly we wanted to report about the names, but I think about those young women. And I want justice for them, definitely.
Absolutely.
I was thinking about it too when she was telling me about, Ghislaine Maxwell and her private helicopter. I mean, if you were there, you were stuck. If you didn't, couldn't get a boat if you weren't a wealthy person. Anybody else? Show of hands.
Couldn't even leave. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Are surprised to see their names in these files.
No one?
Bueller.
You kind of broke up there, Don. Oh, we lost Don.
Nobody's surprised. I did have one question though while we get Don back. Is Lisa Murkowski the woman that was like, oh, I'm scared, like on stage at a town hall?
Yes, she's the same one.
That's the one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I don't expect getting anything out of her when she has been very clear that she's a punk ass bitch anyway. So
it's a character thing. Like
it's character.
Go for it. Okay. No, I'm sorry, man. No, I was just gonna say it's a character thing. It's like whether you did anything or not, you were befriending this person or trying to negotiate our business dealings, knowing everything that happened.
I agree. So, I couldn't do business with you.
You might have been involved in victimizing anybody, but I question your character.
Right. I could not do business with you. Like I mean, would y'all trust y'all kids or grandkids or?
We all know he is a womanizer and a philanderer, and if he's in there, he needs to get what's coming to him. They keep using that as an excuse, why they wanted it before, but now that we know who's in there, they don't want it. So anyway, whoever Democrats are in there, you deserve what you're getting.
Right.
That's my opinion.
I agree. I totally agree.
That's kind of harsh.
Yeah.
The scum is kind of harsh, Jen.
I agree. I don't care who's in there.
Said what she said. Go ahead. It was Bob.
This has always been a follow the money situation. So all we've had to do all along is just follow the money.
Talk to me more about that.
Well, everybody that's been named so far has had quite a bit of financial gain in it.
Right. But they were a part of manipulating.
You look at Trump money. You look at Clinton money. Everybody's got money. I mean, so it's we haven't seen the end of the list yet.
And don't leave out Diddy and our.
Let's
it's all
go.
Part of the same thing.
It's almost exact.
Thank you. It is absolutely almost the exact. Totally agree.
They needed a new location.
But we have to remember T-Sippers. We found when Trump was interviewing Diddy. Remember? Do y'all remember? When we found that video recording long time ago when he was saying I met the guy, he seemed to be pretty nice, but I don't know him. And then we found the whole video and he's sitting there double checking and Diddy kind of putting himself in front of Trump. You know, Trump wasn't even the president then. Do y'all remember that? That was a interviewing to allow him to come up under that pyramid. So absolutely, don't forget Diddy.
Been named so far has had quite a bit.
You missed that, Clinton? Did you miss that? You wasn't around then? Were you not around? Do I need to go into my archives? Y'all, do I need to go into the archives? Do I need to go into the infamous archives? Hold on. Oh, okay. Everybody remember. Get my lights up. I'll go into the archives. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
And
it was a narcissistic interview. Diddy had just got out of trouble.
Money. I mean, so it's we haven't seen the end of the list yet.
And don't leave out Diddy and R. Kelly. It's all part of the same thing.
It's almost exact. So
Yeah.
it's true.
Well, they needed a new location to go to. They needed somebody that was secretive and a woman to hide them. And we don't know what's happening on that island.
And that's KK. KK is Ghislaine Maxwell.
Stan is here with us. I don't know if you guys can still hear me. Stan, hello, welcome.
Hello,
Stan, I love the speakers. Those speakers look serious. It must sound so good when you play that Prince music.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Oh, Prince!
Who else is new with us today?
See my tattoo?
Hi, who's that?
I'm new, Sosa.
Hi, Sosa. How are you? Thanks for joining.
I'm okay. I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing very well. So, what do you think of these Epstein files and more names being released?
I think it's horrible, especially being someone who was sexually abused in the military. I am a veteran, a disabled veteran. So it's not surprising to me that the government would do anything in their power to hide anything. They're going to hide their tracks until the very end. And there's nothing that we can do unless, things get, to another way, unfortunately, because people's going to pick money over lives, and that sucks.
Oh, wow.
Basic behind.
She was in the military and abused?
Our waterproof laminate.
Pick money over lives, and that sucks.
Yeah, Sosa and Stan, thank you for being so candid. Thank you. And Lemonheads, can you welcome them, please?
Yes. Welcome, Sosa, and
Legends, can you welcome
AunTeaFee, not the
I know
sidetrack.
you guys are ready.
Is this rumbling about Ray J?
Right? We have some
Versus, what are you talking about? I've not mentioned that, Clinton. Don't come in here bringing it. No sides.
Breaking news on Jimmy Kimmel.
I'm not fooling with that.
And some are
Unless it's tied to this stuff. Hold on.
Support comes from Ali.
Unless it's tied to this.
You guys know that. So
I'm not going there with that. Let's hear this guy.
An Abbott Elementary, but I'm gonna have to suffer because I'm not gonna go back because they need to learn, they being corporate media, that they can't take people for granted and they can't take the First Amendment for granted. Because if we didn't do anything, I believe, and allowed them to take Jimmy off,
Predo Pam.
I mean, we're already in authoritarian.
Be about them facts. How you doing? How we doing tonight? Listen. Pedo Pimp. This is. Get my lights up. Donald Trump. Pimp. And look at him. He in a serious conversation. Got his hand all on his face. Who you talking to? Huh? Who you talking to, Trump? Oh my goodness. Let's see. Yeah, who could it be? Shirley. Got your water out here. You got your red tie on. You look young. Your eyebrows still dark and stuff. Who you over here having a deep conversation with? Tell us. No one has hit the like button?
Puff Daddy, I'm an entertainer. Puff Daddy? No matter what time of day, whether you like it or not. I'll go all day, all night. Wait, you go all day, all night? All day, all night? What type of, what? Is this one of these freak outs? Are you finna have a freak out with the people? What? I thought y'all didn't know each other.
Give it to me, let me give it
What
to
we
you.
doing here? Are y'all having a one-on-one? Huh? Is this what your Bonds was talking about? You and Trump will be having 4 and 5 hour conversations and shit, and then nobody know what y'all was like. What is going on up in here? Diddy and Trump sitting down having a conversation.
Woo, all night long. Get my likes up. Let's get back over here. Get all night long. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, my archives are hell. Okay? Let me get on to the other stuff because I'm finna get ready to go. I said double tap the screen. Get the likes up. Double tap the screen on your phone or hit the 3 buttons at the top. What time? Okay, hold on. Okay.
Connect with a financial advisor in person or online.
I can't believe the judge.
It is that same date, November 27, 2017.
Okay.
And all of the drama that's been happening today concerning the indictment of James Comey. This news might have slipped past you, but I wanted
I can't
to make
believe
sure
the judge is considering tossing Puff
we
his
are committed
conviction.
to transparency to the American people
If
here
it was
at the
you.
Katie Fang News Channel, and this is new Epstein information that was just released by the House Oversight Committee Democrats. I want to underscore that is the Democrats on the House Oversight Committee that got these records from the Epstein estate and made sure that as they were reviewing it, that they got portions of it released so that we as Americans can see what is going on. So let's start with the press release that gives some line items about what's being turned over. Specifically, House Oversight has received a third tranche
Listen,
or
y'all,
a
hit
third
the
batch
like
of
on the top of the
documents
screen.
and materials from the Epstein estate. As you recall, House Oversight served a subpoena due
Damn, I missed
you have to
you,
produce
and you
documents.
fixing.
Now we know that deadline has come and gone.
Yeah,
At least the Epstein
I
estate
can't get no one to
continues
hit the like
supplement its
button.
production pursuant to that congressional subpoena. This third
I
batch
need 35 likes.
documents responsive to that August subpoena. And this is the following that was received. Phone message logs from 2002 to 2005, which were previously produced in litigation. So not new, but at least, responsive and compliant. Copies of flight logs and flight manifests for aircraft, including helicopters, that Mr.
These greedy
Epstein
people
owned,
just want to eat and not support
or
right.
used from 1990
Reflections.
to 2019. Copies of ledgers reflecting
That's
transactions recorded as cash transactions for Mr. Epstein and business entities. These documents were previously shown to the House committee staff in an in-camera review. Let's take a stop there. In-camera means behind closed doors, secret, right? And so these documents were produced and shown in a behind closed door, not for public eyes review to House Oversight Committee staff. And finally, Epstein's daily schedules between 2010 and 2019. Okay, so that's a long time, right, folks? I mean, the flight logs and flight manifests are for almost 20 years. Is my math off? Almost 30 years, excuse me. I apologize. My math was a little bit off. 29 years. And then the daily schedules were for 9 years. So you can imagine they are combing through this information. But I am grateful for the Democrats at House Oversight, including people like Congressman Garcia, Robert Garcia, Congresswoman Summer Lee, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. They are making sure that we get this information. So let's look through some of it right now because this is important. So partial production that has been given to the American people, we're going to go through quickly here. One page shows Monday, November 27th, 2017, daily schedule for Jeffrey Epstein. 8 a.m. breakfast with Reed Weingarten. Reed Weingarten was one of Jeffrey Epstein's criminal defense attorneys. He represented Jeffrey Epstein, and in fact, he has expressed skepticism that his client, Jeffrey Epstein, hanged himself in that prison cell. So I wanted to explain to you who Reed Weingarten is. That same date, November 27, 2017, 12 o'clock lunch with Peter Thiel. The Peter Thiel. You know, J.D. Vance's bestie.
Mr. Crockett is going to have a field day with this.
Is hell-bent on helping Donald
She
Trump
sure is.
Vance and others take over this country. Well, yeah. So apparently he was having lunch with Jeffrey Epstein on November 27th, 2017. Now, there are heavy redactions throughout this production that has been given by House Oversight Dems. So we don't really know some of these specifics here, but it is interesting to see Peter Thiel's name. A couple years later, February 15th, 2019, there's some interesting things here.
It's coming out, y'all.
Names could be of victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Things like appointment for so-and-so with so-and-so, redacted, for x-rays, cleaning and to finish implant, and then a redaction to have her teeth cleaned at redacted office, and then redactions for a haircut, redaction. I mean, I'm telling you, I don't think this is Jeffrey Epstein getting his haircut at 5:30 and at 6 o'clock. I think this has to do with some of his victims. February 16th, 2019, 7 a.m. breakfast with whom? Steve Bannon. Oh, Steve Bannon. How you doing? What you guys talking about at 7 a.m. in the morning on February 16th, 2019?
Wow.
That would be the year that Jeffrey Epstein got indicted. And then 9 a.m. breakfast on 2019, February 16th with Reed Weingarten, again, his white-collar criminal defense attorney. Lots of redactions, including lunch with redaction at the House and others. Another document here, a schedule from 2014, December 5th. TBD, to be determined, tentative breakfast party. A breakfast party. I don't know how many of you get breakfast parties.
Oh, yeah, they can.
Breakfast party would be nice, not with Jeffrey Epstein. Tentative breakfast party with Bill Gates. Bill Gates invited Ron Barron and Josh Harris, awaiting reply. Now, look, I just went to Google. Ron Barron, founder of Barron Capital, Josh Harris, co-founder of Apollo Global Management. Could be different Ron Barrons and Josh Harrises. I just want to make sure that it's explicitly clear. I'm not saying that that's specifically those men, but those are the names that are here. Saturday, December 6, 2014, reminder. Elon Musk to island, December 6, parentheses. Is this still happening, question mark, and parentheses? Elon Musk to Epstein Island. Elon Musk, what you doing on Epstein Island? Other redactions of some names. Now, those are the schedules that have been released by House Oversight Dems so far. So here's what's interesting. We got 2 pages of the general ledger as of August 9th, 2019.
Ooh.
Looks like it came from QuickBooks or some type of accounting software. And it has
They smuggled him out of prison. Yep.
financial transactions. So it says check and has dates.
Reflections with
Rest of it's
Kimberly.
redacted. Name, memo, split.
I told y'all it was a list.
A lot of it's redacted. Oh, but guess what? May 16th. Massage Andrew. Massage, exercise, yoga. Check. Paid to somebody. And it has a couple of bank accounts that are identified. UBS in Banco Popular. So we have at least 2 financial institutions that are affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein's finances. Credit card,
And he's
credits,
still getting
checks,
paid.
etc. Petty cash. Now, if y'all are familiar with QuickBooks, you book certain transactions certain ways. And in this accounting software, the petty cash designation shows certain checks and payments and deposits. And then look, we got another one here. February 11th, Massage for Andrew, massage, exercise, yoga, and it had a code by which these things were booked in this accounting software. Again, it looks like it's QuickBooks, and this is page 16 of
Fake financial
356.
accounts.
So I'm glad to see that the Epstein estate is turning over financial records, because that'll help facilitate.
Yeah, because it's coming from the estate.
On these financial institutions to get all of the underlying source documents. And so what I want to explain is this. So all of this information that is being reflected in this accounting software had to come from what we call the source documents, like the bank statements themselves or the credit card statements themselves, right? So if you're investigating, you're going to want to have the source documents. You want to look at them yourself. You want to be able to look and see to whom and how and when and why and all that other good stuff. And the best source for that would be the banks themselves, the financial institutions themselves. So I'm glad to see that we actually have even more identifiers of financial institutions. And then lastly, we have a page from Hyperion Air Incorporated. It's a passenger manifest stated May 12th of 2000 from Teterboro to PBI, Palm Beach International, which is in West Palm Beach. It has 8 passengers listed. Now, something's a little unusual about this, and we'll get into that in a second. You have 2 pre-typed in names. So it's Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell as 1 and 2. There's redactions for passengers 3 and 7.
Can we see? Oh, okay. Prince Andrew. Bodyguard. Okay, let me. 30 likes, y'all. I'm gonna shut it down.
Palm Beach International, which is in West Palm Beach. It has 8 passengers listed. Now, something's a little unusual about this, and we'll get into that in a second. You have 2 pre-typed in names. So it's Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell as 1 and 2. There's redactions for passengers 3 and 7, and then handwritten in Adam Perry Lang, Prince Andrew, bodyguard, and 1 male. Now, Adam Perry Lang, I went to the internet because I didn't know who Adam Perry Lang is. And apparently Adam Perry Lang, according to the internet, is a classically trained French chef turned celebrated 1 male. Now, Adam Perry Lang, I went to the internet because I didn't know 1 and 2. There's redactions for passengers 3 and 7, and then handwritten in Adam Perry Lang, Prince Andrew, bodyguard, and
allegedly
1
the
male.
Queen of England,
Now,
American politician.
Adam Perry Lang, I went to the internet
Prime
because I
Minister
didn't know who Adam Perry Lang
did
is.
unthinkable things over
and
there.
apparently
Oh,
Adam
wow.
Perry Lang, according to the internet, is a classically
Prime
trained
Minister
French chef
of
turned
Israel.
celebrated American barbecue expert and pit master. I did not know that. And then Prince Andrew, obviously we know who Prince Andrew is. Now, the redacted names could be victims of Epstein, but clearly whose ever name was also passenger number 3 was also a pre-printed name of someone who maybe traveled so often with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell that their name was also a pre-typed out name versus handwritten. And you'll see it for yourself when you look at the documents themselves. I just want to underscore how important this is that we continue to get more and more information.
Absolutely.
It still doesn't explain why the DOJ under Pamela Jo Bondi can get an indictment against James Comey in
Come on.
less than 72 hours after Lindsay Halligan sworn in as the U.S. attorney. They can get this indictment against James Comey, even though everyone, including her predecessor, said there was nothing there.
I pulled out
But they
a
still
bottle
can't
of
release the
wine to
Epstein
listen to
files.
this nasty people.
Make it make sense because it
Shame on them. You right.
so the
Katie.
Epstein files continue to be an elusive production from the Department of Justice.
Other
We haven't
than
gotten
that,
additional
part
new
of
stuff from them.
the
At least the
national
Epstein estate
news.
understands the assignment. It's drip, 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 but at least they're releasing stuff and we're getting some more information,
She
including
said it's
things
drip,
like
drip,
Steve
drip.
Bannon and Peter Thiel, for example. I think we need to keep the pressure on, folks. Walk and chew gum. Let's talk about the James Comey stuff, but let's also talk about the Epstein files. Let's make sure that we keep the pressure on and that
Drip, drip,
Republicans
drip.
and Trump understand
Walk and
that
chew
we're
gum.
not gonna let go. We're gonna be relentless about getting all this information out. But check out the production. And again, thank you so much to the House Oversight.
She said walk.
For care.
Yeah, shout out to the Oversight Committee. I agree. I absolutely agree. Hold on. Shout out to them. Lord, we thank you for each step forward so that the truth may come out and the victims can get some justice. Amen. Yeah, you perverts. Hold on. You perverts. Hold on. Newly appointed Trump judge rules against Trump. Hold on. I'm going to need to check this.
New, fresh, trending.
Oh, that's the immigration. Hold on. Reveals about Comey indictment.
I'm joined now by...
Okay, I need that. And then, hold on. Trump's FBI plot debunked real quick. Yeah.
James.
Okay, I need that. Yeah. They set him up. Yeah, they set him up. He said, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I got something for you, little boy. Little mashed potato boy. Boy. Yeah, hold on, y'all. Little boy. I watched that one. Watch that. That one. Yeah, let's do the Washington Examiner.
The Oversight Committee published partial records from a third batch of files from Jeffrey Epstein's estate.
I need 25 likes.
Bank, flight, and phone logs of the disgraced financier. The 8,544 documents include mentions of possible contact between Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Steve Bannon, and Prince.
Hold on. Back that thing up. Shout out to the Washington Post. How many likes do you? I need 30 likes.
House Democrats on the Oversight Committee published partial records from a third batch of files from Jeffrey Epstein's estate that contained bank, flight, and phone logs of the disgraced financier. The 8,544 documents include
Ooh-wee. Oh, let's put up Elon. Bannon. Yeah, so who are you? Oh, that's Prince Andrew. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Nasty men. Nasty, nasty, dirty, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Let's go.
Records from a third batch of files from Jeffrey Epstein's estate that contained bank, flight, and phone logs of the disgraced financier. The 8,544 documents include mentions of possible contact between Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Steve Bannon, and Prince Andrew with Epstein. Epstein's schedule for December 6, 2014 reads, quote, reminder, Elon Musk to island December 6, parentheses,
if you notice every time Trump
February
is...
16th, 2019.
Oh, right. Oh, I know you had to take a cookie. So oh, Lord. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. I know you were funky. Oh, I know you smell like dry skin and dandruff with dirty tartar. Ugh. Ugh. Sour balls. And ugh. 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 I cannot imagine. And you just forcing yourself on these kids. You smell like an old fart. Stale. Stale. Funky hair. I can just, ugh. And I bet you tried to kiss on them. Oh my God. Oh my God. Sewage. Raw. Gutter. Third world. Oh, Lord. All of these are Trump partners.
With Steve Bannon. On November 27th, 2017, the schedule listed a 12 p.m. lunch with Thiel. Prince Andrew's name appears on a passenger manifest from May 12th, 2000. All four men have previously denied wrongdoing. House Oversight Democrats released parts of the documents ahead of the majority's full release expected at a later date. The batch of documents came after committee chair James Comer widened the investigation into Epstein. Trump, House GOP leadership, and the Justice Department have sought to...
This clown, before it's over, when it's over, y'all are going to be up before the same Supreme Court. You will never, ever be able to practice. You're going to lose your law license, and y'all both are going to be in jail, in prison. Yeah. Absolutely. And you are such a dumb disgrace. Just dumb, 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 da da dum, bum, bum, dumb, 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 dumb. Yes, absolutely. And he is just using you. And you've already been advised that people like you, yeah, Trump eats you up and throw you away. He done already threw you under the bus, and he sure done threw you up under the bus. He wrote a whole letter and note about you. It's just a matter of time. Dum dum. Dum dum da dum bum. Dum dum. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Files. Committee chair James Comer widened the investigation into Epstein. Trump, House GOP leadership, and the Justice Department have sought to move past the Epstein files.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. So don't be mad. Y'all look up and I'm gone. You'll look for me and I'll be gone. Ain't that a song Mama may have? God bless the child that God is on. Let me get my, hold on. I got my little sorbet. It's kind of melting. Let me get it. Hold on. Did I leave my spoon? What's next? What's next? Yeah, it's all over the place, ain't it? Mm-hmm. What did James say? Hold on. What a spoon.
Raskin, thanks for joining me. I'm psyched to be with you, Brian. So let's talk about a situation that Republicans are trying to stave off as much as they can, and that is this Epstein situation. We now have enough members of Congress who have signed on to the
yeah, they don't want to
with the newly elected
can y'all hear?
Democratic member in Arizona's 7th congressional district. So now that that's happened, can you walk us through next steps in terms of actually getting some transparency on this issue?
Yeah, the arrival of Ms. Grahova is a game changer for us because we now have the votes we need. The signatures we need to discharge the petition from the clutches of the leadership, which doesn't want us to be voting on that bill. There's overwhelming support in the country among Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everybody to release the Epstein files. And this was one little parcel of corruption that we thought Trump and the Republicans would side with us on in terms of exposing the corruption to the world and having some transparency. But of course, after Trump had 1,000 FBI agents working round the clock to go through all the files and the videos and the pictures, and they came back with apparently lots of appearances of Donald Trump, and they decided to sweep the whole thing under the rug.
A lot of appearances of Donald Trump. Y'all hear that?
Maintain the discharge.
Lots.
We're going to be all right in terms of forcing the bill onto the floor and getting a vote where it will pass overwhelmingly, and then it will go to the Senate. But the Republicans are talking about changing the rules.
And so what would that look like? If
changing the rules.
They could try to increase the number of signatures you need to go from a majority to some kind of supermajority. They might bury it in further procedural complexity and convolutions. Who knows what they might do? But we've seen them do this kind of thing before. And we just have to make clear to the public what's going on. This is a cover-up. this is a complete cover-up when Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and Donald Trump were campaigning on release of Epstein files and revving up the mega base on this. They were saying that they would, blow the cover on this international child sex trafficking ring, and now that it's clear that Donald Trump is, if not directly implicated, at least somebody who knew about a lot that was going on, they just want to sweep the whole thing under the rug.
When you talk to your Republican colleagues, and I'm not talking about Thomas Massie because he's been consistent on this issue, but is there some, at best, discomfort from these people who recognize that they're putting all of their credibility, staking their reputations on this new cover-up, where they just basically try and prevent any transparency on the
So
file?
Congress to them was never about the people.
Is there anything that pushes them away from this steadfast inability to move away from this issue in deference to Trump?
Well, I mean, let's give credit where credit's due. We've got Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yes, that Marjorie Taylor Greene. We've got Nancy Mace, at least for now. We have Lauren Boebert, and we have Massie, all of whom have sided with all the Democrats in saying, release the files. Kash Patel said it himself going on podcasts. This is totally within the control of the FBI director. Don't give us any nonsense about old cases that had to do with Epstein and Maxwell and a grand jury hearing and a few dozen pages there. That's an absolute distraction and deflection from the more than 100,000 pages worth
Remember
of
those Epstein
materials that were collected directly by the DOJ and the FBI. They raided Epstein's home. So we can find out everybody who was involved in this. We know from 4 banks, including JP Morgan, that there were $1.5 billion worth of suspicious activity reports.
Y'all hear that?
This is at least $1.5 billion business operation. Don't tell me that was all for just one guy.
And is it possible that there are these transactions that might point to certain people who this administration
Why are you in my office? Our office? What do you need?
Is there any
Segway
way
e-scooter?
for Democrats in the
PS5?
minority to be able to compel some of that information, or does it solely rely on Mike Johnson and John Thune having enough of the spine to defy Donald Trump and actually get this stuff brought forward?
Well, we've been working with the survivors of the abuse, who've really been a motor force here, to bring out as much.
Do this kind of thing before, and we just have to make clear to the public what's going on. This is a cover-up. This is a complete cover-up when Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and Donald Trump were campaigning on release of the Epstein files and revving up the mega base on this. They were saying that they would, blow the cover on this international child sex trafficking ring. And now that it's clear that Donald Trump is, if not directly implicated, at least somebody who knew about a lot that was going on, they just want to sweep the whole thing under.
Now, they did say...
When you talk to your Republican colleague...
He did turn... remember... They saying he's an informant because he did tell on Epstein once Epstein threatened to reveal that he was embezzling.
And I'm not talking about Thomas Massie because he's been consistent on this issue.
Blow the cover on this international child sex trafficking ring. And now that it's clear that Donald Trump is, if not directly implicated, at least somebody who knew about a lot that was going on, they just want to sweep the whole thing under the rug.
When you talk to your Republican colleagues, and I'm not talking about Thomas Massie because he's been consistent on this issue.
Oh, y'all like Massie.
At best, discomfort from these people who recognize that they're putting all of their credibility, staking their reputations on this new cover-up where they just basically try and prevent any transparency on the files or accountability for the people that were involved? Is there anything that pushes them away from this steadfast inability to move away from this issue in deference to Trump?
Well, I mean, let's give credit where credit's due. We've got Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yes, that Marjorie Taylor Greene. We've got Nancy Mace, at least for now. We have Lauren Boebert, and we have Massie, all of whom have sided with all the Democrats in saying, release the files. Kash Patel said it himself going on podcasts. This is totally within the control of the FBI director. Don't give us any nonsense about old cases that had to do with Epstein and Maxwell and a grand jury hearing and a few dozen pages there. That's an absolute distraction and deflection from the more than 100,000 pages worth of materials that were collected directly by the DOJ and the FBI. They raided Epstein's home. So we can find out everybody who was involved in this. We know from 4 banks, including JP Morgan, that there were $1.5 billion worth of suspicious activity reports. That means this is at least $1.5 billion business operation. Don't tell me that was all for just one guy.
And is it possible, knowing that there are
human
transactions
trafficking
that might point to certain people who this administration and this Republican Congress are clearly trying to protect, is there any way for Democrats in the minority to be able to compel some of that information, or does it solely rely on Mike Johnson and John Thune having enough of a spine to defy Donald Trump and actually get this stuff brought forward?
Well, we've been working with the survivors of the abuse who've really been a motor force here to bring out as much information as possible so people know, but they also are joining us in the call to release the files. Ultimately, we're not going to be able to get the administration to release the files without a law compelling them to do that. That's why we've got our discharge petition. That's why we're fighting for a vote on the House floor, and then we'll be fighting for a vote in the Senate. And I would not want to be a member of the House or a senator of any party or any persuasion who votes against doing it. So I think once there's an actual vote, we're going to win.
Just to clarify, at the end of this process, though, the discharge petition will compel a vote on the House floor, which is something that Mike Johnson doesn't want to happen because he doesn't want anybody going on record for this thing. He wants this whole thing put to bed.
Because that's what Trump wants.
That's what Trump wants. It'll then send it to the Senate, where it'll put those senators in difficult positions of having to decide whether they want to protect a pedophile ring in deference to Trump, or actually vote their conscience and do the thing that they said during the campaign they wanted to do, which was get some transparency on the Epstein situation. But if both of those succeed, at the end of the line, this thing does have to get signed into law by Trump himself. So how are you thinking about that part of it?
Corruption operates on secrecy, and Donald Trump so far has been getting the Republican leadership to follow him in saying, there's nothing to see here, and we just want this whole thing to go away. It's too late. The cat is out of the bag. So Trump would be forced to decide whether or not to sign it. If he vetoes it, then we would be forced to take a vote to see whether we could get 2/3 in the House and Senate to override it. A pretty extraordinary thing for this matter, but it does go right to the heart of their operation, which is all about corruption. Most of it is money corruption, which is the pattern with authoritarian regimes, that people are in there to take bags of cash, like Homan allegedly.
Like Tom Homan literally did, yeah.
A bag of $50,000 in cash in return for steering government contracts once he got in. But Trump himself has made billions of dollars since January. But what's all that money for? Well,
since January.
People who are that corrupt and that sinister, it's not enough
since
to have
January, y'all.
To traffic in human flesh and exploit girls and engage in international child sex trafficking and so on. And it is part of that political operation to cover up that kind of crime too. Yeah. And so that's why this is important. It goes right to the MO of the Trump regime.
And one different instance that we have at play right now is the effort by Trump and his FCC, with the help of FCC Chair Brendan Carr, to quash any public dissent of this administration. So as far as the Kimmel situation is concerned, what oversight does Congress have in terms of hauling Brendan Carr in, given the overt violation of the First Amendment that we saw with this federal government trying to get Jimmy Kimmel canceled because they were upset that a comedian said mean things about Daddy Trump?
Yeah, I mean, this is just pure government censorship. I mean, you could see it very clearly in another country. If you had the president of the country ordering the commercial broadcast regulators to shut down a comedian who made fun of the president. And that's basically what just happened. And Brendan Carr, the chair of the FCC, who also was a critical actor in Project 2025, views himself as an instrument of political revenge and retaliation for the president, and openly browbeats and coerces his broadcast licensee regulated entities to do the political will of Donald Trump. So if Congress cared, that is, if the majority in Congress, if the narrow Republican majority cared, we would haul them in to talk about this outrageous violation of the First Amendment and freedom of speech. But the Republicans, again, are just proving themselves completely invertebrate and unprincipled and just going along with it, despite all of their increasingly fraudulent rhetoric about the First Amendment. They just don't believe in it. They only support defending the right of free speech for people who agree with them.
Right.
That's not free speech.
What was your reaction to seeing some of the old tweets that Brendan Carr had posted, kind of extolling the virtues of free speech and lamenting any push toward government censorship, only for him now to be the principal actor and actually trying to do something that's never happened in this country, which is legitimate government censorship, the issue that they planted their flags in purporting to detest?
But that's what it means to them. They defend free speech for right-wing speakers. That's it.
Yeah.
And, they want to open up a whole investigation and political onslaught against, George Soros and the left and the far left, AunTeaFee, whatever they're calling it today. And that obviously is an effort by them to use the power of government to silence and censor people who are their political opponents. Again, that's the opposite of free speech.
It was interesting that there is a very small faction of these Republicans who signed on to the Epstein effort that includes Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Thomas Massie, and Nancy Mace. And there's also a small faction of Republicans who decided to speak up as it relates to this Jimmy Kimmel situation. You've got Rand Paul and Ted Cruz, even Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. So strange bedfellows indeed, but bedfellows nonetheless. And so what was your reaction to seeing that this was an issue that is so unpopular as far as Trump is concerned, that he managed to unite Ted Cruz, Rand Paul, and the entire left?
Well, I'm glad that there are at least a handful of people left on the right who are willing to stand up for free speech across the board. I mean, imagine if Joe Biden's FCC chair was castigating particular news networks and saying, you've got to get rid of this person, you've got to get rid of that person, we can do it the hard way or we can do it the easy way, but you're going to have to do our will. I mean, that is totally what an authoritarian society looks like. It's just mobster talk. And increasingly, it feels like the Trump administration is turning us into a gangster state where they pardon the people who actually commit crimes, like nearly 1,600 people who violently assaulted police officers on January 6th and tried to overthrow the government. They put those people in power. Then they don't prosecute people who are their political friends, like Mayor Adams, people who are willing to go along with them. And then they antagonize, they demonize, they vilify, and then they try to investigate and prosecute people who haven't done anything wrong. And that's what's going on with, like, Comey. That's what's going on with Adam Schiff. That's what's going on with Letitia James and so on.
You taught constitutional law at American University for years prior to becoming a member of Congress. Watching the overt attacks on the Constitution that are taking place right now, how does this make you think about all of this? How does it make you think about the resilience of the Constitution? Do you have hope that we can see our way out of this, or do you, are you succumbing to the forces of what I think Trump wants, which is for people to feel despairing and hopeless?
Oh, no, I don't feel despairing and hopeless at all. I see people fighting back all over the country. I see people fighting back in the law firms against the attempt to censor and subdue subdue the law firms. I see people fighting back in the colleges and universities against the attempt to trample academic freedom and have Donald Trump control the universities. I see my constituents at the NIH fighting back against the effort to gut scientific research and to replace science with propaganda and disinformation. People are fighting back in every sector of society, but we are definitely in the fight of our lives, and we need everybody engaged and everybody involved. And it just won't do for people to sit back and trample academic freedom and have Donald Trump control the universities. I see my constituents at the NIH fighting back against the effort to cut scientific research
MAGA
to replace science with
black colleges
and disinformation. People are fighting back in every sector of society, but we are definitely in the fight of our lives, and we need everybody engaged and everybody involved.
Create chaos.
And it just won't do for people to sit back and say, you know, oh, I'll let the Democrats do it, or oh, you know, I'm down on the Democratic leadership. I'm not going to do anything. Everybody needs to be a leader in this moment. Everybody.
Absolutely.
As you kind of watch this process play out and head toward midterms, what should people know about the importance of making sure that Democrats have a House majority and, if possible, a Senate majority as a way to check this president?
Well, look, we are now up against this extreme gerrymandering that's begun in Texas, all power to Prop 50 and the people of California who are fighting back and not taking it lying down, but they've already moved on to Missouri. They're moving to Kansas to go after my friend Sharice Davids. They're talking about Ohio and Florida.
Wow.
We do whatever we can to stop that and to fight back. But ultimately, what we need is a huge popular movement to take back Congress, and we've got to take back the House of Representatives and cut this reign of terror in half. That's why I'm working with the Democracy Summer Project all over America to galvanize thousands of young people to spend next summer with us, the summer of 2026, in the fight of our lives, so that we are winning every swing seat in the country, and we surprise them by winning in even places where it feels like we've been gerrymandered into oblivion. We are going to be fighting everywhere to win back Congress.
Well, Congressman, I appreciate your help, and thanks for the fight.
Let's go. We got to be in this thing together. Yeah, I need 20 likes. 20 likes. It's 11 o'clock. I need 20 likes. Let's go. We in this together. Ouch. Y'all, I need 20 likes. Now I'm finna sit here and look at y'all crazy. Cause this thing won't sit up. I'm trying to hold it up. And y'all, what you crashing out for, JD Vance? Let me get to Comey. Let's go here.
James Comey, the former FBI director, indicted last night after a very convoluted process. We'll get into that because President Trump had literally admitted that he wanted to call the play and have this person indicted regardless of doubts and evidence problems within his own DOJ. Comey is now speaking out. When this news first broke about this within this hour last night, about 24 hours ago, we had just gotten the indictment, just gotten that news. We now have a statement from James Comey, which denies any wrongdoing. That indictment you see here is short in substance, in literal length, about a page and a half. And in the bottom there, it is short in signatures because this highly unusual, many say judicial process, lacks the most recent U.S. attorney who's been there since Trump started this year because that person was ousted, lacks the career prosecutors, just the lone signature of someone with no prosecutorial experience installed by Donald Trump, apparently, to get an indictment that no one else in his DOJ would sign. Now, it alleges that Comey knowingly made a materially false statement in congressional testimony and thus was trying to influence, obstruct, or impede what is Congress's power of inquiry. Now, the indictment is so thin, and sometimes indictments are sparse, but not usually this sparse when you're dealing with such a significant high-level former official, doesn't really get into the statements. But there is reporting that the government wants to go into basically whether or not Comey was truthful in referring to people who might have spoken out about what was going on inside the FBI and his views, basically authorizing a type statement or leak. The charges are rushed because the deadline was next week. The actual legal process of the arraignment for former Director Comey is October 9th. I reported this week that we are past the red line. That if you use the analogy of the boiling frog, when it comes to the rule of law, the frog has been boiled and it's dead. And we're now past the red line at a point where we are seeing how people deal with that. In the matter of unconstitutional attacks on free speech, we saw how big, powerful, rich executives might fold and then backtrack. We saw that this week. In the matter of the rule of law, we've seen how law firms and other individuals who literally take an oath, they're not just tax-paying citizens, they're members of the bar, how they have dealt with these efforts by Donald Trump to abuse power, to use the federal government to deny people legal services or make it harder with what are probably, some courts say, likely unconstitutional efforts to kneecap law firms based on their First Amendment and other legal rights who they associate with or represent. Trump's brazen efforts to do this have come with confession.
And he said he's by law and order.
Strange time, our
lying and deceit
ecosystem. Some people say, well, how bad can it be if he's saying it in public? But again, he has admitted to many things in public that he just wants you to accept. Whether or not a judge or jury ultimately accepts this case is one test. But it's not the only one, because there is a wider effort to abuse government power to not only go after people who have taken great risks or done public service or used their First Amendment rights to speak out against him. That is an issue that unites Jimmy Kimmel and James Comey this week in different ways, but government efforts to target that, Donald Trump doesn't deny that. They didn't deny that they were targeting Kimmel for what he said, and they don't deny they're targeting Comey for his, what they view as opposition to Trump, which is allowed in this country. You still are allowed to serve in the government and then criticize the government, or be a citizen and criticize the government.
Yeah, you take.
So there are big concerns here.
You take our taxpayers' money, we can say what we want to say.
More.
Now that Jim Comey has been indicted, who is the next person on your list in this retribution?
It's not a list, but I think there'll be others. I mean, they're corrupt. There'll be others. Look, that's my opinion.
There'll be others, and there'll be others. Opinion. The opinion of a politician has always been, and the law governs this, different than whether there are facts to bring a case, probable cause.
He don't want to be the only one with a record.
Beyond a reasonable doubt to convict someone, and prosecutors who take those standards seriously and don't just accept the calls, even from important politicians. James Comey, who knows a lot about this system, he is in that rare position of going from actually overseeing these kinds of cases, developing the evidence, meeting with DOJ, running the FBI, to being on the other side of the FBI that develops these kind of cases and the DOJ that prosecutes them. And he says he's innocent, and he understands in the wider context why this is a time to also address other Americans about the fear that this president would want anyone to have just for being American, for exercising your rights. So here was Mr. Comey's response.
We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. I'm not afraid.
He's saying he will not bow down to you, stinky man.
Exercising your rights. So here was Mr.
Stinky butt man.
We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. I'm not afraid, and I hope you're not either. I hope instead you are engaged. You are paying attention.
Yes, we are.
My heart is broken for the Department of Justice, but I have great confidence in the federal judicial system, and I'm innocent. So let's have a trial.
Let's go.
And keep the faith.
Keep the faith. Let's go.
Let's have a trial, which of course no single politician controls, even one trying to do all these power grabs. A trial, as we all know from civics textbooks or watching Law and Order, a trial involves other.
You right, Brian.
12 of your peers.
Money.
Comey sounds pretty confident.
Money tail.
Get this case dismissed before then, and they have some good arguments.
Whatever his name was.
What are called pretrial motions with regard to government misconduct and other things. But if they don't get it dismissed before then, he sounds pretty confident that 12 people, hearing all the evidence, will acquit him, and perhaps few more negatively, the government's case and the sordid path we got here on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is in this two-pager I mentioned? It's a thin set of charges. The grand jury reportedly rejected a requested third charge against Comey. There's a form that shows they declined this additional false statements charge, which is significant because, as you probably know from the ham sandwich saying, grand juries tend to accept reasonable or well-presented government arguments and move it along. In fact, grand juries are generally kind of under the view that this is not the end of the case, it's the beginning, and if somebody's innocent, they'll get their chance later, but they hear out the prosecutors. They're a tool of the prosecutors, and yet on 1 out of 3, they said no already. We also have reporting that only 14 of the 23 grand jurors signed off on these counts, meaning there was already unusually high dissent on the 2 counts that passed muster. Legal experts say this is a pretty unserious beginning to a case against a very serious, respected government veteran, that it could end in spectacular failure, and in a sign of how we should cover this and whether people should just give in to Trump's effort to misuse the process to make everyone sound like a defendant and be on defense, a warning that this is now what prosecutors do in dictatorships. As for the path I mentioned, the prosecutor who brought the case is formerly Donald Trump's personal defense lawyer. And she is lonely as a legal matter, the sole signatory on that indictment. Usually you have several, which shows the legal process of people, again, members of the bar, signing their name to something that they think is legally defensible. She doesn't have experience presenting to a grand jury. Usually of a matter of this import against an FBI veteran, you'd want a veteran to do it, but she marched in there alone apparently because no one else would do it, and senior prosecutors had already written what's called a declination memo ruling that there wasn't evidence to proceed on this case. Now, everything I've just told you is about why it's already this thin. But there's more.
There's more.
And the more is bad news for the Trump DOJ, which, make no mistake, is in crisis tonight. This is something that they did not want to do. This is something career prosecutors, why it wasn't brought as of last week. They got to hand that over, so we might see it. We might see moments that are described in emails or memoranda, descriptions of pressure being brought to bear, whether that's from the president or somewhere else. We might learn why, up to this week, Pam Bondi had not signed off on doing this, or whether she was informed, briefed, or agreed with the doubts about this very case. Remember, prosecutors have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt Comey intended to lie to the Senate committee. Not that there was a misstatement, but that this was his unlawful, corrupt intent that day. And this brings me to the more. If you say, okay, well, people must have misstatements before Congress, sure. But that criminal level is a high bar for a reason. It's an exclusive, rare group of people.
Do you have cracked or uneven concrete? The experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair.
Yeah, I need 20 lights.
But that criminal level is a high bar for a reason. It's an exclusive, rare group of people who have ever actually gotten in trouble criminally for lying to Congress, and usually, like Michael Cohen, when there were other charges involved. Those
he went to prison.
Average out, if you do a rough count, and it's give or take, but it's not a monthly or yearly thing. It's about 1 a decade, according to an obscure study that looked at this obscure charge. And then remember the other side of the ledger. Donald Trump has weaponized and incentivized going after these kind of opponents. In his view, he sees them as opponents for many years. He was in power for a whole first term. We already know that Comey and his deputy were audited, which was unusual from a financial side. We know that they were investigated. We know that they testified. Remember, Comey went before Congress in a way that some other officials have resisted or delayed. He went and spoke under oath. So they were cooperating, and then they're being investigated for that cooperation. And this has been reviewed many times. I'll get into that tonight as well. And that's just Comey. There is a wider list of individuals that Trump has identified as critics or foes, and some are indicted, upper left. Some were indicted, and the case already fell apart, the mayor. Upper middle, Comey.
Hold on.
Indicted yesterday in the case already on the ropes in a substantive and legal sense. Longtime conservative lower right John Bolton searched, which looks like they're developing a case against that former Trump appointee. And so this chart tells you a story, and it's the story we're covering at the end of a big week for America and the Constitution. And the story is, it's not about red and blue or left and right. It is about whether you agree
I disagree.
with the would-be autocrat politician or not.
The dictator. Okay, last one. Last one. Epstein cover of mega top 10 excuses busted. Hold on, y'all. Oh, wow. I wanted to. Did I see this?
Remember those Epstein files that don't
Next
exist?
to the last
Apparently,
one.
We just got another drop of Epstein files, and in it, unfortunately for Elon Musk, but he has been implicated in this latest drop of files, as well as Steve Bannon.
I wonder
and
if she's
Peter
going to
Thiel.
bring up
Unfortunately for them. Also,
Ellen.
unfortunately for us, the House Oversight Democrats were the ones who actually released this batch. And since Donald Trump and Kash Patel and all of them have now been saying that it's a Democrat hoax, it doesn't really help that Democrats have released this. And the only names they released are people that are affiliated with the right. So this doesn't really help the case. You know that Donald Trump is going to be saying, oh, look, it's just a hoax. Now maybe Elon Musk is even going to say it's just a hoax. It's a hoax because his name is on it.
Well,
Let's
Elon
go over what the House Oversight
knew
Democrats
his name
said in
was
their
on
press
it.
release. Oversight Democrats released third batch
You
of
right,
documents from
Airship,
Jeffrey
release
Epstein
it.
estate includes Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Steve Bannon, Prince Andrew. We already knew about Prince Andrew, but the
He's
other
settled.
names are interesting. It says today, Democrats on the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform released partial records from the third batch of documents. Partial records because they didn't want to release the ones with Democrats' names. That's fine.
I don't think
however
that
we
that
get
has
the
anything
files.
to do
So if the
with it.
Democrats just release all the Republicans' names and the Republicans release all the Democrats' names, fine. So be it. At least we'll get them. So they say they've got partial records from the third batch of documents produced by the Jeffrey Epstein estate, which includes phone message logs, copies of flight logs and manifests for aircrafts, copies of financial ledgers, and Epstein's daily schedule. The documents produced to the public include mentions of possible contact between Jeffrey Epstein and prominent figures like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Steve Bannon, and Prince Andrew. Further review of the documents, which were redacted to protect the identity of victims, is ongoing. Quote, it should be clear to every American that Jeffrey Epstein was friends with some of the most powerful and wealthiest men in the world. Every new document produced provides new information as we work to bring justice for the survivors and victims. Oversight Democrats will not stop until we identify everyone complicit in Epstein's heinous crimes. It's past time for Attorney General Bondi to release all the files now, said Oversight spokesperson Sarah Guerrero. They mean they're going to release everybody except for Democrats.
Yeah, but why would Bondi not release the Democrats? Lady, shut up. You don't make sense. She could release the files. They're asking her to release all the files, including Democrats. Why would she not release the Democrats? So what you're saying don't make sense. I can't stomach you.
Oversight Democrats will not stop until we identify everyone complicit in Epstein's heinous crimes. It's past time for Attorney General Bondi to release all the files.
They're asking for Bondi to release all the files. So shut up. I can't listen to you.
Oversight spokesperson.
I can't listen to you. If they're saying all the files, then that would include Democrats. So stop. Let's go here.
Drop whatever you're doing right now. The Wendy's $8 JBC meal deal is here. That's 2 junior bacon cheeseburgers.
They're not asking for partial.
So you better be on your
They're
way.
saying all the files.
The #1 deal for the #1 bacon cheeseburger, gotta be Wendy's.
clashes outside the ICE processing facility in Broadview today, where protesters confronted agents throughout this day.
And now village leaders in Broadview say they are getting frustrated with what's happening at the facility. The protests starting to pick up once again. Our cameras capturing some tense moments with agents chasing after at least one protester, an agent appearing to injure his leg in the process. We do have team coverage for you tonight, starting with Mayor Kawash, who is live in Broadview, where protests are expected to continue. Mayor.
Well, we've seen things kind of go on and off here all day long. It's been contentious the entire time between these DHS agents and the protesters. You saw that video from just about 30 minutes ago where they chased one of those protesters down the street. We don't know why exactly that happened. And now we're back here near the main entrance of this facility in Broadview, where they are planning for another demonstration here shortly. Right now, it has been peaceful, but throughout time today, we've seen pepper bullets, tear gas, rubber bullets, and these protesters say nothing will deter them as they try to send this message. Protesters and DHS agents continue to clash right outside the ICE processing facility in Broadview. This morning, a large crowd of protesters tried to stop a DHS vehicle from leaving the facility, chanting and surrounding the SUV as the driver kept going.
If they're gonna treat people on the outside like this, how are they treating people on the inside? Is it even worse than this?
That man was hit by one of the many pepper bullets that DHS guards fired off today in an attempt to push back the crowd from the facility. Many protesters have come here every day for the last couple weeks, as they say they won't let up until they get answers.
This is really what standing up for.
So that's what some of that fake stuff was yesterday.
Putting on uniforms.
Because they knew that it was going to get ugly.
Showed up here today in opposition of the protesters, saying they agree with the ICE operations in Chicago.
I haven't seen anyone standing up for ICE or the police force, and I certainly back
10 likes.
Supporting ICE. I think they're getting a bad rap by our governor and the mayor downtown in Chicago. I think these people are misguided. They talk about they're not getting due process, but as far as I know, a federal order by a judge signed for deportation is due process.
That's not due process.
Now, we've continued to see Broadview police trying to help out where they can without getting too involved, more so just making sure the crowd stays under control. Now, this has drawn a lot of ire from a lot of local officials, state elected officials. Governor Pritzker says he is demanding answers from the Trump administration on this, and we know that Illinois Senator Dick Durbin and a couple other local congressmen have demanded a visit with the ICE field officer to get some more answers on how long this operation will continue. We'll see what unfolds here with this next demonstration planned here in Broadview.
Oh, wow. What you said, it kind of felt like something was funny going on. Yep. Hold on. Yep. It was a stage. It was preparing us. And then we're gonna feel like it's justified because we just saw what happened yesterday. Yeah, it was mocked. No doubt.
Back in the States, back in Illinois, again, protesters once again escalating with law enforcement at the Broadview ICE facility right outside of Chicago today. And take a look here at some of the video that we were able to obtain. And you can just see once again clashes happening right outside of that facility. There are signs, abolish ICE, and so much more. And again, just the more of this escalation that we have been seeing.
Oh, I almost bought some of that. A bear.
Week we saw
bear mace.
Hours, a lot of aggression by the protesters.
That bear mace.
As law enforcement right outside of that facility. And for more of this, I want to go out now to Fox 32 Chicago's Casey Cronus. We talked last Friday, and now we're back at it again, Casey, with more on this developing situation.
A distraction. Yeah.
Broadview.
It didn't make
Hi, Mike,
sense.
that's right. And you know, things are much calmer this afternoon compared to last Friday afternoon. Tensions did escalate, as you mentioned, this morning with 2 people arrested outside of the ICE processing facility here in Broadview. I'll step out of the way so you can take a look at what is happening right now. There are probably only about 24 protesters out here. Honestly, there are more members of the media and security than there are demonstrators right now. Some of those protesters are near the fence that was put up earlier this week by ICE officials. But right now, no ICE agents outside on the roof.
They say Trump got that
Some of
rioting
are doing some shouting right now, but no real response
fence put up
reaction just yet from those ICE agents. Now, new this afternoon, Broadview Mayor Katrina Thompson released the letter that she sent to the DHS Field Office Director Russell Hott. In it, she wrote that this neighborhood is under siege and that the relentless deployment of tear gas, pepper spray, mace, and rubber bullets not only is harming residents, but also Broadview police officers and firefighters. She is demanding that the additional fencing come down. And this afternoon, again, things are calmer out here, but earlier tensions flared. One woman who was leaving messages tied with ribbon onto the fence explains.
Pepper bullets, the residue that comes up makes it incredibly difficult to breathe. Was coughing profusely, had to rinse my mouth. We had a nurse on site that saw me and made sure that I was okay. There was nothing provoked on our side.
Oh, wow.
As far as I know, the 3 of us were literally signing on the fence, and we were the direct targets of the shooting. We looked up at the ICE agent, who seemed very amused with himself for what he had just done.
Oh, wow.
Now, we have learned also this afternoon from the National Lawyers Guild of Chicago that between last Friday and this Friday, there have been 16 demonstrator arrests outside of this ICE facility. That includes those 2 people today. The lawyer I talked with said that most of those people are being released with citations and pending court dates. It's unclear what will happen with those court dates and if charges will come later. Mike?
And Casey, how would you compare it to last year at this time? You said earlier that there's more media members there now than there has been, but with the amount of protesters that there was last week compared to now, I mean, how much is it a difference right now?
I need y'all to double tap your screen. Double tap on your phone or hit the 3 dots at the top right corner.
You know, the numbers have...
You said earlier that there's more media members there now than there has been, but with the amount of protesters that there was last week compared to now, I mean, how much is it a difference right now?
You know, the numbers have significantly decreased at this hour compared to this hour last Friday. Again, there were much more people here earlier this morning, but after that tear gas was deployed, the crowd sort of dispersed. It really does blow through the air and it does burn the throat, the eyes, the nose. So that sent a lot of people home. Now, time will tell just how many people gather here this evening, because last Friday we saw a little bit of a lull midday, but things picked back up around 9 o'clock.
Casey Cronin, with Fox 32 in Chicago, we always appreciate the updates. Stay safe to you and your crew. We thank you again right here on Live Now from Fox. All right.
Okay, let me double check before I sign off. So I can't get no likes. Hold on. Let me see before I go.
Who's got a new shirt? Holy fuck. Holy shit.
Indy.
Federal immigration authorities are arresting and deporting a growing number of illegal immigrants in Indiana. This comes as the Trump administration cracks down on illegal border crossings. News 10's Ben Verbanek explains how many deportations are happening and what role local authorities are playing in the process.
Roughly 1,400 illegal immigrants in Indiana have either been arrested or deported.
Hold on, let's get to Indy. Oh, very low. Hold on. Very low. Very low. It's time to go. And you can't hit the likes.
Federal immigration authorities are arresting and deporting a growing number of illegal immigrants in Indiana. This comes as the Trump administration cracks down on illegal border crossings. News 10's Ben Verbanek explains how many deportations are happening and what role local authorities are playing.
So Chicago and Indiana, they right by each other.
Roughly 1,400 illegal immigrants in Indiana have either been arrested or deported since President Trump took office in January of this year. That number represents an 80% increase compared to the same time last year.
Governor Mike Braun said today that state agencies will now help detain undocumented immigrants. Our Marina Silva joins me in studio tonight to explain how this will work. Marina?
Well, as of today,
Yeah.
Indiana is formally
Yesterday was a setup.
federal immigration authorities to crack down on undocumented immigrants.
That's why it didn't make sense, Brian, that nobody in ICE was hit.
About expanded immigration.
And it went from 3 dead to 1, unalive to 1.
Agencies will help detain undocumented immigrants.
Indiana, a state known for farmland, family values, and quiet small towns. But beneath that calm, officials say a storm has been building. Rising concerns about undocumented migration, reports of criminal activity tied to hidden networks, and one urgent question: who is truly keeping communities safe? In operation, ICE agents joined state police across
The human traffickers.
Over several days, they arrested
Trump
more
friends.
than 1,400 people who were living in the U.S. without legal status. Among them, authorities note, were individuals with prior convictions for assault, drug trafficking, and identity fraud. This is not the border.
What about the human trafficking? Yeah. What about the people that are on the Epstein list? What about them as well?
This is the Midwest.
A lot of them are immigrants.
New front line in America's immigration debate. The message from Washington was direct. Federal law must be enforced everywhere. Not
7
just
likes.
Texas or Arizona. Indiana, with its factories, farms,
Indiana.
and close-knit towns, has become the proof
Targeting
For many
farms.
residents, relief mixes with unease. Can such large-scale actions bring long-term stability, or do they risk dividing communities even further? And will Indiana's model become the blueprint for the rest of the nation? Stay tuned as we break down the story, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to follow every chapter of this investigation. Dawn in Indianapolis. The hum of traffic is broken by flashing lights, vans pulling into quiet neighborhoods, and uniformed officers knocking on doors. For ICE, the message is deliberate. Immigration enforcement is no longer confined to border states. No state is a safe haven, one official said. Indiana, long viewed as calm and insulated, has now become proof that federal law applies as much in the Midwest as in Texas or Arizona. The centerpiece is Program 200.
But that guy yesterday was a detainee, but he was a legal citizen.
Trained and authorized to enforce federal immigration law. County sheriffs and jail wardens across Indiana are already moving to sign agreements. The process is clear. When someone is booked into a local jail, their information is checked. If they lack legal status, ICE is notified. Once their local charges are resolved, custody shifts directly to federal authorities. No gaps, no slipping through the cracks. Supporters say this coordination closes a long-standing loophole. Before, local police had limited power, and many individuals arrested for crimes were released before ICE could respond. Now, the handoff is seamless. It's about deterrence, one sheriff explained. If you break the law here and you're undocumented, there's no escape route. But critics raise hard questions. Where does local policing end and federal authority begin? Civil rights groups worry about blurred lines, warning that immigrant families may fear reporting crimes or cooperating with police. Could the same tools that target drug traffickers and repeat offenders also sweep up farm workers or long-term residents with no history of violence? For many Indiana families, however, the trade-off feels necessary. After years of hearing about cartel-linked crimes in distant states, the thought that similar networks could surface in their towns is deeply unsettling. Parents want safe schools. Shopkeepers want streets free of theft. Communities want stability. And the promise of 287 grams is that it brings the weight of both local and federal government together in one coordinated front. The scale is striking. In counties that already piloted the program, jail intakes flagged dozens
60% of the working class are living paycheck to paycheck. I agree.
Hundreds more could face federal custody by year's end. Whether one views this as overdue enforcement or government overreach, the impact on
and they have tapped into their savings
is undeniable.
Just to buy some decent groceries for their family.
A turning point where cooperation makes communities safer, or the beginning of a deeper divide, where trust between immigrant neighborhoods and law enforcement erodes. The answers may shape not only Indiana's future, but the national debate on immigration enforcement for years to come. Camp Atterbury, January 2025. Once a military installation south of Indianapolis, it now serves a different mission, holding immigration detainees. Inside the converted barracks, rows of cots line the walls, and federal officers process paperwork late into the night. For ICE, this new facility is a turning point. No longer must detainees be transported hundreds of miles to other states. Indiana now has the infrastructure to detain, review, and transfer cases directly from its own soil. The numbers are precise. Capacity for more than 1,000 individuals at a time, cutting down wait periods and giving ICE a firm foothold in the Midwest.
Oh, wow. Financing their groceries with credit cards.
Critics argue that using a former military sends the wrong message, as if civil immigration enforcement is being militarized. Human rights groups warn of psychological effects when families see fences, guards, and a base once tied to warfare now used for detention. Yet supporters counter with equal force. Isn't the presence of this facility proof that Indiana is no longer willing to be a weak link? They say it's not about militarization, it's about efficiency and law enforcement capacity. The visual of Camp Atterbury is not symbolic aggression, they argue, but symbolic order. Then, the headlines shift from facilities to people, and one case in particular crystallizes the debate. Wilson Chavez, a 27-year-old undocumented immigrant from Honduras, was arrested after a violent incident at a Candlewood Suites hotel in Indianapolis. Police allege he stabbed and killed a man during a late-night altercation in November 2024. For the community, the shock was immediate. A crime scene in a place families use for weekend getaways splashed across local news. For ICE, it became the case in point they referenced when defending the expansion of 287 partnerships and new detention infrastructure. If systems had flagged Chavez earlier,
thank you, Vicky.
Previous arrest for driving without a license, could the tragedy have been prevented? That question haunts public meetings and city council sessions across Indiana. Some leaders emphasize that every jurisdiction must have tools to identify and detain individuals before they commit further crimes. Others warn that treating every undocumented immigrant as a potential criminal risks, eroding trust in law enforcement, driving communities underground, and making neighborhoods less safe in the long run. The divide is sharp, yet the stakes are undeniable. Safety, trust, and
ice will melt.
Prevention and overreach. Camp Atterbury and the Chavez case together illustrate a new phase of immigration enforcement in Indiana, not only the expansion of capacity, but also the justification for its use. Supporters highlight deterrence. Opponents warn of stigmatization.
Thank you.
And
We
as
love
federal
you,
buses keep
AunTeaFee.
rolling
Thank
through
you.
Indiana highways,
Exclusive
one
News
question
TV.
remains. Will new walls,
Y'all show
high-profile
exclusive some
cases
love.
truly build security, or will
Hit
they
the
deepen
like,
fractures
support.
running
Go
through
check out
American
his channel.
communities? 1,400 arrests in just weeks, a number that forces the nation to pay attention. Behind the headlines is a deeper lesson. Immigration is not only a border issue, it is a national question, stretching into the heartland where families expected stability. Indiana has become a testing ground.
A
If
testing
upscaling
ground.
force laws here in the
A
Midwest,
testing
the same
ground.
model can spread to every corner of the United States.
Yesterday was a setup, y'all, in Dallas.
Public safety removes
Telling you.
those who commit crimes before they strike again. Law and order reminding the nation that immigration, like every other system, must follow legal process. Community trust assuring parents that police protect neighborhoods, not turn a blind eye. And national security ensuring that uncontrolled residency does not quietly reshape the fabric of
Trump
American
was put
society.
here only
These are
to
not
cause chaos. I
policies.
agree.
They are real stakes for towns,
Absolutely.
schools, and local economies. Indiana is now more than a state. It
The
is a
Great
symbol of
Divide.
America could go next. A victory, some argue, for those who believe in rules and safety.
Yeah,
Others
but
warning of how fragile trust can be.
yeah, this law and order, the president breaks the law though.
Is this the
How does that work?
the beginning of a deeper divide?
How does that work?
Immigration authorities are arresting and deporting a growing number of illegal immigrants in Indiana. This comes as the Trump
That's
administration.
the same one. Yeah, that's what we just watched. Hold on. Yeah. But he breaks the law. All hell breaks loose. Let me see. Cruelty is the goal. Yep. Make it so bad that they don't want to come to the U.S.
You guys need a warrant to come in here.
A surgical center. A surgical center. Oh my goodness. Where's your ID? Oh my God.
This is what the U.S. has become under fascism.
Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able this is reminding me of Tyree Nichols.
Wow, this is intimidating. Oh my God. They're literally taking someone and they're trying to, oh my God. I'm serious.
This is crazy, y'all.
Seriously up. Oh my God. Oh no, there are more people coming. Oh wow. No, they're lit.
Oh wow.
No, this just, I don't know what the going on.
Oh wow.
There are people getting in front of the cars. Oh my God, they're running over the people in the cars.
This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy.
Yeah, and the problem is they're trying to do it downtown on a crowded street. Oh wow. No, someone's gonna get hurt. There are at least 20 people in front of the car.
Can y'all believe this?
Someone's gonna get run over. Wow, someone's hanging off the car. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I can't show that, y'all. Oh.
God.
Oh. And then they swerving.
God, Jesus. Holy.
Oh wow.
No man, this is just. And the cops are there. I think the cops are the ones doing it.
The cops are the ones that's doing it.
God, I'll send it to you. Holy. Frightening times, right? What the we gotten ourselves
in the U.S.
That's a loaded question, isn't it?
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Get back to work. You need to leave. This is private property. Escort her up.
You need me to leave?
Yeah.
Why?
Escort her. Yeah.
Even big businesses like Walmart are allowing ICE agents to terrorize and assault their customers.
That mother home, man.
Oh, get up.
Back up! Back up! Back up!
No.
Back up!
Get up.
Back
No.
up! Back up!
Get up.
No!
Oh wow.
What you doing, dude?
What's property? I said back up. I said back up.
Put your hands on him. Wrong, dude.
Back up.
He's, y'all see what color he is?
Exactly. Shut the I was in the same spot.
Y'all see what color he is?
Pose your way.
Thank you. Text him.
Take it off.
You take it off.
So I can get shot by your and you, hey, you guys, let's go.
Y'all give me 4 likes. Oh my God.
Challenging you to fight?
Yeah. What did you write?
Like a animal, huh? Like a animal?
And then they carrying that man off.
You guys are
Bitch, mother. This is a Germany.
Oh wow.
That's the problem. These people, along with members of our federal government, want it to be like Nazi Germany. Case in point.
Yep. This is Trump, y'all.
Via the Minneapolis Star Tribune, combined with the agent's military-style camouflage, assault rifle, and black mask, some saw the patch as a menacing sign, perhaps indicative of an extremist ideology,
This
like
is
that of the
pissing me
violent
off
white
how they
supremacist
doing
groups
everyone.
that have co-opted
Yeah, and
images
you
of
know,
the North
if you don't live there, you have no idea it's going on like this.
Odinist. The piece continues. Experts who study extremism and contemporary uses of ancient Norse imagery say it's possible, since white supremacist groups often wear similar iconography to that seen on the ICE agent's shoulder. As with the Volknot, they say this type of Viking symbol is not definitionally associated with any specific ideology, and it's worn by people in military uniforms for many purposes in different regions of the world. Although it seems to fall in line with the spirit of these operations within their respective ideologies.
I want people who don't live in Los Angeles to hear what we are going through right now. I was just talking to my girlfriend, making plans for later tonight, and she said, oh, by the way, my neighbor got taken today by ICE. My neighbor got taken. He's lived here for 30 years, at least. She was like, at least 30 years. He has 4 grown children. They were all born here. He lives with his wife, who is disabled. She said, I don't know what she's gonna do. I literally don't know what his wife is gonna do. They took him and they put him on a plane to El Salvador.
Yep.
I can't describe what is happening in this
He's
city
sending them to places, raw places.
We are trying to raise money to give street vendors so they and their families can stay home. Do you know what that sounds like?
Wow.
Remember last year when I went to Amsterdam?
Wow.
To Anne Frank's apartment and looked at the fucking history. What is happening in the city right now? People, we are trying to raise money to give street vendors so they and their families can stay home. Do you know what that sounds like? Do you remember last year when I went to Amsterdam and went to Anne Frank's apartment and looked at the fucking history of that girl and her family hiding in their apartment? Now we are making families here hide. Children. Our community is being torn apart. The cruelty is staggering. It is not producing anything. It is not helping anything. You're not going to get a fucking job because of what they're doing here. Your life won't improve because of what they're doing here. When people are hiding in their apartments from the federal government, something has gone wrong.
Absolutely.
If you are a Christian and you are still supporting this, you've lost your mind.
I agree.
Brutality happening in Los Angeles right now.
And while all that is happening, sports still continues to remain silent, including the LA Galaxy. Thus, the Angel City Brigade, one of the Galaxy's largest fan groups, are ticked at their team not caring about what is happening in the very community they represent. From the LA Times, the majority of Galaxy fans are Latino, but the team has not issued any statements in support of fans, remaining as quiet as the Dodgers until the MLB team felt pressure and made a $1 million donation to benefit families impacted by the raids. Then fans walked out in protest.
Wow. Shout out to them for walking out in protest. Gotta stand for something.
And they have already done more than the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Los Angeles Lakers, and many other sports teams and athletes who continue to remain silent to protect their brand or the bag instead of speaking up for human rights. Hey, I appreciate you watching.
Hold on, y'all. Before I go, let me find this because I don't know, where did I?
YouTube.com.
I think I sent it to myself. Where they are secretly sending people, deporting them. Hold on, let me find it. Untraceable, untrackable. Oh, right here, hold on. Not Facebook. Oh, okay, hold on. Can I get 4 likes, please? Did I send it to myself? Hold on. Oh, here go one that got fired, they say. They say he got fired. Reckless ICE agent got relieved of duty today after a video of him being unprofessional went viral. The footage is recorded in 26 Federal Plaza in downtown New York. But I know I sent this to myself. Where is it? Okay, so let me go back down. Oh yeah, that John Paulson guy, he's one of them too, who's on the list. But he came out another time, John Paulson, billionaire, on the Epstein list. He is a major donor to GOP. He bankrolled the campaign of felons and Speaker Moses Johnson. Yeah, he one of them too. Hold on. Yep, he's on the list too. So, as old guy said earlier today, follow the money. Yeah. I know I sent it to my... Okay, right here. Come on. Yeah, right here. Yes, hold on. So it says, flight vanished from tracking as ICE secretly deport people to danger war zones in countries where their lives are at risk. You understand? It vanishes from tracking. So they don't know where they're going. They just are being dropped off. In war zones and countries where their lives are at risk. What do you mean? Vanish from tracking. Stop kidnapping our neighbors. Says recent report shows that 2 military flights deported people to Africa while hiding their location from public flight database. One of these flights carried 14 Nigerians and Gambian nations to a prison camp in Ghana, according to a lawsuit. Y'all see that? This is your president. Stop kidnapping our neighbors. The men sent to Ghana were loaded onto a cargo jet in the middle of the night with no notice of where they were going. They had all been granted protection from removal to their countries of origin due to fear of persecution, and yet denied access legal counsel. So they just grab them in the middle of the night so they won't have to go through the courts and the system of being rejected, being told they're not supposed to leave. So they just take them in the middle of the night. Yeah, that's not the country that we live in. And shame on you. God bless your heart. I hope they don't mistake you for one. Stu, I hope they don't mistake you for an immigrant. You probably are, just like Trump, your cult leader. He's an immigrant as well. Yeah, you know nothing about humanity. That's why you drinking the Kool-Aid. You believe the hype. That Kool-Aid gonna get you though. That Kool-Aid gonna get you or somebody in your family. Cause your president is a descendant of an immigrant on both sides. So don't be a hypocrite. The flight details are then unclear because the military flight took off without regards of standard. Yeah. They doing illegal stuff. Y'all see this mess? Yeah, but remember, what goes around comes around. What goes around comes around. And don't protest when it comes around and slap you right dead in your face. You reap what you sow. You reap what you sow. He is a descendant of immigrants. His whole family, his kids, his grandkids, all of his wives and everything. Yeah, we got to be careful. You are snared by the words of your mouth. You are taken by the words of thy mouth. Yeah. So remember the words that you say, Stu. Yeah. Yeah, remember the words that you say. This man right here is a descendant of immigrants. Yeah. They need to send him back to Scotland and Poland, on Germany, wherever his folks is from. He need to go back. He's done it in secret without regards of human life or safety. That's not American. That's not what we represent. That is not who we are. But he is an enemy of the state. He is not for the people. That's why he had old Charlie taken out. That's why he gave the green light. That's why he turned on Epstein. He turned on his buddy. Yeah, he is not loyal to nothing or nobody. So you be careful, Stu, before he turn on you. You gotta be careful. Okay, yeah, hold on. Let me see what else I got before I go. Yeah, he popped out just to show the hate in his heart. Y'all see how the devil do? Hateful. That is not American. I don't know where you from, but get on away from here. Get your evilness on away from here. What does it say? Get thee behind me, Satan. Yeah. Yeah, get on behind me. Hold on. It's gonna rain on your head. What else I got pinned before I go? Y'all saw the devil just pop out with that foolishness? Yeah, get on. Woo, Lord. Hold on, where did it go? It just disappeared. Oh, there, the kid just came right on back. Hold on. Hold on.
He's so stupid. Look at the lane. He's so stupid. look at the land. He's so stupid.
And these people worship this man like he God. Hold on. Like he God.
I mean, look at the land.
Deport yourself. He's saying deport yourself. It's stupid. Here go another one. Good one.
Everyone has seen this painting. Okay, so this is a painting that was in Jeffrey Epstein's $70 million apartment. It's on sale right now for $70 million in Manhattan. Common misconception with this painting is that Bill Clinton is wearing Hillary Clinton's dress from some event. Not accurate.
Oh, it's
He's
Lewinsky's
wearing
dress.
Monica Lewinsky's dress that he jizzed on, and she kept the stain that was that's how he got caught, right?
No.
So this painting obviously is indicating that Jeffrey Epstein has compromising information on Bill Clinton.
Brian said, yeah, be careful.
Massage from one of the
shit stain. Your day is coming.
What I found out about today is that there was another painting in there. I cannot believe I never knew this, but it's this.
Shit stain.
Bush with 2 knocked down Jenga buildings
And 2 planes.
and 2 paper airplanes. Crazy.
Yeah, he
and that was in Epstein's
he
house.
knew that the tower was coming down before it was hit.
Has seen this painting. Okay, so this is a painting that was in Jeffrey Epstein's $70 million apartment. It's on sale right now for $70 million in Manhattan. Common misconception with this painting is that Bill Clinton is wearing Hillary Clinton's dress from some event. Not accurate.
Oh, it's
He's wearing
Lewinsky's dress.
Monica Lewinsky's dress that he jizzed on, and she kept the stain that was that's how he got caught, right?
No.
So this painting obviously is indicating that Jeffrey Epstein has compromising information on Bill Clinton. Yesterday, a picture of Bill Clinton getting a massage from one of the victims came out. That said, what I found out about today is that there was another painting in there. I cannot believe I never knew this, but it's this. George Bush with 2 knocked down Jenga buildings
And 2 planes.
and 2 paper airplanes. How crazy is that, dude? And that was in Epstein's house.
Making fun of that. Release them.
Everyone has seen this painting.
Release them. So they just making fun all in our face.
$70 million apartment. It's on sale right now for $70 million in Manhattan. Common misconception with this painting is that Bill Clinton is wearing Hillary Clinton's dress from some event. Not accurate.
Oh, it's
His mistress.
Monica Lewinsky's dress that he jizzed on, and she kept the was that's how he got.
Oh, I told you I had some good stuff over here. Hold on. Before I go. Okay, hold on. Little history.
Adolf Hitler's father was Alois Schicklgruber, the bastard child of Maria Schicklgruber, who changed his name to Hitler to hide the fact that he was an illegitimate child. Many historians have claimed that Maria was impregnated by Baron Rothschild when she worked for him. The Rothschilds have been known to breed thousands of illegitimate children under different names to serve the family's agenda. And their name isn't really Rothschild. In the late 18th century, Mayor Amschel Bauer was the private banker for the black nobility through the House of Hesse and changed the family name just before expanding the family business. Rothschild means Red Shield, which was their company logo, a 6-pointed star, which has become known as the Star of David. This was not a Jewish symbol. It was introduced by the Rothschilds, who later funded the Zionists. And in 1948, Rothschild influence compelled the state of Israel to adopt the hexagram as their national symbol. In the late 1800s, Cecil Rhodes set up a secret society to preserve the expansion of the British
Israel is in the Epstein files.
Main focus from 1920 to 1938
The foreign
was
leaders.
to maintain the balance of power in Europe by building up Germany and pitting them against France and Russia. They discussed creating a situation that would compel Germany to start a Second World War. During this time, the
Where's Trump
from the
from?
Treaty of Versailles,
Where's Daddy and from?
in Germany. Adolf Hitler's father was
Where
Alois Schicklgruber,
where is
the bastard
Trump
child of Maria
Daddy's
Schicklgruber,
side from?
who changed his name to Hitler to hide the fact that he was an illegitimate child.
Germany.
Historians have claimed that Maria was impregnated by Baron Rothschild.
They changed their last name too?
The Rothschilds have been known to breed thousands of illegitimate children under different names.
So the Israel
serve the family.
That BB Netiv, yeah, Boo Boo, you, yeah, that's really from Poland. They changed his last name. Yeah, and they said that Israel was created in 1948 by the Rothschilds.
Family's agenda.
All of these people are tied to
Rothschild. In the late 18th century,
all of these people.
Bauer was the private banker for the black nobility through the House of Hesse and changed the family.
I don't know if y'all remember a long time ago, and I said to y'all when I came over here and I was talking about the higher ups. Oh, very low. And I said a long time ago, don't be surprised. And then I said that don't be surprised when it's all said and done that y'all president won't be at the top of it with this Illuminati stuff. Now, I didn't know how deep it went, but I knew that human trafficking was involved, and I knew that Trump was at the top. And now I understand a whole lot better now.
Red Shield, which was their company logo, a six-pointed star, which has become known as the Star of David. This was not a Jewish symbol. It was introduced by the Rothschilds, who later funded the Zionists. And in 1948, Rothschild influence compelled the state of Israel to adopt the hexagram as their national symbol. In the late 1800s, Cecil Rhodes set up a secret society to preserve the expansion of the British Empire. Known as the Milner Group, their main focus from 1920 to 1938 was to maintain the balance of power in Europe by building up Germany and pitting them against France and Russia. They discussed creating a situation that would compel Germany to start
creating a situation. Oh, Lord, have we not been seeing a lot of creatings of situations? Wow. Well, at least we know where they got their blueprint from. At least we know where they got their blueprint from. Hold on. Let's listen to this before.
After examining the Michael Jackson case,
Michael
he was in a war
Jackson
with Sony over publishing rights, and suddenly he was being accused. And I didn't remember much about that case, but then when I went and I looked at it, it was a crazy story of like a kid who was drugged by his dad to say that he was raped by Michael Jackson. Literally, he was drugged by his father. And so you start to wonder if there's a lot of stuff that's happening in Hollywood that many people have tried to speak out about, and those people have either been deemed crazy or, in the case of Michael Jackson, he's into children, and we sort of pay attention to the media circus of everything without realizing that, like, there could be other stuff happening in Hollywood.
Do you think it's possible that Michael Jackson was not a child molester?
I am now convinced, after looking at the case, that he was not, and that he was at a war with Sony. And I did a whole episode on it because I grew up loving Michael Jackson, and then I was absolutely repulsed by Michael Jackson. Like, he meant so much in my childhood. And then I was repulsed by Michael Jackson. And then I decided to re-examine what happened, and I couldn't believe it. I mean, I literally could not believe. He was winning. He was going to win the Beatles catalog. It was his. He was fighting Sony and winning. And then, just like that, scandal, broke, dead. Even the way he died is weird, but it was a lot. When you go back and look at that case, you realize the media tells you so much, but they tell you absolutely nothing.
They kind of fit your preconceptions of what a bad guy like that would be. Michael Jackson living in Neverland is weird, kind of personal Disney with all these little kids. You're like, he's clearly a kid toucher.
And he definitely had issues because he felt that he had his childhood stolen from him, so he kind of made it his priority in this, I would say, very creepy way to constantly say, I'm going to create this Neverland Ranch, and so kids are never going to go through anything. But it's quite telling
As
that
a
he was
protector.
so close above with anybody else, with Macaulay Culkin, right? Also, another person who alleged that he was being raped by directors was that Corey, I'm going to say Corey, maybe Feldman. Yeah,
Corey
he's
Feldman.
been vocal about how he was abused.
Yeah.
And both of those people said absolutely never, not once, did Michael Jackson do anything.
Right, because he was really probably trying to protect them of what was going on.
And you figure out what their motives were. One's drugged, one was paid. The Michael Jackson story gets completely crazy. And so what you had was a man who was stunted in his growth because of his childhood, who wanted to make the world a special magical place for people. And he became the
who got turned out by Diana Ross, who was probably a pedo.
But yeah, it's kind of scary. I think that a media circus can be created about you and people can believe things, just like we were saying with Matt Lauer.
Yes.
Absent very little fact because the media just keeps saying it. After examining the Michael Jackson case, he was in a war with Sony over publishing rights, and suddenly he was being accused. And I didn't remember much about that case, but then when I went and I looked at it, it was a crazy story of like a kid who was drugged by his dad to say that he was raped by Michael Jackson. Literally, he was drugged by his father. And so you start to wonder if there's a lot of stuff that's happening in Hollywood that many people have tried to speak out about, and those people have either been deemed crazy or, in the case of Michael Jackson, he's into children. And we sort of pay attention to the media circus of everything without realizing that, like, there could be other stuff happening in Hollywood.
Do you think it's possible that Michael Jackson was not a child molester?
And you remember that time that
was not, and that he was at a war with Sony.
Lionel Richie, they was at an award and he got real jealous. That's why it's Dirty Diana. Dirty Diana. Oh, yeah, that's by Diana Ross. Dirty Diana. Yep. Dirty Diana.
Michael Jackson, and then I was absolutely.
I believe this.
Jackson, like, he meant so much in my childhood.
I can see. I mean, as much as I know, we know now about.
I decided to re-examine what happened.
What's really going on, and I could see him wanting to protect the kids, to make sure that they would not be harmed, knowing what he knows. Mm-hmm. What does this say? Oh, I don't say nothing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that now.
If you still think Donald Trump is a good president, then I'm going to be honest with you. You are either completely uneducated, willfully ignorant, or a racist bigot, or you've got some serious mental issues going on. And this isn't just opinion anymore.
That's why
this is documented reality.
they didn't want
That man
him
has
to
done
purchase
more
Sony.
damage to the working class than most people even realize. While he waves his flags and talks,
He already owned it.
gutting your rights,
Yeah.
your wages, and the protections behind closed doors.
They didn't want to give it to him, I
He
think.
stripped away overtime protections from millions of workers. He gave your bosses the legal right to steal your tips. He sabotaged the labor board that once defended you and handed that power over to billionaires and corporations. His tariffs, they didn't hurt the elite. They taxed you. Food, clothing, appliances,
And they asked us-
everyday essentials all went up while he pretended
Yeah, he
to
won.
stand up to China. It was a scam.
They want to give it to him.
He pushed a tax plan that handed trillions to the ultra-rich while slashing Medicaid, food assistance, and Social Security protections that everyday Americans rely on. He fired over 30,000 federal
They thought it was timid.
wiped out
I heard he done whooped the whole quite a few people's ass.
a full-on
I can't remember who they say he whooped.
and the agencies we depend on just to give more power to the
He whooped somebody's butt.
He is not your
Or-
savior.
over a
He's
female.
not fighting for the little guy. He's the billionaire con artist.
Somebody was
who
fighting a
made sure his
female,
rich friends
and
got
he
richer
beat him
while
up.
The rest of us foot the bill. And don't even get me started on his connection to Jeffrey Epstein. You think we forget? We haven't. His name is all over those flight logs, and they are still.
You talking about him or me?
They're trying to bury the truth. So no, this isn't about
Brian, you talking about this guy?
This is about right and wrong. This is
Okay,
about
let me
reality.
hush.
If you are still praising him after all of this, then you
about Michael Jackson. Hold on, you talking about Michael Jackson? It was a female. I can't remember. I may have to Google it. Yeah, it was a female. Somebody was being attacked, or a guy hit a girl. I can't remember who. I'm gonna look it up. And he beat him up. He beat the guy up. Y'all know they were boxers. They daddy taught him how to box. Let me see. Yeah, he protected. I can't remember who did he protect. Hold on. Yeah, he whooped that ass. Hold on. No, I know it wasn't Pac. Yep, it was Pac. It was Tupac's. It was Quincy Jones's daughter. Pac and Michael Jackson had a fight. It was Quincy Jones' daughter who used to date Tupac. And he got kind of physical with her, or pushed her, or did something to her. And Michael Jackson was there, and they got into a fight, and they said Michael Jackson whooped that ass. But they were boxers, though. I mean, Joseph Jackson, their daddy was a boxer, right? Wasn't he a boxer? So yeah, I mean, hell, if it's 9 or 10 of y'all in the house, you gotta be able to fight. It was Pac. It was Pac. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you ever judged a book by its cover? Well, please, for the love of God, don't do that with Michael Jackson. Because of how Michael Jackson spoke, and because of his size, people thought he was soft. Michael Jackson was soft.
Can you hear that?
I learned that the hard way. Now, what I'm about to tell you is an industry rumor. But there's a reason why people didn't just dismiss this rumor off the
Can y'all hear that? Let me bring it over.
It was a dark and stormy night.
It was a dark and stormy night. Hold on. He said it was a dark and stormy night. People are so hilarious. Hold on, let me bring it over here. I thought I was supposed to be going to sleep on y'all. It was a dark and stormy night. People are funny. Let's go.
You ever judge a book by its cover? Well, please, for the love of God, don't do that with Michael Jackson. See, because of how Michael Jackson spoke and because of his size, people thought he was soft. Just ask Tupac. He learned that the hard way. Now, what I'm about to tell you is an industry rumor. But there's a reason why people didn't just dismiss this rumor off the bat. But that'll make more sense as the story goes. Okay, Tupac had a problem. It was a dark and stormy night. Maybe I wasn't there. And he was working at an industry event with his girlfriend, Kidada Jones. Now, as they're walking out, Tupac is cussing her out. Okay. Tupac was known to be very passionate. He could get heated. But see, Tupac had a problem. And that problem's name was Michael Jackson. See, there's something I have to tell you. Tupac's girlfriend, Kidada Jones, was the daughter of Quincy Jones, a record producer who worked very closely with Michael Jackson. So Michael Jackson saw Kidada as a niece. So Tupac basically cussing out Michael Jackson's niece. Michael Jackson did Tupac. Tupac said, Michael Jackson did Tupac. Hey, yo, Pop! Yeah, Michael Jackson can sound like a grown man when he wants to. His voice is actually pretty deep. Tupac said, oh, that sounds like a grown man. Oh, this is Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson said, yeah, this is me, Pac. You don't talk to her like that. No, you don't do that. Pac said,
what?
Man.
Wait a minute, y'all. Listen. Hold on. Now, I had heard the story. Hold on. Now, I had heard the story. I just had never heard this guy right here. I don't know who he is, but he is funny as heck. So Michael B. Now, I had heard the story, but his narration is funny because I could hear him saying, don't do that to her. And then changing his octave. Hey! Like in Thriller. Let's go.
The hard way. Now, what I'm about to tell you is an industry rumor, but there's a reason why people didn't just dismiss this rumor off the bat. But that'll make more sense as the story goes. Okay, Tupac had a problem. It was a dark and stormy night. Maybe I wasn't there. And he was walking out of an industry event with his girlfriend, Kidada Jones. Now, as they're walking out, Tupac is cussing her out. Tupac was known to be very passionate. He could get heated. But see, Tupac had a problem, and that problem's name was Michael Jackson. Something I forgot to tell you. Tupac's girlfriend, Kidada Jones, was the daughter of Quincy Jones, a record producer who worked very closely with Michael Jackson. So Michael Jackson saw Kidada as a niece. So Tupac basically cussing out Michael Jackson's niece. Michael Jackson did, Tupac? Tupac said, Michael Jackson did too. Hey, yo, Pop! Yeah, Michael Jackson could sound like a grown man when you want to. He was actually pretty deep. Tupac said, oh, that sounds like a grown man. Oh, it's just Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson said, yeah, just me, Pac. You don't talk to her like that. No, you don't do that. Pac said, man, they grabbed Pac. They said, Pac, chill. That's Jackson. Tupac said, man, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Michael Bublé. He talking great. They said, no. We said, that's Jackson. Hands Jackson. He be throwing them things. Yeah,
that's how you can fight.
Michael Jackson could fight. You gotta understand, Michael Jackson grew up with a hard father and a bunch of brothers. If there was a problem,
he was a boxer. The daddy was a boxer.
No hands. Michael Jackson was quick and very coordinated. Y'all seen that boy dance? They said it was the same in the ring. Tupac. They said, we know. You can't fight. Yeah, word on the street is Tupac liked to fight, but his hands wasn't all the way there. Kidada said, yeah, that's Uncle Mike. Pac, I wouldn't do it. Pac said, man, didn't I tell you to quiet down? Michael said, oh, so now that you done heard about me, it's all quiet now, huh? Tupac said, who quiet? Jackson goes, you? Ooh, spooked him. Listen to your little friends. But like I said, Tupac be getting it in. Tupac said, hell no. So the two start scrapping. A scuffle ensues. They get separated by both camps. And what do we say about them hands? Apparently, Michael Jackson gave Tupac a two-piece. But they quickly get separated, and that was that. Now, here's where things start to get wicked. Like I told you.
Okay, well, let's see how that was.
This whole story's a rumor. But why this rumor wasn't immediately dismissed is because people knew who Michael Jackson and Tupac were as people. Everything I told you in this video. Tupac be cussing people out. Entirely possible. If Michael Jackson catches you being disrespectful to someone, it doesn't even have to be someone he knows. I can guarantee you Michael Jackson is going to step to your face and tell you to watch your mouth. That's who Michael Jackson was as a person. Ask Jay Leno. Michael Jackson said, yeah, Jay Leno was talking crazy about me, so I had to choke him. The interviewer said, you had to what? Michael Jackson said, no, it was all in good fun. But he got the message. But on the even if things got heated, the two probably wouldn't throw hands. Michael Jackson was just too famous at the time.
John Leno!
Close. Matter of fact, Tupac might say a word or two back, but I don't think he would ever raise a fist to Michael Jackson.
Wow. Okay, hold on. So, see there? I had never heard this cat before, but hold on. Let's see what this guy's gonna say. Yeah, I remember that a long time ago. The John Leno, I don't remember that. The Untold, hold on.
Michael Jackson was our biggest hero. Prince. The kid, I'm just gonna talk about Mike for 1 second. Okay. The kid that first said that Mike did something to him. He said he took a shower with him. Here it is years later, Mike done died. He says, my parents put me up to it. The feds coerced me.
Wow.
So, did Michael do it? No. This is the people saying you got way too much power. Now let's look at this.
I mean, that's why he was found out. Okay.
Tommy Mottola. Until
I believe it too, yeah.
Michael Jackson bought up their catalog. Bought the whole Beatles catalog. Not just the Beatles. Jay-Z, Eminem, all of them cats. Michael Jackson make money off
Jay-Z.
every record they put out. Shut them all down. This is common knowledge. Google it.
Mike was definitely a rapper.
Did you hear the story about how Mike got the Beatles, George?
I believe I heard an interview of some. It was Eddie Griffin. Eddie Griffin said Mike walked in and
Mike paid big money.
Right.
To
and he asked Well, I'll buy the Beatles for.
I don't know if he paid.
Do you think that?
Now the feds wanted him.
$60 million.
Yeah.
Mike was like, that's a lot.
I don't think that. Let me tell you, I don't think that situation about what the penis looked like, I don't think that matched up. They wanted him. They wanted Michael Jackson out the way, and he was found not guilty. Remember, he had to show his pallywhacker. Yeah. If that pallywhacker would have matched up, he'd have been out of here.
You know, he said in between takes, he went and called his people, go buy it. That's all, 60 million. Take 60 million out of my account. Go buy that shit. Came back the next day. You ready? You finished filming? Oh, by the way, I bought the Beatles.
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
That pallywhacker didn't match.
Yeah, that fucking fit. Paul McCartney, stop being his friend.
Yeah, because let me tell you, because I don't know if they probably didn't know. You know, he had that vertigo stuff, so he had skin color problem issues. So however the little boy described it, it was a no match. If it don't fit, you must have quit. It didn't fit.
Businessman. Let me tell you another story I heard. You know, Mike and Quincy was tight.
Right.
So for years, you gotta remember, they made Off the Wall together, and that was in the 70s. You see what I'm saying? And it took them years to make. And that came out in 79. So if it took them years to make, we talk about 78, 77, maybe 76, they started on this project. So that means Michael Jackson grew up. I mean, watch Quincy Jones' daughters grow up. Fast forward years later, Tupac is dating one of the daughters. I think it was Khadijah. Khadijah. They came out of, Tupac comes out the party, disrespecting Khadijah, like, bitch, shut up. Come and fuck on. Shut the fuck up and get in the car. Mike stepped to him. Yo, you can't talk to her like that. He was like, Mike, mind your fucking business. Mike was like, fuck no, that's like my niece. You ain't gonna just talk to her like that. Michael Jackson and fucking Tupac start rumbling. Michael Jackson beat his ass.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Tupac loved to fight.
I heard he got his ass whooped.
Tupac and Michael.
Tupac and
Michael Jackson put them hands on him.
You gotta remember, number one, Mike came up in the house with how many brothers? Do you got brothers?
No.
You ain't got brothers. You got brothers? Okay.
It was the daddy.
4 brothers. That's how I learned how to fight.
But that's true. You do learn how to fight.
Mouth over a fucking chicken wing.
That is true.
Your anger ain't gonna let that slide, whether you can beat him or not.
Yeah, you gonna fight.
You gotta learn how to fight. My brother Jamak, when he was 13,
it was 6 of us. So listen, I know how that works.
Took me out in the street, put on boxing gloves in front of all his homies, beat my ass every day until
you fall back.
Fight. And one day I caught him with a couple of lucky ones. I can say now it was lucky ones. Because my brother Mac can fight.
Yeah, but I think it was I think the daddy taught all of them how to box.
So the word in the neighborhood is, this kid is the golden child. You know what I'm saying? So one day I bumped into this dude at the Chinese store and knocked this food out his hand. And he went to grip me up. And the boy next to him like, yo, you don't want to do that.
Okay, I don't know you, sir, so I don't have to hear y'all story no more.
He the soft one.
Who y'all know who this is?
Soft? Who the fuck is it?
Yeah.
Soft?
Yeah, Mike.
Fuck no, Soft.
With Tupac. Yep.
Oh hell no. I can't.
And I'm surprised, but if Eddie Griffin was the one who put it out, because I'm like, I don't know how, so it was Eddie Griffin. Woo! Yeah. Tommy Too Smooth. Who is Tommy Too Smooth? Okay, y'all. Can I go to sleep now? I don't know what else I had. What is this? Is Tupac alive in Cuba? Lord. No. Okay, so y'all know the Mike was cool with all the black entertainers. Yeah, Michael Jackson. I'm talking about this guy who talking. I don't know who he is.
Out here in these in the neighborhood, I didn't know. And I'm over here like, pussy, let's go. You're like, Tommy, you don't want to do this.
Who was Tommy?
Forget about your business. Go write a rhyme or something. He was older than me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, called him up to that schoolyard, went up to that schoolyard.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about him fighting.
Going blow for blow. Bow, bow, bam, bow.
Yes, he was cool with everybody. Oh yeah, you just didn't know it. Just like I didn't realize that Janet Jackson was so cool with everybody.
I went to Turner.
And she was cool with a lot of people too. Said they all on my payroll. Who all on your payroll?
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help prevent it.
We actually used real gang members in the video. We had the
Michael.
down here.
Okay, hold on.
And the Crips.
Y'all do know Melvin Farmer.
He got all these gangbangers behind him and
Yeah, he wouldn't got the gang bangers. Melvin Farmer. Joe Jackson did what a sack. Okay, so this okay. Let this be the last one, y'all. Hold on. I was gonna do this separate tomorrow. Well, today. Let me get to it. Hold on. Dirty Diana. Yeah, broke that little boy. Well, you know, I think his first little encounter was Dirty Diana. Dirty Diana. Put that old cootie cat. Meow. 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 Meow, meow. Meow. Yeah, Diana Ross was the cat's meow to Michael. Hold on. AunTeaFee, go to sleep.
Earlier today, this group of local and state and federal officials to discuss the next steps for the Memphis Safe Task Force and to talk about successful efforts that have already.
Now y'all know it's bad. Hold on. So let me tell you what Memphis is doing. Now you know the jail doors ain't been locking. Overcrowded, people laying all on the floor, laying on top of each other. You know, folk were supposed to have been sent to the state. They were still sitting in 201 Popular. Now they know that the National Guard's coming. They done moved folks. You know, they clean it up and what? Yeah, they done send 200-300 people to the state, different facilities. You know, they want it to look good, so they want to act like ain't shit wrong with Memphis. Now they know the National Guard. So now y'all doing y'all fucking job. Is that what you telling me? You telling me now, girl? Put that eyebrow down. Put that one down. Bring it down a little bit. So now y'all want to do y'all job, cause y'all know that they coming. But before, okay, well hold on. Okay, I got something for you. Let me go back.
Just to begin.
Let me go back, because everybody done sent it to me. 2 or 3 folk done sent it to me. So let me start here. Brian, it's your fault. Hold on. Yeah, I thought I was sleepy, but I done sit here and ate that. Let me see. Let me tell y'all why I ain't sleepy. Talente. Dairy-free lemon sorbet. Yeah. This Italian ice. Cause you told me it's too late. It's too late for that shit. I done already ate it now. I'm up. I was sleepy. I was yawning. Hold on, let me get back up here to Judge Joe Brown. I don't even like him, and I think that's why I sat on it for a couple of months. But here lately, two or three people sent it to me. You know, I was like, I know, but I don't like Judge Joe Brown. He talk ignorant, but he telling the truth on Memphis. Hold on, let me get to it, cause a couple of people sent it to me. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, you know, it's a few people done called for the National Guard. See, I was asking for it 2 years ago. They act like they couldn't hear me. People was telling me it's not possible. That's not what they do. They don't send the National Guards unless it's a crisis. Well, how many people gotta die? Now, you know, I don't know what it's gonna look like. I was asking for this before Trump was in office, so y'all should have went and got him then. So I didn't bring it over here. Hold on. I thought I did. I thought I just saw it. So yeah, but it looked like y'all, baby, they setting this up. Rico coming. Here it is, Lord.
Republican governor is not doing too well in his popularity these days. The Democrat mayor is trying to maintain a grip on a little deal that he put together when he was running downtown development with some other people. See, you know, Trump is properly against DEI and all of that other stuff. But there is a decrepit downtown hotel that represents a major international hotel chain that when the current mayor, Paul Young, was over downtown development, they got a contract for that's close to $220 million that the city is paying to develop the...
He telling all that business, y'all. Hold on. Hotel. Oh, y'all listening? He telling all their business. He telling all the corruption in Memphis. Now, remember, I told you that they all of a sudden now starting to clean up. Hold on, y'all.
Property. Now, it's...
Here we are at Overton Square in Memphis with Judge Joe Brown. So Judge, he just had some admirers. They wanted their picture with him, and he gave them some law advice. They were in law school, actually, so he gave them some great advice. Judge, what do you make of the announcement by President Trump today that he wants to send in the National Guard with the approval of the Democrat mayor and the Republican governor? What do you think of this?
They need to send it in. The Republican governor is not doing too well in his popularity these days. The Democrat mayor is trying to maintain a grip on a little deal that he put together when he was running downtown development with some other people. See, you know, Trump is properly against DEI and all of that other stuff. But there is a decrepit downtown hotel that represents a major international hotel chain that when the current mayor, Paul Young, was over downtown development, they got a contract for that's close to $220 million that the city is paying to develop the reconstruction and renovation of that hotel property. Now, it says on their website that they have an 18.7 minority set aside. And when Young got the previous mayor Strickland to put the $220-some million in that, there's some federal funds involved, and that's not shall we say, kosher with the current administration.
So are you saying there's been political pressure put on the Democrat mayor to get him to agree to let the National Guard come to town?
He doesn't want too much attention because this
I know
is
he
probably
don't.
one of the most corrupt cities in the United States when it comes to official corruption. That's one of the reasons the crime problem's so bad.
Are y'all listening? What y'all good there?
Be safe when the biggest crooks may be down in City Hall. Now,
What?
another thing too. The company says 18.7% minority set aside, but the mayor is saying it's only 15%. So there's 3.7. Yes, 3.7%. That's $220 million.
So they down there
You might
stealing.
also consider right downtown, just in back of the Peabody, there is a 25-acre cleared parcel. It's grass, and the grass is cut right across from the Redbird Stadium. That property was sold to a developer for a ridiculously low amount, and there's $200+ million the city is committed to financing the development for that place too. So you might want to check and see who gets it. Now,
So you're saying the Trump administration or someone on the ground is maybe informed the Trump administration about some of this, and some of this could be being used to say, hey, I think you, mayor, and folks in the city government there might want to let me come on in, and you guys should be excited about it and telling everybody you want it.
Because crime's out of control. Our mayor goes to a place like Folks Folly, but he's got 6 to 8 cops in uniform that are his bodyguards. Myself, former congressman, former mayors of this city, we walk amongst the people and everybody greets us, but the current mayor is afraid of the people he represents. He can't talk to them. Now, see, we've been trying to push something around here, which is using the Tennessee constitutional carry provisions to allow the citizenry to set up a citizen militia where they get cooperated with by the sheriff's department, the police and the sheriff's department open up these firing ranges again that got closed down some years ago, train the citizens, teach them the law, organize them, have communication protocols, use some communication equipment so the citizens don't feel helpless and they get an opportunity to get out and be involved in making their community safe.
Are we one of the few states that allows for that?
One of the growing number of states that allows constitutional carry.
What I mean, the setting up of the militia.
We haven't done that yet, but we could under Tennessee law. Now, some of the things that are going wrong here, like Elon Musk is setting up this XAI, and it is a very important thing because Memphis is centrally located in terms of national distribution. It is the distribution capital of the U.S.
With FedEx here.
UPS is here. The bulk mail center is here. And everything flows through Memphis. And this little rinky-dink airport we have has the largest commercial tonnage in the whole world, and Hong Kong is about second behind it. There is an opportunity to use what is here to open up a world center and make Memphis what in effect would be the Silicon Valley for the 21st century. But these petty clowns we have here, I call them our local yokels, don't understand that. And it's too much, what am I getting here? Like there are some of the pop politicians that if you go check them out, you will find that they are getting contributed to by some of the people that they nominally attack. It's called followthemoney.org. Followthemoney.org.
I'm aware of that.
All right, and it will tell you who's getting what and what for. Now, Musk is trying to donate an $87 million water purification plant to the city of Memphis. He jumped ahead of everything by making his application for a permit a year before he had to. He got issued that. There are some people that are lying through their little bribe-seeking teeth about Musk operation is, shall we say, causing pollution, but there's never been a study. And
because he set up some generators or turbines or something.
Turbines, but there's no finding. There is no EPA report. That's a tale. And as a matter of fact, our current mayor had been talking about they were going to have an EPA evaluation done in 2 weeks, which got extended to another 2 weeks, and it hasn't been done. So our Justin is here pontificating about the evils of it, but Boxtown is a hellhole. It's filthy. The streets are filled with potholes. There's extremely low employment there. The per capita income is ridiculous. The crime rate is ridiculous. And on that island, there's even a refinery that's been there for decades that is contributing to the pollution. So Musk's operation is not doing that, but somebody's trying to
imply that he is.
Yes. So that is holding the whole area back, and we don't need that. This could be big. This place has been renovated. It used to be Overton Square, and there were different businesses around here when I first got here 50 years ago. There was a TGI Fridays over there, an Italian restaurant next door. This used to be a steakhouse and an amusement center down here at the end of this block. There was a hotel everybody used to go to buffets to across the street. But it's gone downhill. But now, what is happening here in Memphis is something very insidious. Some of the locals were talking about making this a sanctuary city. Why? Because Blue Oval,
the Ford plant over?
Not Ford. Blue Oval is a South Korean corporation, just like Hyundai. And you remember the mess down here with the Hyundai plant where ICE came in and got... Well, what's going on is Blue Oval is supposed to be hiring close to 30,000 employees. 15,000 of them, according to the company, have already been hired, but they're South Korean nationals. Oh, wow. So they're trying to bring them over here. And a lot of what's happening with the decay of the infrastructure is because there is a shunt line from Memphis going out to Mason, which has 5,200 people, that goes back almost 40 years. And in 1997, Memphis passed a referendum that said Memphis Light, Gas, and Water cannot enter into a new contract out of this area, and that's a pre-existing one. So Blue Oval wants to wipe out Mason and bring in 30,000 new employees, most of whom will be foreign.
Oh, wow.
So that means bringing in 3.5 people per family. You're talking about 100-some thousand people. And when you get in Malco, Mickey D's, and everything else that they need to do what they need to do, you're talking about 220,000 people in a city that Memphis is going to have to finance the shunt line for the sewage and the water to operate a 30,000 man factory, plus another 200-some thousand.
Judge Joe Brown
will probably be about the 4th largest urban area in Tennessee. So there are some people.
He done called this news people. Did he call? Wait a minute. He telling everything. That Trump. No, y'all didn't hit the like button, so I set it down. I had to do some things. But listen, I guess I could have changed the background, huh? I could have changed the background for y'all. Hold on. I mean, he telling everything. Is he back in Memphis? Do he live in Memphis? Because he done came back to town to tell it on them. He done told on the mail. He done told on the property. He done said that the out skimming money. You done got grants and shit. Y'all ain't done nothing. But let me tell y'all something. That's why I wanted y'all to hear this before y'all hear this press conference. Because now they running scared. On the cool they are. They handling business the way they should have been handling business before. You know, they cleaning up. Huh? Yeah. Because Trump want a war, right? He want to be able to say he actually fixed something. Folk ain't stopped taking Tylenol. You know, everything else, you know, we know he in the files. We're not believing shit he say. But what I can do is send the Army, National Guards, military, however, is that bad? Oh, so it's already a war zone? People, oh yeah, let me save Memphis. And if they act a fool, you have the right to do whatever you want to them. So now these numbers done drop, crime done drop, Memphis ain't bad no more. Let's get these extra people. Let's fix this door. If y'all done been stealing money from the city, put it back in a return. You know, we don't care who it is, but we need y'all to put that money back into this account so we can get these jail doors fixed and shit. Get these, because I know all Trump need to hear is how bad it is, and they asses is gonna stay. Okay, so now you got Judge Joe Brown, who know all y'all business. He must be related to Quet, cause he know everybody's business, and he telling it, ain't he? Let's go.
Which has 5,200 people that goes back almost 40 years. And in 1997, Memphis passed a referendum that said Memphis Light, Gas, and Water cannot enter into a new contract out of this area, and that's a pre-existing one. So,
oh yeah, they scared.
About Mason and bring in 30,000 new employees, most of whom will be foreign.
Oh, wow.
So that means bringing in 3.5 people per family. You're talking about 100-some thousand people. And when you get in Malco, Mickey D's, and everything else that they need to do what they need to do, you're talking about 220,000 people in a city that Memphis is going to have to finance the shunt line for the sewage and the water out there to operate a 30,000 man factory, plus another 200-some thousand in the city, which will probably be about the 4th largest urban area in Tennessee. So there are some people that are just salivating in anticipation of the contracts they're going to get. And a lot of that is what's going on down here.
Look at it.
We have a thing right down this street here.
We got a thing.
Enough, it's what used to be Nathan Bedford Forest Park.
Yes.
Tammy Sawyer and Van Turner, who were on the county commission, they introduced an act so that Van Turner's corporation could buy that park for $1,000.
Yeah, he telling on all their asses.
The city of Memphis has been upkeeping that park, and then the hospital complex down there wants to rent that out for quite a bit. You might want to inquire whose brother got the contract to take down Nathan Bedford, who got paid how much to store it, where the statue from that location is now, and also down here at the Metal Museum on the bluff, who came up, same
the Metal Museum,
selling that property to somebody who was active on the county commission that sponsored the legislation.
Who your daddy?
The corporation got to buy that park for $1,000. And they also have something, and I'll call it Green Space.
Call it.
And Green Space is chartered to operate city and county parks. They're trying to get an agreement with the city and the county to operate all of the parks in the area. And that would include right down the way here.
Look at him.
Where you are going to get the Liberty Bowl changed into a soccer arena for previous mayor set it up for $700 million. And
I mean, he know all the business. They gotta be quit there.
$3.5 billion trying to get the Tennessee Titans in here. And if you go down where I just left on Elvis Presley, where the Presley Mansion is, it looks like a minefield with the potholes. And you see, this is what's going on in this city.
I bet you them potholes are filled.
One of the reasons it is so crime-ridden is because too many of the resources that should be devoted to this city are being under the table, corrupted, and misapplied and misappropriated.
What about Now, y'all, I don't know if I've been trying to tell at least 3-4 years now how corrupt Memphis was, the police, all of them, city feet people. I mean, me and that other lady over there, we fell out. I'm telling you, because she was all up in the police. I mean, they're my people. I used to work. I don't give a shit. I didn't care who you know, where you used to work. You could not be a dog fan wanting justice for him, and you can't tell these people are not crooked. I've been saying that for years. He not from Memphis. She don't know. You don't have to be from the spot to know if the shit is corrupt or not. Yeah. Now, Judge Joe Brown up here telling all their business. Young, all of them. At least I said the lady eyebrows was cute, but I've been telling y'all for at least 3 years that their asses was crooked. That it was a whole gang. It was a mob in-house and police chief, all of them. Judge, I done picked them up, picked them out, and told y'all. Yeah, the white man get up in there and tell y'all same thing AunTeaFee been saying, and he had to recuse himself from, and now the Scorpion unit, who thought they had Marcus, getting a new trial. Cause they all was crooked. And they put a hit out on his aid. I've been trying to tell y'all. So let's keep listening to Judge Joe Brown. I've been telling y'all this shit for years. Now, I don't know nothing about the hotel. I don't know nothing about them parks, other than a lot of people done got killed at the park.
Funded. How about jobs for police officers? There are quite a few, several hundred actually, funded positions that are not filled. And one of the problems with the police department and the sheriff's department, it is out of the control of the chief administrators for both entities, is that some of the street gangs have infiltrated.
I'm talking about the lady who tried to tell me, I don't know. These are reliable people. I know these people. Yeah, her. Yeah, her. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. You don't want to see that they corrupt and crooked. I ain't attached to them, so it is what it is with me. You understand? She owed me an apology. She owes me an apology. Because she did not want to see that they was crooked and corrupt and dirty. But that's exactly what they are. And they have been bought. I've been saying that for years. Yeah. People don't know how, you know. Listen, let me say this when I'll get off of it. Them people that's finna come in there and regulate this shit, they ain't from Memphis either, are they? Them people that's coming in there and finna shut this shit down, they are not from Memphis. It was the people from Memphis who were all tied into it. That's why there was never a resolve. Yeah, I accept apologies.
That's why you have such a high homicide rate down here for pre-trial, which is 10, 12 times total that came out of there.
Telling her people don't go over there.
And that's because of why?
She don't know.
You have street gangs infiltrating.
Okay.
People turn a blind eye because
they did what? They did what, Judge?
Small has a girlfriend
hold on.
related to this guy.
Oh, hold on.
Have infiltrated those departments.
Let's go.
That's why you have such a high homicide rate down here for pre-trial detention, which is 10, 12 times the total that came out of there in the last 40 years.
And that's because of why?
Because you have street gangs infiltrated. People turn a blind eye because Brother Jamal has a girlfriend who's related to this guy, and this person's a deputy jailer.
Oh, he talking about Juke. I mean, not Juke.
Find the police, and there's some fine young men, but a lot. I tell you, I'm not going down there. That's not my posse. I'm not going to die for that kind of crap. So
are you saying basically the criminals, whether they're in an elected position or the criminals on the street, are running
you got
the town?
folks downtown.
Yeah.
They need to audit this whole place. Now, I started this
That's a
when I was
girlfriend.
on the criminal bench 30 years ago.
Didn't the girlfriend
Related to this.
Hold on, didn't the girlfriend of one of Quet's crew, wasn't she the one that they allowed to be the prosecutor who did not object? Nothing and let his ass walk? Oh, okay.
Guy, and this person's a deputy jailer, or you go and you find
Quet daddy. I mean, uncle, granddaddy.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm not going down there. That's not my posse. I'm not going to die for that kind of crap. So
y'all gonna believe me one day.
The criminals, whether they're in an elected position or the criminals on the street, are running
you got
the town.
folks downtown. They need to audit this whole place. Now, I started this when I was on the criminal bench 30 years ago. Grand juries under Tennessee law have the authority to audit all activity conducted by all state, county, or city entities within their district. This is the 30th through
his granddaddy. This is my granddaddy.
It was shocking what we discovered. For example, the city the county put in all of the phone system that was used at the penal farm, the juvenile detention facilities, and so on, but they turned it over to somebody to give them 4% of the net. And when I had the grand jury look into it, this was circa 94, 95, the net profit was $94 million. And we were only getting 4%. This guy didn't even have an office. He had a secretary who collected the checks from, I think it was now AT&T, but it was Bell South then. So
this was for people to make phone calls that are in the jails to pay for them.
So they collect calls. So the phone company collected and sent a check, which should have gone to the people. Now it's operated out of Texas, but the next year it went up to $112 million was the net profit, and this guy got 4% that he sent to the city. See, that kind of thing is going on. You drive down Riverside Drive and you see Beale Street Landing, that grass-covered hill.
Right.
Well, somebody put up $35 million of the city money to finance the development of that, and the guy was supposed to operate
all in their business, ain't
grill.
Right.
So he bailed, and nobody went after him, so the city's got a white elephant they can't do anything with because...
That's right there on the river there.
Right there on the river. And
down by the river.
So we've got that.
So what you're saying is every time we turn around, there's just misappropriation of funds.
Exactly. And somebody...
So instead of the money going to fight crime, it's going for projects that...
It's going for it's going for the pretty eyebrows. It's going for the nice cars. It's going for the house that was custom built in Cordova. It's going for her side piece, Sean, who was getting a traveling bonus that she got him out of retirement in Atlanta for him to come and drive from the A to the M, although he wasn't supposed to help with the Scarpin unit to get it, the city under control, like they killed them people with the Red Dog, Mad Dog in Atlanta. That's where the extra money going. Now she had to keep her side pieces, she had to take care of her side piece, Sean. And then when shit got heated in the kitchen, she threw his ass up under the bus. Yeah, love don't live here no more. And go back home to your wife. Yeah, you start having erectile dysfunctions and shit. I can't do nothing with you. Go on. Oh, I wasn't supposed to say that. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. It's late. It's Brian's fault.
You know, it's greasing somebody's hand, and that money's gone. It's wasted, and they tell us they need to raise taxes to fight crime. But what they need really to do is stop the corruption and the greasing of palms and spend the money on crime.
And then the vote situation is horrible here.
The who?
It's corrupt.
It's
Back
corrupt?
In 2008, the U.S. Department of Justice put up the money to replace all of the voting machines. They were deball voting machines because they had been found to be corrupt since 2000. And the Department of Justice issued quarterly reports from that point on. Every quarter, and it says, once again, Memphis is not capable of conducting a fair and legitimate election. So this county did not put the money out there and spend it until 3 years ago, and then they kept the machines in the warehouse for a year and a half. So when I voted the last time, I personally witnessed 2 people vote twice.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
You know, you're supposed to be separated, but they had people sitting right next to each other if they decided to exercise the option of filling in their ballots rather than having.
So you was peeping over on their side?
So nobody has any way of authenticating those ballots, and people just drop them in. So if you want to cheat, you come in and you just have some pre-printed ballots when the polls close, and you run them through the machine, and there's no way to tell which are legit and what's not. And
so you agree with President Trump? We need to go to paper one day, voting paper only.
Well, yeah. We have to do something. But even that's not immune from cheating because, remember, they used to stuff ballot boxes. And Errol Ford Sr. got a...
Errol Ford Sr.
First time as Congress.
Oh, okay.
Democrat, but that was in 1970.
Okay, his name came up.
His nephew, that's the one that's on Fox News.
I don't know.
His name came up.
Young Ford, yeah.
That stuff anymore, anyway. But what happened is in 1974, it was all paper. They were showing
the Fords. Somebody told me to keep my eye on the Fords.
So Ford went down there, almost got himself arrested when he literally kicked down a barricade and found all of these boxes of paper ballots that were hidden. So that's not unknown. And then I was with
Is he still a judge?
Individual this last November 2024, and I was representing a lady who's running for Congress as a Republican. Fine lady.
Fine.
And we're down
he said
there
she
and
fine.
got a problem at the Maine Election Commission. You know what it is?
What?
They have
I'm telling you, this gotta be quick, ancestor, baby, because he know everybody business. Oh, and that went off. Oh my goodness, where my other device? Because it was sure getting good. Hold on. If this would cut off, it's a wrap. But yeah, because listen, 2 or 3 people done sent this to me. Hold on. Let me sign this one on. Hold on. It said, girl, you better don't eat that sorbet stuff no more this late. Don't do that. Okay, there go y'all. Back online. Hold on. Oh yeah, I need to keep this one right here because that's when that guy was walking down that street with that gun in his pocket. I need to watch that one. Hold on. Fake text messages. Yeah, I ain't opened this device in 9 days, Lord. Hold on, let me get back. Whew, excuse me. Come on.
A crime, it's going for projects that ends up being, greasing somebody's hand, and that money's gone, it's wasted, and they tell us they need to raise taxes to fight crime, but what they need really to do is stop the political corruption and the greasing palms and spend the money on
fighting crime.
It's more than political corruption.
Situation is horrible here. It's corrupt. Back in 2008, the U.S. Department of Justice put up the money to replace all of the voting machines. They would keep all voting machines because they had been found to be in their ballots rather than having a computer do it for them. So, remember, they used to stuff ballot boxes. And Harold Ford Sr. got elected the first time as congressman. He was Democrat, but that was in 1974.
Is it his nephew that's the one that's on Fox News?
I don't know.
Young Ford, yeah.
That stuff anymore anyway. But what happened is in 1974, it was all
when 1974, was y'all even born?
Showing that he was losing to the incumbent who was named Kirkendall. So Ford went down there, almost got himself arrested when he literally kicked down a barricade and found all of these boxes of paper ballots that were hidden. So that's not unknown. And then I was with an individual this last November 2024, and I was representing a lady who's running for Congress as a Republican, fine lady, and we're down there and they got a problem at the Maine Election Commission.
He all up in her.
They have more votes that are cast.
You was too. What, Vicky?
Signed in the vote, so they were trying to figure out.
So more votes than voters.
Yeah. So watch
more
them
votes.
scurry around.
Let's go back to fighting the crime. We have been looking and reading reports that the Sinaloa cartel is here in Memphis and many other cities. And they're getting their precursor chemicals from China. Judge Janine just did a big
y'all know about the Sinaloa cartel, right? Y'all know who helped get them busted, right? Huh? Mr. Know-it-all. Yeah. So this is the first time I done heard them say that they in Memphis. Hold on.
Yeah. So watching them scurry around.
Let's go back to fighting the crime.
Yeah.
We have been looking and reading reports that
he's saying they done did research. They're in Memphis, but guess where they got busted? In Texas, right? Yeah. So the Mr. Undercover, federal and state, who been out, that's working, that now he out on them streets. Yeah. And Craig Petty's. Yeah. That Justice for Dolph. Research said that yes, Quet was working for Petty's. So he was the plug for the Bovans, Govans, the Mims, Woods. Okay, stay woke, y'all. Stay woke.
Sinaloa cartel is here in Memphis and many other cities, and they're getting their precursor chemicals from China. Judge Janine just did a big bust and showed all these precursor chemicals that came from China through Mexico that she seized. Is that one reason you think he's bringing the National Guard in here, is to deal with the international drug cartels as well?
The drug cartels are interesting. A lot of guns come in illegally through Memphis, but the crates of illicit firearms come in with the kilos of illicit drugs. One of the things that is not checked is this thing that actually offers trade opportunity to this area. In Europe, they have these specialized containers that they use to load trucks, planes, trains, barges, and the barges are floated down the canals and estuaries to the Mediterranean, where they are put on board these ocean-going barge transports. If you're ever in New Orleans and you go down to the port, you'll see these things that look like 1,000-foot-long streamlined oil tankers. Those are barge transports. So when they get there, they drop the rear hatch, float them out, they get a tow, which takes about 30 days to get from New Orleans to Memphis. Nobody runs them through customs until they get to Memphis. So all during this 1 month long journey up the Mississippi River, they get met by packet boats, commissary boats, mail, and everything else, and there's a back and forth exchange on whatever is on those barges, and nobody's looking.
And that could be everything from guns to drugs.
Well, worse than that.
How about
ammonium nitrate? That is a very effective long pulse explosive, and the military uses it as explosive, the explosive in 155 millimeter howitzer shells. So it is also the most common fertilizer in the United States. So you have tons of ammonium nitrate being shipped up that river on barges, and it's 1.5 times more powerful per pound than dynamite. So if you've got 8,000 tons worth of ammonium nitrate, that's just 4 barges. You get 6 of them, and you've got the explosive equivalent, non-nuclear, to what they dropped on Hiroshima in World War II.
And surely the Islamists, terrorists, Al-Qaeda, others are aware of this, right?
I'm sure they are, but you see, you know where it's particularly hazardous? You get up here to Vicksburg, they've got an upslope from the southern portion of the Mississippi River that goes up to Vicksburg. If you detonate this off, even if it's non-nuclear, or you can make it dirty if you wanted to. So,
a dirty bomb, nuclear dirty bomb.
But you don't have to. You still have the explosive equivalent of what they dropped on the first one in Japan, which was 16 kilotons. So that goes right up that ramp, and you wipe out Vicksburg, Mississippi. And nobody's checking. This place has got amazing potential,
he's telling
but
everything,
it's also a trap for the unwary.
What about all the cars that are constantly being stolen? Are these being put on...
He's talking about Chula. He's talking about Chula, y'all.
Somewhere.
Another problem. A woman who is the county clerk is being scapegoated. She's done her homework. She had to go to paper audits because the computers were hacked, and she discovered that $28 million had been taken, and it went through the county mayor's office, who wrote a letter along with another somebody up in Nashville that they took it, because what's the problem? We've been doing it. But see, also there were several thousand license plates that disappeared, but they have been tracked through one of the mayor's offices, and those license plates are now showing up in interstate commerce on stolen vehicles. So there's all kinds of criminality going on.
What about sex trafficking? How
Lord,
there's a big problem here.
I see why
I know
they was
from
okay. I see why people were sending this to me.
years ago. Well, I represented a lot of pimps and whores here.
As an attorney.
As an attorney. And
and we're talking politicians or pimps and whores?
I'm talking about real pimps and whores.
I know.
And they charged them a lot of times with what they charged Diddy with, because a lot of them were over here in West Memphis, Arkansas. So they would bring them from West Memphis over here, or from where they had that series P Valley down in Mississippi. So that was not an uncommon criminal offense back then. But there are a lot of these kind of things going on here, and they never did particularly clean this up.
So let me ask you, it sounds like what President Trump, that we need to send this interview to him, and that President Trump and his administration, and I know one or two of the White House attorneys, it sounds like Memphis, and I'm sure there are other cities, but Memphis needs more than National Guard. It sounds like Memphis needs to have the FBI and the DOJ in here, and we have a lot of people that need to be questioned.
That's certainly correct.
Oh, wow.
Needs an audit. They had a sting operation about 20 some years ago, maybe a little longer than that, called Tennessee Waltz.
I remember that.
They need to have a Memphis boogie. This is a very bad place, and it is bad for
what this town could be. This could be the Chicago for the 21st century. This could be the Silicon Valley for the 21st century.
They've said it could be like the Dixie Digital, right? Like Silicon Valley.
But see, there's another aspect too.
Wow.
We have a thing now with energy production. You've got a very high water velocity down here where the Mississippi River curves around Memphis. You've got 220-foot deep channels. There is no reason you cannot take modular hydroelectric generators like they use in Africa and Asia, which usually swing to and fro with the tides. But the Mississippi River runs 24/7 in the same direction. You don't need concrete emplacements, so you don't need any dams. All you need is some wharves, docks like you have down here with the small boat harbor. You could put several thousand of these generators in there, and instead of Memphis buying energy from TVA, it could sell energy to TVA and disperse this energy from all the way from Little Rock to Chicago to Atlanta.
Which would help a lot of people because our utility bills here are going up.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I know they're going up all over the country, but we're talking Memphis. So we could get our utility bills down.
He think he's slick.
Yeah, and make profit out of it. Near Silicon Valley for the 21st century.
They've said it could be like the
went on here, and they never did particularly clean this up.
So let me ask you, it sounds like what President Trump, that we need to send this interview to him, and that President Trump and his administration, and I know one or two of the White House attorneys, it sounds like Memphis, and I'm sure there are other cities, but Memphis needs more than National Guard. It sounds like Memphis needs to have the FBI and the DOJ in here, and we have a lot of people that need to be questioned.
That is certainly correct. This place needs an audit. They had a sting operation about 20-some years ago, maybe a little longer than that, called Tennessee.
Going to the fair. Yeah.
They need to have a Memphis boogie. This is a very bad place.
That's my plan.
It's bad for what this town could be. This could be the Chicago for the 21st century. This could be the Silicon Valley for the 21st century.
They've said it could be like the Dixie Digital, right? Like Silicon Valley.
But see, there's another aspect too. We have a thing now with energy production. You've got a very high water velocity down here where the Mississippi River curves around Memphis. You've got 220-foot deep channels. There is no reason you cannot take modular hydroelectric generators like they use in Africa and Asia, which usually swing to and fro with the tides. But the Mississippi River runs 24/7 in the same direction. You don't need concrete emplacements, so you don't need any dams. All you need is some wharves, docks like you have down here with the small boat harbor. You could put several thousand of these generators in there, and instead of Memphis buying energy from TVA, it could sell energy to TVA and disperse this energy from all the way from Little Rock to Chicago to Atlanta.
Which would help a lot of people because our utility bills here are going up.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I know they're going up all over the country, but we're talking Memphis. So you're saying we could get our utility bills down to next to nothing, our energy bills.
Yeah, and make a profit out of it. And the other thing, too, part of the reason our utilities are so bad, I mean, I hate to take the dog out for a walk. One of them might pee on the sidewalk and everything breaks down. But one of the reasons is because the infrastructure has been allowed to decay because the money's going to something else. There is an opportunity for the people in the construction and development industries to get billions into their bank accounts in about 5 years. Remember, it's just 2.5 more years before Blue Oval is supposed to start operating up here in Mason. So when they start,
I probably go with some family friends.
You need some.
But the infrastructure isn't going here because the money is going to corruption.
Yeah, that's right.
And the police aren't fighting the crime because the money is going to corruption. So everything comes down to corruption.
That's
right.
So the real criminals they should be going after isn't just the drug gangs, it's the politicians. Is that what I'm hearing? Those are the real criminals?
Yes.
He's smart.
Because those real criminals that you're talking about,
somebody send him.
Street criminals, do they not?
Yes.
See, this is actually, I handled a lot of capital murder cases as a defense lawyer. I used
Somebody
to
sent
train
that
the
man.
capital defense team for the public defender's office. And hell, I used to run the public defender's office back in the 1970s. My partner after that ran it when it switched over to the county. And then my partner who became mayor, A.C. Wharton, ran the public defender's office. I know it. One of the things that we have right here is that Memphis is the first-degree murder capital of the United States. There are so many homicides that are disguised as unfortunate incidents. There was a barbecue place here.
Carjacking.
I did. No, I did.
Robberies.
They used to close at 2 o'clock every night, but the cash register would close up 7:30 or 8. They were laundering money, and that's one of the businesses here. You can go down on Beale Street and find that as well. And something went funny, but the proprietor of the place turned up dead one Wednesday night, early in the morning, one car wreck on I-55 near Shelby Drive. Thursday, his general manager.
What I tell y'all about them car wrecks? What I've been trying to tell y'all about the car wrecks? That the robberies don't be robberies, attempted carjack, all of that type. That's not what they are. They're hits. I've been trying to tell y'all that. I've been trying to tell y'all.
Unfortunate incidents. There was a barbecue place here. Everybody loved it. Hell, I did. I know I did. It was a problem. They used to close at 2 o'clock every night, but the cash register would close up 7:30 or 8. They were laundering money, and that's one of the businesses here. You can go down on Beale Street and find that as well. And something went funny, but the proprietor of the place turned up dead one Wednesday night, early in the morning, one car wreck on I-55 near Shelby Drive. Thursday, his general manager turned up dead, same circumstances, and Friday, his chief accountant. Oh, horrible coincidence. How tragic. See, that goes on.
How about you? Aren't you worried?
No. They tried to get me when I was on the James Earl Ray case, but it was exciting.
Let's switch to that, by the way, in closing. Charlie Kirk, murdered, assassinated on September 10th. I thought about you, and I talked about you in the air because you did, as a judge, the James Earl Ray case. And so you talked about the rifles that the FBI had that went missing.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what that's about. Let's summarize the story. James Earl Ray's Remington 760 Game Master, a pump-action rifle, is not the murder weapon. The murder weapon, at least the item that fired the fatal bullet they removed from King, had a rate of rifling twist of 1 turn in every 11 1/4 inches. His rifle had a turn rate of 1 in every 10 inches. The Army Marksmanship Unit had made 63 barrels that matched this specification, made 62 rifles on invoice. The FBI, late December 1967, got 5 of these rifles. By the end of April 68, the Justice Department ordered the FBI to return these rifles. They claimed they lost one when they did the inventory. The serial number is the one that's missing out of the previous 4, and that was supplied on the invoice. Also 5,000 rounds of the special custom ammunition that is consistent with what they killed King with. The last I checked in terms of the studies we were doing was that Hoover had one of his people. Hoover knew about it, and he had 2 Marine snipers recruited from Quantico, which is right across the tarmac, about from here, a couple of blocks down from the FBI.
Did he not want to talk about Charlie?
They fired the fatal shot from the fire station, not the flop house, and not from the bushes. In fact, if you go in the flop house now, which the Lorraine Motel Museum has acquired, it says it could not be fired because the window wouldn't go up far enough to do that. And the bushes were right below that, and if anybody was supposed to be shooting from the bushes, they would have been quite visible from Main Street from a distance about here across the street for several hours. So there is an Officer Reddick who was on Overwatch. Reddick ran for sheriff up here in, I believe it was Haywood County. And Reddick gave us the story that he refused to remove himself. He got hog-tied, feet tied with a rope and double handcuffed, and they removed him from the scene because he refused to leave.
They didn't need they didn't want him there to see what was about to happen.
No, they didn't want him there to see. And the whole thing about the delay in the dinner for King, that's not the story. We got a statement from the lady in question, and that Reverend's wife said, I'd fixed it. I'm mad because I have to make gravy because everything is drying out. They kept postponing it. And when you look at the timelines, there's some interesting things going on. So that's one thing that's unsolved.
And yet the shooters came from the top of the firehouse. So I ask all that because you and I have done an interview extensively on that. And then you have the questions about Bobby Kennedy, right? And of course we have President Kennedy. And now we have this weird situation with Charlie Kirk, and there's a lot of questions flying, and maybe we'll get them answered, maybe we won't. But what are your initial thoughts on this, based on your background? That's why I wanted to bring up your background.
I think it was a pro operation because it was too clumsy. But from what I've been reading, the shot was fired from about 200 meters away. Any good old boy from the south or west who does deer hunting can take that shot because that's just average for deer hunting.
With a scope.
Yeah, about 200 meters, and everything's scoped now. So 200 meters is not big. You're talking about a target, the triangle like this, but when you're shooting a deer, you're trying to get his heart or the arterial complex along with his lungs, and you're shooting at something like that from 200 meters. So that's an easy shot. That was not a difficult shot. There are people in this town, old guys, young guys, can take that shot all day long.
So you think it is what it is?
I think there is some unofficial support for it, and one thing that I noticed,
unofficial support for it
that I represented people on.
Some unofficial support for it. What that mean? Unofficial support. Dirty work. Some dirty work.
And you're shooting at something like that from 200 meters. So that's an easy shot.
So he's saying some dirty work.
That was not a difficult shot. There are people in this town, old guys, young guys, can take that shot all day long.
Cricket, yeah.
So you think it is what it is?
I think there is some unofficial support for it, and one thing that I noticed in all of these homicide cases that I represented
unofficial
people on
support
was that sometimes you can set something up because you know it's likely to happen and you ignore it.
Hi, Charlene. Wait.
So you're saying that this kid may have had help?
He may have been ignored.
Hold on.
I think there is some unofficial support for it, and one thing that I noticed in all of these homicide cases that I represented people on was that sometimes you can set something up because you know it's likely to happen and you ignore it.
So you're saying that this kid may have had help?
He may have been ignored. I think that's what happened with Trump.
Ignored?
They knew what was going on, and they just turned a blind eye to it and hoped it happened. It would solve a lot of problems. But he missed.
Yeah.
Hold on. He think what now? Wait, what? Why you... Now, you know, it's funny because he been talking straight and clear this whole 30 minutes. And now when it comes about this shot with Charlie and the president, now he get all fumbly. Hey, Charlene. You understand? Now he get all fumbly. Start talking in codes and shit. Now at 1:30 in the morning, you want me to listen with my good ear. Not ear. My good ear. Oh, dang. Now what?
Hey, Judge Joe Brown.
And by the way,
was that sometimes you can set something up because you know it's likely to happen and you ignore it.
So you're saying that this kid may have had help?
No.
He may have been.
Who set something up? Because so it was staged. You set something up because you know it's likely to happen. You set something up because you know it's likely to happen. Now, is he talking about the shooter or is he talking about the victim? Because now he talking all in codes. Wait a minute, Judge Joe Brown. Meaning that kid didn't do it. That's what he's saying is someone. Yeah, but it also could be that it was staged from Trump now, just like he said, like Trump. That because I know that ear done grew back, right? He the only one I know get an earpiece taken off and the ear cartilage grow back. The authorities knew it was going to happen. Yeah, cause see, that's why that little boy. That's why the description that we listened to yesterday with the 911 call it's not it wasn't Tyler. And when we saw him walking down the street, that it don't make sense. So now he's saying that they set it up, they staged it, just like they staged Trump's ear situation. Okay, let me listen again with my good ear.
Can take that shot all day long.
So you think it is what it is?
I think there is some unofficial support for it, and one thing that I noticed
unofficial
in all
support.
of these homicide cases that I represented people on was that sometimes you can set something up because you know it's likely to happen and you ignore it.
So you're saying that this kid may have had help?
He may have been ignored. I think that's what happened with Trump, is they knew what was going on and they just turned a blind eye to it and hoped it happened. It would solve a lot of problems, but he missed.
Yeah, he did, thankfully. Hey, Judge Joe Brown.
By the way, I'll help out the president if he wants to talk to me. I have some ideas about what to do with this crime situation.
Oh! To the White House. We know people there. We're going to send this. Judge, you have your own podcast.
Listen,
podcast. How can people hear?
He there on behalf of Trump, y'all. How many times he got to tell you? He know people at the White House. He was sent there. That was a mission. Y'all understand? That's why he keep bringing up Trump. He needs to know this. He needs to die. You know, he put someone, boots on the ground in Memphis, go talk to yeah. Y'all see what's going on? That's why they cleaning up shit. Y'all listen, I've been having this sitting over in my arc over there where I store stuff since it came out, I just don't like, I didn't know what Judge Joe Brown was going to be saying, and I didn't want to hear that foolishness. But I guess it took me too long to come out with it, so they've been sending it to me. Just like they told me to keep my eye on that Ford. Rico coming. You know, I've been getting all of that. You understand? So now I see, I wasn't expecting to hear a bunch of stuff. Especially not the cartel, the Seniola cartel. Especially not about all this corrupt. And then this man keep bringing up Trump. Maybe we need to send this. Yeah, you intend on sending it to him. That's why you met with him. That's why you were asking the questions that you asked. They were intentional, because those are the areas in which Trump would be interested in. And this is also why he's talking about if he needs to send the military as well as with the National Guard. So now they know, city know that Judge Joe Brown been talking to this Trump supporter, eyes and ears to the streets, and he's saying, yeah, say if he needs some help, tell him holler at me. Holler at me. I got some ideas. I know where to send you. You need to check on this, check on that. So now I see why they cleaning up, the numbers done drop. We need them to help with the cleanup. They coming to clean up the city. Period. And he got on Crazy Brown. He's Trump flunky. Yes, indeed. Judge Joe Brown is slowly declining, unfortunately. Not well, he may be, Charlene, but guess what? He made sense here. Whatever he got going on, he done told on everybody. And he dang good on the money that's missing, nickels and dimes. He done did all the calculations. What was approved and what wasn't used. Everybody in their pocket. All of this going up on the table. He got sense. He got plenty sense. He got plenty sense. He know a whole business family got taken out. One car accident. Yeah. Then the partner. Then the other account wiped out. He ain't slow. He far from slow. He been sitting back and he done parked a whole bunch of stuff. And now he know crazy sending folk to, so he can, can't nobody fix Memphis but me, Trump. And then you got crazy number 2 saying, I'll help him. Oh yeah, it's a bunch of shit I could tell you about. I done sit back and watched it all. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Ooh wee.
Okay, that's with the real Dana, and it's on Monday and Thursday. It's called Injustice for All on Thursday.
But what he's saying about Charlie, though, it could go both ways. But you know, I said yesterday, I don't remember where I saw it, but they were saying that the boy was a crisis actor. He's been a crisis actor before. So the whole situation could possibly be staged. We know Trump will stage for. Wow. It's just his word.
Complex along with his lungs, and you're shooting at something like that from 200 meters. So that's an easy shot. That was not a difficult shot. There are people in this town, old guys, young guys, can take that shot all day long.
So you think it is what it is?
I think there is some unofficial support for it, and one thing that I noticed in all of these homicide cases that I represented people on was that sometimes you can set something up because you know it's likely to happen and you ignore it.
That right there. Sometimes you can set things up because you already know it's going to happen. It's kind of like what happened yesterday in Dallas. They already knew that there was going to be chaos attack on ICE. Although they changed the story 2 or 3 times, but initially it was an attack on ICE. And then today, what do we see? What do we see, y'all? Attack on ICE. So sometimes you can know that it's going to happen before it happens. Because that's exactly what today when I saw this Chicago stuff, this ICE and all of that, I said, oh, okay, that's why they staged that yesterday in Dallas. I mean, that was my initial thought. Because it didn't make sense. They kept calling him a detainee. But the more questions they asked, they couldn't stick with the questions, because how was he a detainee if he was a legal citizen? And if he was there as a detainee, how did he get on the roof on a different building? And y'all saw him driving down the street with a ladder on the roof. But I thought he was a detainee. Which one is it? I thought 3 people were unalive. Now it was just him, and the other 2 was wounded. I mean, come on. And then today, you wake up to chaos and violence going on in Chicago. So it was premeditated, because y'all already knew it was going down. So you staged the incident to prepare the people for what was about to happen the next day. Kind of just like we just saw the Bush sitting on Epstein's floor with 2 tower buildings down and 2 paper planes, because they said they already knew it was going to happen. Thank you, Macy, for the thumbs up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You said they full of shit. They got me listening with my good ear. Too late now. It's too late for this.
Too clumsy. But from what
thank you,
the shot was fired from about 200 meters away.
For the heart.
Any good old boy from the south or west who does deer hunting can take that shot, because that's just average for deer hunting.
With a scope.
Yeah, about 200 meters, and everything's scoped now. So 200 meters is not big. You're talking about a target, the triangle like this, but when you're shooting a deer, you're trying to get his heart or the arterial complex along with his lungs, and you're shooting at something like that from 200 meters. So that's an easy shot. That was not a difficult shot. There are people in this town, old guys, young guys, can take that shot all day long.
So you think it is what it is?
I think there is some unofficial support for it, and one thing that I noticed in all of these homicide cases that I represented people on was that sometimes you can set something up because you know it's likely to happen and you ignore it.
So you're saying that this kid may have had help?
Nope.
He may have been ignored. I think that's what happened with Trump. Is they knew what was going on and they just turned a blind eye to it and hoped it happened. It would solve a lot of problems. But he missed.
Yeah, he did, thankfully. Hey, Judge Joe Brown.
And by the way, I'll help out the president if he wants to talk to me. I have some ideas about what to do with this crime situation.
Well, we're going to send this to the White House. We know people there. We're going to send this. Judge, you have your own podcast, your own broadcast. How can people hear it?
Okay, that's with The Real Dana, and it's on Monday.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I just told y'all I saw this and I was going and I said I need to where I just put it. I just saw it. Oh, was it on the other device? Oh my goodness, hold on. It was on this device. No, it was on this one. It was the boy walking down that street with that, hold on. Oh my goodness, this is killing me. Tyler, hold on, let me find it. I just saw it when I pulled up this device. And I said I was looking for this. Okay, there go there. The guy with the face mask. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Oh my goodness, let me go up under his name because I don't know where it's at. Tyler. Because that boy was walking down that street with that gun in his pants. And yesterday, what we watched, that could not have been him. Why can't I find it now? I just saw it.
Thank you. I got it. Oh, no, please. I insist. I'm a gentleman.
I got it.
No. Why are you good?
And in the days after that, there was a manhunt that ensued. And so we ultimately now want to check in with some of our partners there at TMZ, putting this up on your screen, that the person of interest in the Charlie Kirk assassination was a man on a mission, hobbling down a street in Utah, turning towards the
hobbling down the street.
Point CEO was fatally shot just a few minutes later.
Hobbling down the street.
It's now viral video. I'm going to bring into the conversation there at TMZ, Michael Babcock. Michael,
how was he hobbling down the street? Hold on.
At the time, tell us how you were able to procure it and really what you learned when you first saw it.
Hey, Christina, thank you for having me. Surveillance footage from or believe at least was Tyler Robinson.
This had to be staged, y'all.
11:52. Well, this video was taken at 11:49, and it is surveillance footage from one of these neighborhoods, a suburb that is basically on the outside of the perimeter of the university. What is really notable about this, Christina, is if you see, he's got a bit of a strange gait, the way he's walking in these images. Authorities obviously say he had a action rifle that he brought with him to campus before shooting
Michael Babcock. Michael, y'all received this video. It was exclusive at the time. Tell us how you were able to procure it and really what you learned when you first saw it.
Hey, Christina, thank you for having me. I mean, it's a surreal piece of video. So the video, and I want to make sure I've got my times right here, Christina. So this was just a couple of blocks away from the campus. And, the authorities say that he arrived, that now the man that we know or believe at least was Tyler Robinson arrived at 11:52. Well, this video was taken at 11:49, and it is surveillance footage from
So here, he don't even have a backpack, do he? And, okay. So, he walking, okay. If he had a screwdriver and he would need to dismantle the gun or put it together, why is he walking with it in his pants leg? In his pants, right? And so this is so staged. Let's go.
Arrived at 11:52. Well, this video was taken at 11:49, and it is surveillance footage from one of these neighborhoods, a suburb that is basically on the outside of the perimeter of the university. What is really notable about this, Christina, is if you see, he's got a bit of a strange gait, the way he's walking in these images. Authorities obviously say he had a bolt-action rifle that he brought with him to campus before shooting.
And it was in his leg, right?
You do not see a rifle in that image there. And that is because the belief is that he had actually concealed the rifle or attempted to conceal the rifle in his pants. And it looks like the weapon could have been on along his right leg. And that's why he was walking in a way that does not look natural. Now, about 6 minutes after the shooting, at 12:29 p.m. to be exact, after Tyler had allegedly dumped the rifle, you see him running back through that same neighborhood. And in that instant, there is no strange gait. He is walking normally, differently than he was just a half hour earlier. So the belief is that in that footage right there, just 3 minutes before he gets to campus, that he had that weapon right there on his right leg. And that's the way he concealed it. And that's the way he got that weapon onto the campus before again, murdering Charlie Kirk.
Okay, so
it's so fascinating, Michael, because
hold on.
what you can see there, which I thought was so interesting when you all first released this footage, is that the police had also put out a photo of the guy. They were like, this is this person of interest. This is who we're looking for. And you could see in that thing, he had on a black shirt with sort of this emblem on the front. The video that you were able to procure shows the exact same thing. And it's also got to be frightening for those neighbors not knowing that a killer was walking down the street. Potential killer was walking down.
See, at that point, it happened minutes, obviously.
And so, of course, this is another photo that we have. That's courtesy of Fox News Digital. Again, Michael Babcock there with TMZ. Anything else that we kind of need to be, or that you all have on your radar as it pertains to this case?
Charlie looked taller. I mean, not Charlie, but...
This is another photo that we have. That's courtesy of Fox News Digital. Again, Michael Babcock there with TMZ. Anything else that we kind of need to be, or
that cat right there looked taller, but hold on.
I think hopefully these are questions that we will soon have answers to.
No.
Hopefully it is. And so there you see also a live.
I'm not believing it. Hold on. So we saw that, and for the ones of y'all who missed it yesterday, I'm getting tired. Yeah, I'm getting sleepy for real. Hold on. Lord, where is he? Okay, I want y'all to listen.
Murphy Tractor and Equipment has the machines and tech to help you get the job done. Join us for Ask. And again, he's spoken to Candace Owen there and said,
and some
so the man who took this rather famous footage of the assassin on the roof has just come forward claiming that the man he saw run across the Losi building, go prone and assassinate Charlie Kirk was not wearing blue jeans, black top, sunglasses and a hat, but was actually wearing tactical gear and a face mask.
Now, I could have sworn that, maybe I was wrong, but I did look at the little boy's feet that was walking down the street. Did he what color tennis shoes did he have on, y'all? The little boy that was walking down the street, what color tennis shoes did he have on? Did you pay attention?
This rather famous footage of the assassin on the roof has just come forward claiming that the man he saw run across the Losi building, go prone and assassinate Charlie Kirk was not wearing blue jeans, black top, sunglasses.
Did this tennis shoe look gray to y'all or white? White. That's what I saw. Them gray.
Glasses and a hat, but was actually wearing tactical gear and a face mask. In this video, I'll be taking a look at these brand new claims in detail, and I'll also be sharing with you some further information that bizarrely seems to bolster this story and add further credibility.
I don't understand how he was hopping.
Right up. Yeah, you think he'd already be in place? You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Whoa, from over there, ran in, and now he's right there. Just saying.
So the following footage, this was recorded between 12:22 and 12:23 p.m. Just a matter of mere seconds before Charlie Kirk was shot. Now, the person who recorded this footage,
he couldn't have got there that quick, 22 to 20, and he
out the suspect's
walking with a handicapped foot.
His escape. But the person who filmed this footage
with a gun,
by all accounts, claiming that the
in his pants leg,
run across the roof, go prone, and fire off the rifle, wasn't dressed in jeans, wasn't dressed with black sunglasses, black hat, and a black top. This individual wasn't Tyler Robinson. The person that he saw run across the roof was wearing tactical gear and a face mask. Now, on the face of it, this does sound, a little bit fanciful, but the face mask actually makes a second and third appearance in this story. So do bear with me. Stick with me.
Hold on.
Now, the following information that he saw run across the roof was wearing tactical gear and a face mask. Now, on the face of it, this does sound, a little bit fanciful, but the face mask actually makes a second and third appearance in this story. So do bear with me. Stick with me here. Now, the following information was provided by Candace Owen last night on YouTube. She's been in contact with the very person who filmed this footage, and she said the following.
I don't want to give too many identifying details here, but
they left DNA on the roof.
Has a lot of experience with guns and knows guns and helps to train people in that sort of a capacity, and said that they observed
somebody on the roof.
The FBI saying that the shooter dropped onto the roof at 12:15.
Yeah, it was somebody on all black.
He said earliest it was 12:22 that the individual ran across, set up.
You talking about on the roof?
And I said, well, you must have been there.
You talking about on the roof?
Dressed with black.
Just saying.
He's a sniper.
He just ran from over. Where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in. He's right there. Just saying.
So the following footage, this was recorded between 12:22 and 12:23 p.m. Just a matter of mere seconds before Charlie Kirk was shot. Now, the person who recorded this footage, he claims that he stopped recording and maybe 20 seconds later the shot rang out, the suspect stood up and made good his escape. But the person who filmed this footage is now by all accounts claiming that the person that he saw run across the roof, go prone and fire off the rifle wasn't dressed in jeans, wasn't dressed with black sunglasses, black hat and a black top. This individual wasn't Tyler Robinson. The person that he saw run across the roof was wearing tactical gear and a face mask. Now, on the face of it, this does sound, a little bit fanciful, but the face mask actually makes a second and third appearance in this story. So do bear with me. Stick with me here. Now, the following information was provided by Candace Owen last night on YouTube. She's been in contact with the very person who filmed this footage, and she said the following.
I don't want to give too many identifying details here, but this person himself has a lot of experience with guns and knows guns and helps to train people in that sort of a capacity, and said that they observed that individual, the FBI saying that the shooter dropped onto the roof at 12:15 didn't make sense to him. He said earliest it was 12:22 that the individual ran across, set up, took the shot, and I said, well, you must have been there, because he then sends me I wanted to see all of the metadata of when he took that footage, and the metadata begins at 12:22 and goes into 12:23, the very minute that Charlie gets shot. And he says, yeah, I saw the shot. I had just stopped recording about 20 seconds before the shot rang out. And he said that he told them a description of what the shooter looked like, and it was not the description that the entire world received less than 24 hours later of this person, Tyler Robinson, wearing jeans. I said, was he wearing jeans? He said, no. Actually, this person was dressed in tactical gear and he was wearing a face mask. And he said, according to him, like I said, he has a lot of experience with guns, that this person looked to him like a foreign agent. I don't know if he's wearing all black, how he got that, but he said he was very certain that this person was skilled, knew exactly what he was doing, and was highly trained, like a highly trained assassin, so to speak, okay? He then says something else. As soon as George Zinn got arrested and that started circulating, he ran to someone on campus and said, this is the wrong person. I observed this person with my eyes. You have the complete wrong description. The person you're looking for is wearing tactical gear and is obviously young, because I watched him sprint back after taking the shot. I saw this with my own two eyes. And for whatever reason, that never made its way out that we can see of a description of a person wearing tactical gear. We're kind of left with this idea that he was wearing the now infamous veterans shirt with the American flag on it and some jeans. So he also said something that we had not heard, which is that he knows guns, and the gun that the FBI found was not the gun that he saw. That the gun that he saw was smaller. And I'm going to read you directly a text message that he sent me, again, protecting his identity. He said, watching the video of the impact, hearing the sharp crack instead of a big hunting rifle's boom, and seeing what looked like a shorter rifle platform, albeit with the absence of the shape of a standard 30-round magazine, the assassin may have used a 10 or 20-round magazine, only expecting to shoot once or twice. I would guess that he was shot with a Hornady V Max or similar lightweight 223 bullet designed for very rapid expansion. Of course, I don't have access to any autopsy reports like you might, but if they found small shards of copper rather than one large copper-coated lead slug, that's the gun and bullet I would expect was used. So I wanted to share that because I know that a part of this entire thing was our upset at kind of being taken for a ride by the FBI. It makes no sense to me.
Taken for a ride.
They wouldn't share those details immediately while this manhunt was taking place. We got every other name and basically every other description, and we're told nothing like what this person who says that he was an eyewitness, he was the eyewitness to this, and that he went right in and said all this information. Why wouldn't you share the eyewitness report that you received that completely counters the narrative? And I would say, again, assuming this guy's story checks out, and it seems to me that it did, and he sent us the data, and we looked at the metadata that he was the person who took that video, it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, they had an ulterior motive.
These details when they're speaking to the public. So, yeah.
Because Tyler's family worked for the CIA, intelligence, all of that rigmarole stuff. Yeah, his dad and mom are intelligence.
Here, and I just found that to
and he's not cooperating, right?
What to make of all of this? I guess what we make every single episode is the fact that they're just lying to us about everything.
Yeah,
about
that's
literally everything.
They ain't said nothing about Tyler, had they?
Tactical gear and face mask. You just think to yourself, is this bloke on the wind-up? Is he taking the piss? But what caught my eye, what caught my attention here in Candace Owens' video is where she said he approached police and gave that description. Now think about this. This guy's just recorded this footage 20 seconds after he stopped recording. The shot rings out. There's pandemonium. He believes he's got a good view of this suspect and he's approached police. That doesn't sound too fanciful. That sounds fairly realistic, doesn't it? And surprisingly, I've actually got something that seems to back this version of events up, at least in terms of him approaching the police and giving this description. Now, luckily, I've still got the original police scanner audio from shortly after this assassination took place. And take a listen to the following.
And even
is going to be wearing
listen, y'all.
Black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask, possibly wearing a tactical vest and jeans. Is going to be wearing all black, black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask, possibly wearing a tactical vest and jeans.
So this is one of the first suspects that they were looking for. Why do you think they arrested that second guy wearing dark clothing? Because one of the first suspects that police were looking for was dressed in all black, long black gun, possibly a black face. And
even from here, that looks like all black. It don't look like an ash gray. It don't look, that look like all black. Here, it looks like all black here. Right? It don't look like gray and brown, gray and denim. Now, makes sense now what you just said.
Take a listen to the following.
is going to be wearing all black, black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask, possibly wearing a tactical vest and jeans. Is going to be wearing all black, black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask, possibly wearing a tactical vest and jeans.
So this is one of the first suspects that they were looking for. Why do you think they arrested that second guy wearing dark clothing? Because one of the first suspects that police were looking for was dressed in all black, long black gun, possibly a black tactical helmet, black mask, importantly, possibly black tactical vest and jeans.
Journey into savings during the National Carrot Stand sale at Carpet Corner.
You won't have to journey far. Carpet Corner has carrot stand flooring in stock and ready to install.
But you only...
Importantly, possibly black tactical vest and jeans. So either someone else, some other complete random stranger has seen a very similar person, or this is that guy's description. He has actually approached the police, he's taken this footage, and he's approached police with that following description.
Actually, this person was dressed in tactical gear and he was wearing a face mask.
Suspect wearing all black, long black gun, black tactical helmet potentially, black mask, possibly black tactical vest and jeans. And it's the black mask, isn't it? That's what stands out to me personally. It's this mention of the mask. And again, he's spoken to Candace Owen there and said, I believe he was wearing tactical gear and a face mask. Surely this guy has actually approached the police. That part is actually true. It's not as if he's having a conversation
right
with
there.
Candace Owen and...
That is not the same. That is not the same. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So when they said a possible tactical helmet, does that look like a helmet or does that look like a cap? Look at them two pictures of Tyler, but them side by sides, they look different. Oh yeah, they do. Does this look like a baseball cap or a helmet? Huh? Does this look like all black? Or do you see the veteran? Does it look like a t-shirt? Yeah. You said the picture of them right by each other?
interview. But take a listen to what he says next.
This don't even, that would guy on the roof.
What to make of all of
don't
this?
Even look like
make every single episode.
He don't even look like the boy that was walking down the street with the gun in his pants. I don't know why. I don't know where it's at now. When he stood up, he don't even look like...
Second guy wearing dark clothing, because one of the first suspects that police were looking for was dressed in all black, long black gun, possibly a black tactical helmet, black mask, importantly, possibly black tactical vest and jeans. So either someone else, some other complete random stranger, has seen a very similar person, or this is that guy's description. He has actually approached the police. He's
the one when he was coming up the stairs. Oh, okay.
Following description.
Wearing the...
Been in contact with... was shot. Now, the person who recorded this footage, he claims that he stopped recording and maybe 20 seconds later the shot rang out, the suspect stood up and made good his escape.
Hold on.
Recorded between 12:22 and 12:23 p.m. Just a matter of mere seconds before Charlie was shot. Now, the person who recorded this
I just saw him running since I got it real close.
20 seconds later, the shot rang out, the suspect stood up.
Oh, man.
He claims that he stopped recording and maybe 20 seconds later, the shot...
Okay.
Rang out.
It still look like all black.
Made good his escape. But the person
still look like
who
all
filmed
black.
this footage is now, by all accounts, claiming that the person that he saw run across the roof, go prone, and fire off the rifle.
You talking about this picture, and this picture? These look like blue jeans. These look like black jeans. But it may be because he's in the sun. And the one in jail. Oh, no. The one in jail, his face looked fuller. I noticed yesterday that his face was a lot more narrow. And this one here, the lips don't look as big as
Full. Wasn't dressed
his
in
lips.
jeans, wasn't dressed with black sunglasses, black hat, and a black top. This individual wasn't Tyler Robinson. The person that he saw run across the roof was wearing tactical gear and a face mask. Now, on the face of it, this does sound, a little bit fanciful. But the face mask...
His lips don't look the same to me.
She makes a second and third.
I know he don't have on all black.
Story, so do bear with me. Stick with me here. Now, the following information.
But even here yesterday is what I was saying. These are cigarette butts. What are we talking about? There's the DNA right there. Why are the cigarette butts still there? I mean, Fee. Hey, Big Pressure, where you been? You almost had me worried about you, man. Stop that. Now, you almost had me worried. Well, you had me worried. I'm glad you're all right.
Candace Owen last night on YouTube. She's been in contact with the very person who filmed this footage, and she said...
Yeah, because he's still alive with Epstein.
They're going to find details here, but this person himself has a lot of experience with guns and knows guns and, helps to train people in that sort of a capacity, and said that they observed that individual, the FBI saying that the shooter dropped onto the roof at 12:15 didn't make sense to him. He said earliest it was 12:22 that the individual ran across, set up, took the shot, and I said, well, you must have been there, because he then sends me I wanted to see all of the metadata of when he took that footage, and the metadata begins at 12:22 and goes into 12:23, the very minute that Charlie gets shot. And he says, yeah, I saw the shot. I had just stopped recording about 20 seconds before the shot rang out. And he said that he told them a description of what the shooter looked like, and it was not the description that the entire world received less than 24 hours later of this person, Tyler Robinson, wearing jeans. I said, was he wearing jeans? He said, no.
So these pictures right there, I'm gonna be honest. These look like when he was like 17, 18 years old. These look like when he was this one, and this one looked like when he was a kid. This one looked like he may be about 4 years older than this. The shape of the face is not even the same. The shape. He looks younger here. And here, his face is much fuller. Much. Yeah. So this looked like when he was about 15, 16 years old. And he looked like he about 22, 23 here. See, here he don't look like he got lips. Remember I said he didn't look like he had any lips. His lips don't look like that. So he had to have been younger. He was younger on these pictures than what he is here. Oh, hell no. They got the wrong guy. What's going on here? Yep. Yep. Cause even, I mean, yeah, no. That guy on that roof no, that's not the same guy. That's not the same guy. And it's look old. This picture here look old.
Actually, this man was dressed in tactical gear,
The
and he was
one
wearing a face
who
mask.
got away.
And he
Yep.
said, according to him,
they playing in our
because he has
face.
experience with guns.
That's why when we listen to Judge Joe Brown, that's why I kept saying, wait a minute, because we beat that up yesterday. We beat this one up yesterday. And then to listen to Judge Joe Brown, because where the reporter was wanting him to go, he wasn't going there with his response. Yeah, nah, them two different guys.
To him, like a foreign agent, I don't know if he's wearing all black, how he got that, but he said he's very certain that this person was skilled, knew exactly what he was doing, was highly trained, like a highly trained assassin, so to speak.
And now we just seen the article where they are using the military helicopters to lose the signal, untrackable. I hate to say this, but they, the way they carrying out people, you don't know where they are, dropping them off in strange places. The human traffic, no. They said a plane was in the area hovering over military helicopters and stuff. Wasn't trackable. We just looked at that. Did we not just look at that? Yeah, I'm not buying none of these, none of it. I'm not buying. See, this is what happened when you play, when you stage. Now it's like everything is a lie. It's a lie. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Smoke and mirrors. So they put him in the car, and we just didn't hear from him no more. Then they said he was unalive. Yeah, but where's the blood? We saw it shoot out, but we also saw it was something up under that shirt, that airbag. I ain't buying it. Tyler ain't it. He know what he signed up for. And they kept giving all them signals. He made the choice to be there.
Says something else. As soon as George Zinn got arrested and that started circulating, he ran to someone on campus and said, "This is the wrong person. I observed this person with my eyes. You have the complete wrong description. The person you're looking for is wearing tactical gear and is obviously young because I watched him sprint back after taking the shot. I saw this with my own 2 eyes. And for whatever reason, that never made its way out. That we can see of a description of a person wearing tactical gear.
You're right, but I ain't gonna believe nothing they say.
That he was wearing the now infamous veterans shirt with the American flag on it.
I believe the all black though. I remember that day one.
That we had not heard, which is that.
And then they start picking up
guns, and the gun that the FBI
other people with different colors. I was like,
that the gun that
he's supposed to have on all black.
And I'm going to read you directly a text message that he sent me, again protecting his identity. He said, "Watching the video of the impact, hearing the sharp crack instead of a big hunting rifle's boom, and seeing what looked like a shorter rifle platform, albeit with the absence of the shape of a standard 30-round magazine, the assassin may have used a 10 or 20 round magazine, only expecting to shoot once or twice. I would guess that he was shot with a Hornady V Max or similar lightweight 223 bullet designed for very rapid expansion." Of course, I don't have access to
he know guns
reports like you might, but if they found small shards of copper rather than one large copper-coated,
they ain't said nothing about what they found, had they?
And bullet, I would expect was used. Ever wonder
They
what happens when legs like
said
this
nothing about what they
suddenly
found.
this? Cases like this are practically textbook example of people not taking preventative steps against edema. It's always creeping in, but with these insoles, edema won't catch you.
Meet Alcosoli.
And then we found out that
a bullet I would expect was used.
And then yesterday I found out his wife, Kirk's wife, was a Trump beauty pageant winner long time ago. Her daddy, no, Kirk's daddy, Kirk's daddy worked for Trump a long time ago. Yeah, did y'all know she was a Trump beauty pageant contestant winner? Let's say Trump in the back. Did y'all know that? This was her beauty pageant picture. She a Trump O. I play too much. I play too much, don't I? Yeah. She was a Trump beauty pageant winner. She won. Yeah. And we already know what he said he did to the contestants when them young girls was. He would go back in there and they back in there getting dressed, and he would go in there and feel on them and touch on them and love on them and all that type of stuff. Holy shit. That right there. Holy shit. Yeah, no, I ain't going.
Share that because I know that a part of this entire thing was our upset at kind of being taken for a ride by the FBI it makes no sense to me that they wouldn't share those details immediately while this manhunt
They
was
did.
taking place. We got
They did say all black.
basically every other description.
They did say all
and
black.
We're told nothing like what this person who says that he was an eyewitness, he was the eyewitness to this, and that he went right in and said all this information. Why wouldn't you share the eyewitness report
They did.
that you received?
They did say all black.
Completely counters the narrative, and I would say again,
Hi, Virginia.
assuming this guy's story checks out, and it seems to me that it did, and he sent us the data, and we looked at the metadata that he was the person who took that video, it doesn't make sense to me. It literally makes no sense to me that they would obfuscate these details when they're speaking to the public. So, yeah, like I said, we are exploring every lead here, and I just found that to be quite stunning. I don't know what to make of all of this. I guess what
It's
we
a
make of this
cover-up.
episode is the fact that they're just lying to us about everything.
They are
About
lying.
literally everything.
Okay, yeah, hold on.
I'll say,
Hold
on
on.
the face of it, when you hear tactical
Hold on,
gear and
hold
face
on.
mask, you just think to yourself, is this bloke on the wind-up? Is he taking...
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I have to have a meeting in the ladies' room. Hold on, y'all. I'll be back real soon. There's a meeting in the ladies' room. Be back real soon. Woo! Meeting in the ladies' room. Be back real soon. Yes, indeed. Hold on. I was trying to set this up. Yep. Something ain't clean in the water. Something ain't clean in the water.
the piss. But what caught my eye, what caught my attention here in Candace Owens' video is where she said he approached police and gave that description. Now think about this. This guy's just recorded this footage 20 seconds after he stopped recording. The shot rings out. There's pandemonium. He believes he's got a good view of this suspect and he's approached police. That doesn't sound too fanciful. That sounds fairly realistic, doesn't it? And surprisingly, I've actually got something that seems to back this version of events up. At least in
Yeah,
terms
they
of
don't
him
when they
approaching
pull
police
them
and
old
giving
pictures of
this
him.
description.
And
Now, luckily, I've still got the original police
Again.
audio from shortly after this assassination.
all black. Oh, I can't go that big. All black over here. And here.
Took place. And take a listen to the following.
Is going to be wearing all black, black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black
Is
mask,
that you?
possibly wearing
Open
a
your
tactical
mouth.
vest and jeans.
Did it dang-a-lang in your mouth. Yep. He had on all black.
Is going to be wearing all black, black
And a helmet.
long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask, possibly wearing
He had on a helmet,
tactical vest and
not a
jeans.
cap.
So this is one of the first suspects that they were looking for. Why do you think they arrested that second guy wearing dark clothing? Because one of the first suspects that police were looking for was dressed in all black, long black gun, possibly a black tactical helmet, black mask, importantly, possibly black tactical vest and jeans. So either someone else, some other complete random stranger has seen a very similar person, Or this is that guy's description. He has actually approached the police. He's taken this footage and he's...
Oh, it was more than one person taking a shot.
This person was dressed.
Oh, it was more than one person that
wearing a face mask.
was there to take the shot. And this guy right here.
Black tactical helmet, potentially. Black mask, possibly black tactical vest and jeans. And it's the black mask, isn't it?
It was more than one shooter.
Of the mask. And again, he's spoken to Candace Owen there and said, I believe he was wearing tactical gear and a face mask. Surely this guy has actually approached the police. That part is actually true. It's not as if he's having a conversation with this Candace.
That was police. Or somebody that was on a motorcycle helmet. It definitely is not a cab. Definitely have some on his face. That may be a badge. Y'all see that? That could be a badge. That's a helmet. That may be a badge. Oh, man. That may be a badge, y'all. And that would be why they wouldn't want to use that description, huh? Hey, Healing. Are you saying like a dog tag, like the military?
Is actually true. Black mask, possibly black tactical vest and jeans. And it's the black mask, isn't it? That's what
probably
Trump personally. Is this mention of the mask. And again, he's spoken to Candace Owen there.
It's something metal.
Tactical gear and a face mask. Surely this
something
guy
metal.
Actually approached the police. That part is actually true. It's not as if he's having a
Now, the dog tag wouldn't be hanging that low. Unless he had a whole bunch of them. But that's definitely a helmet on his head. Yeah, definitely have a mask on his face. Trump is probably up right now tweeting. Cause shit, like a 5-year-old. Yep. So, is that not the little boy that was walking down? Well, not a little boy. The boy that was walking down the street with a gun in his leg. Somebody beat him to it. Somebody beat him to it. Somebody, okay, because if we listen to the description, they gave the description of both guys, all black, and then they came back with black, with possibly a vest with blue jeans. It just don't make sense to why he came in there limping with a gun in his pants, but then hid it and broke it down. Because if you could break it down, why you didn't break it down before you got there and then get in position and put it back together? I mean, since you got there early. I don't understand that look walking down the street like you know, with your pimp walk on. But this guy right here, how did he get down? So that military, you know, cut off all their signals and I can't remember what they said. We just saw that they are doing that. So that part I believe, because they said that there was a plane waiting. He was walking with his crib walk. Yeah, that's not him. Whoever that was walking down that street, this right here ain't him. So don't none of it make sense. Not to me. But I do remember the first description was all black. So when they was dragging that man off, I said, that's not him. They said all black. Why they got here? And then old girl said, because he admitted. He said, I did it. But why did they say he had on all black? And I said, why is his pants down? That's not the description. They played in our face. And he got a medal, something, this right here. Right there.
Conversation with this Candace Owen, you know, just making up some complete load of crap. There is actually some substance here to what he's saying, at least in terms of him approaching the police and saying what he saw.
What he saw and recorded.
If this is the guy who took the footage, which I actually truly do believe it is, then surely this is the description he passed on to the police. That part of his story is actually accurate.
Right.
Now, Candace Owens in that video there, she mentions that, you know, why wasn't this suspect put out there into the public domain? Why wasn't it mentioned this is who we're looking for? But as I say, luckily, I kept hold of that police scanner audio, and it clearly was one of the first people that they were looking for. One of the first suspects was dressed as I've just stated there, all black, long black gun, possibly black tactical vest and jeans, and the black mask. They were, by all accounts, looking for that suspect at a very early stage. So albeit it wasn't put out there by the FBI, it wasn't put out there by Kash Patel on Twitter or anything like that, but it was certainly something that was discussed amongst law enforcement during the manhunt.
That's why Kash Patel wasn't trying to...
The black face mask seems to make a reappearance. Now, bearing in mind, the news regarding tactical gear, face masks, this, that and the other, that was only released last night by Candace Owens on YouTube. Now, on the 13th of September, Josh Kemp, neighbour of Tyler Robinson, he gave an interview to the press. And there was something that stood out to me very early on in this particular interview. Now, I'm going to play his full interview. It's only about 3 minutes long. I'm going to leave that at the end of the video. You can make up your own mind. Is this guy a fantasist? Is he telling the truth? I've got no idea. But this is where the face mask makes a reappearance. And this was on the 13th of September. So this guy here, Josh Kemp, he can't be aware of the black tactical gear, the black face mask. He can't be aware of this.
I don't be believing in all them coincidences.
But take a listen to what he says next.
It was about the time I saw them. So
How long ago was it?
I would say about 2 weeks ago.
And did they look like they were couples?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he was dressed all in black?
Yeah, definitely.
And you thought he was weird?
Yeah, I definitely, yeah.
What was weird about him?
Just the way he walked and just the way I've seen him. I've never seen really anybody dressed all in black with a mask on, and I thought that was just quite weird. I've never seen really anybody dressed all in black with a mask on. Anybody dressed all in black with a mask on.
So why he did...
All black, black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask.
So why would he be walking down the street on his way right around the corner from the university, and he didn't have on all black? Why he didn't have on all black with the gun in his pants leg? That is not the same guy.
Possibly wearing a tactical vest and jeans.
What was weird about him? Just the way he walked and just the way I've seen him. I've never seen really anybody dressed all in black with a mask on, and I thought that was just quite weird.
What's also worth remembering is that when you read the charging sheet or the probable cause affidavit regarding Tyler Robinson, there is a point on the CCTV when he makes his way up to the roof and they lose sight of him for a brief section of time. Now, is it beyond the realms of possibility
Who
that
lose
Tyler
sight?
Robinson in that backpack has a black face mask? The black mask has gone on, he's run across the roof, he's gone down into the prone position, he's taken the shot, put the mask back into the bag possibly, and made good his escape.
You
Now,
know I
what we
have
do
to
know is
get
the
him
footage
awkwardly.
is incredibly poor quality. You know, we can't really tell whether he's got a rifle. Has he got a rifle?
Okay, y'all.
Is that thing bending there when it should be straight? Hang on a minute, is that part of the rifle? I don't know. To me, it's too grainy to tell. When I see the photos,
Oh Lord, it got tartar buildup.
He's got a gun in his hand. No, to me it doesn't. You know, but that's just my personal opinion. But it's this mask, isn't it? Making
Okay, y'all. I'm finna go to sleep.
3 appearances in this
I'm finna
story.
go to
and
sleep.
It's not just coming out now. It's not people just saying, you know, in the
They
past
playing in our
48
face.
hours. Oh yeah, black mask. Yeah, there's this person with a black mask. This goes all the way back to hours after the assassination. The police scanner looking for someone with a
He's
black
getting
mask.
ready.
You've got this guy taking the
He's
footage.
getting ready
I saw someone with
for more little boy. Yeah, they haven't brought up the little boys yet.
Well, that part
Good night,
would seem
Brian.
accurate. That part would seem
They have
truthful.
not talked
Then we have
about the
neighbour
little
back on
boys,
September 13th.
but there's
Well, you know,
supposed
saw
to
him 2
be
weeks ago.
some
I
boys.
saw Tyler Robinson wearing all black and a black mask. It was really strange. I've never seen someone wearing that sort of outfit. Is there a connection there?
Is this
Let
the
me know
same?
your thoughts down in the comment section.
Yeah.
From breakfast bites to lunch.
It's just too much. And the sad part about it, before I go, is that he did all of this initially to stop. You know, this is crazy because what I was looking for a while ago was this.
Footage of suspect Tyler Robinson was.
Did I just say I just saw it and then I couldn't find it? Oh, dang it. As soon as I was about to say goodbye, here go this other angle with him walking down the street with.
So recently, some previously unreleased footage of suspect Tyler Robinson was released by Chuck Keeler on YouTube. Now this showed the suspect heading in the direction of the Utah University campus around 11:44 a.m. In this video, the suspect is seen stopping at an intersection.
But I thought they said 11:22.
Pull alongside. So in this video, I want to break down what I see personally and also some interesting details. YouTube. Now this showed the suspect heading in the direction of the Utah University campus around 11:44 a.m. In this video, the suspect is seen stopping at an intersection when a mysterious vehicle appears to pull alongside. So in this video, I want to break down what I see personally and also some interesting details that may have been missed. Take a look at the following. Okay, so let's start this footage at normal speed here. 1 times speed. We'll drop it down to 0.25 when there's an interesting talking point here. But here we can
So
see
is he walking like a
the
pimp?
suspect coming into frame. We see him passing the first white vehicle. Now, he's walking downhill, so I'd imagine that the limp that you see maybe 5 or 6 minutes later as he turns the bend, it's a little bit easier to walk downhill, so the limp isn't as evident when we see this part of the video. However,
Yeah, but you can tell them pants are not black.
as we move further forward. But take a look here. Now, the right leg, it seems that he's dragging his right leg ever so slightly. Let's drop this down to 0.25. And just keep your eyes on the right leg as the car passes. It seems that he's just dragging the right leg. It's not going as far forward as it would normally. It's a little bit unnatural, shall we say.
That is not the man on the roof.
It's this point here
The man on the roof is bigger than
I
him.
wish to draw people's attention to. To me, this looks like he's receiving a phone call. Now, again, you have to be so careful with footage like this. You know, it's such poor quality. It's very, very grainy. It's easy to see something that simply isn't there. But take a look at this. In my opinion, he's walking along here. He looks down, looks at his phone, takes a phone call. Now, I can't tell if it's his left or his right hand, but to me it's fairly evident that as he's walking along, the head goes down, the phone comes out, he's taking a phone call. Again, watch again. Walking along, face goes down, looks at his phone, takes a phone call, phone goes back in the pocket. So as I say, at this stage, the limp isn't really that evident, is it? It's not really that clear. So he's walking along and he stops at the end of this road here. He stops at the intersection. Now, just before that, I believe he gets out his phone again. Now, of course, this could be completely innocent. He could be checking where he's going, checking the time. He could be checking absolutely anything. But it's interesting that the phone seems to make a reappearance. You see here, phone coming out of the pocket right there. Looks at the phone, stops at the intersection. Now at this point, this mysterious vehicle comes along. It seems to pull into the right, slows right down by where the suspect is stood, goes past the suspect, and you can tell he's pulled into the right because he has to come out to the left to avoid this dark car that's ahead of him. You can see him turning left here, coming back out onto the road.
Oh, okay.
And of course, again, you know, the phone, the car, the mysterious car, it could all be just a mere coincidence. But it's interesting, isn't it, that this guy is seemingly walking towards the university campus. There's this quick check of the phone right here. Quick phone.
All I know is that's not the guy that was on that roof.
Pocket, walks past the blue car. Gets down towards the intersection, checks the phone again. Right here, you see the phone coming out right here. Phone comes out of the pocket, checks the phone, stops at the intersection. At this point, we have the car pulling into the right-hand side alongside the suspect.
Score big savings and watch live NFL games this season.
We have the car pulling into the right-hand side alongside the suspect. Seems to slow right down and then moves off to the left, out back onto the road and past the dark vehicle. Now, this is where the limp, interestingly enough, seems to reappear. Now, again, of course, he's walking downhill. It could be a lot easier to walk downhill. It could, you know, it may not impact him as much than walking on the flat. Now, I think that when he gets to the bottom here, it sort of levels out a little bit. So the limp may now become a little bit more apparent, which we do actually see. Now, this guy stays here behind this pole for a matter of seconds. As you can see there, that car drives off. Now, obviously it's so grainy it's hard to tell, but is he looking down at his phone there, checking something, checking where he is maybe, checking the time? You know, I've got to get there, you know, I've got to make a move, I've got to get there quickly, I've got to make sure I time this correctly. Is he receiving some sort of message? Is he checking something? I don't know. So he stays there, as I say, for a few seconds and then decides to continue onwards. Let's put this back to normal speed. There we go, phone goes back in the pocket and then off he goes. And check the limp now. Look at that. I mean, that's completely different. That's completely different to what we saw just a matter of moments ago. Look, just barely noticeable there, walking downhill. But as soon as he reaches the flat, that's when
he's
the
a decoy. Mm-hmm.
And obviously this is literally just around the corner from that very famous TMZ footage where he's seen literally staggering across the road as if he's had 10 pints of Stella. You know, it's in complete contrast to what we see just a few minutes ago when he's walking downhill. He doesn't seem to be struggling here at all. You know, maybe he's got the odd little bit of a limp, but it's not really that obvious. However, when he reaches the flat, that's when the problems begin. But for me, as I say, we don't really know, do we, about this vehicle? Is there some connection here? Was he dropping something off, picking something up, passing on some sort of message? And why is he using his phone back here? When you play this in normal speed, it's incredibly quick. Let's just take it back here. So it goes past the second car. Looks at the phone now. Phone back down into the pocket.
Crisis actor. Cause he definitely not the guy on the roof.
Put it into the pocket, carries on. Now, you know, is that him adjusting the straps on his backpack? You know, am I imagining that? I don't know. To me, especially when you slow it down, it really does seem that he's quickly looking down. Looking down at the phone, so he's walking normally here. Pulls the phone out, looks at the phone, up to the head. Back in the pocket. And as I say, when you play it at normal speed, it's, you know, it's so quick. It's just, you know, instantaneous, like straight up in the pocket. That's it. I mean, I don't know. Let me know what you think. You know, is that a phone call? Is that just something else? Is he just, as I say, adjusting his strap on his backpack, putting something in his pocket? To me, when you take a close look at it, it really does look like that he's pulled the phone out. He looks at the phone, answers the phone, then puts it back in his pocket. So, looks at the phone.
This is not the guy. This is not. He's not the guy. He don't even look like the guy walking up the steps to me.
Who's calling him? Why are they calling him?
He don't look like the guy on the roof.
Is he letting someone know?
Nor does he look like the guy on or coming up them steps.
You know, you can't really say it's connected, can you? But it's just a bit of a coincidence that after this point, the phone then comes out again at the bottom.
Okay, good night. I'm finna go to sleep. Sleep tight.